One fateful day 15 years ago, their world was turned upside down. Cracks appeared, magical portals from which demons emerged. With these came a system of levels and abilities so that people could resist the demons. People who protect their world from demons began to be called adventurers. Adventurers choose their own fighting style. These were called classes. Mages are slow and have difficulty controlling their magic. This class is considered to be very weak and useless. He chose the high agility class, Thief. He felt that the first thing he needed to do was gain more experience and improve his survival skills. Gradually, he gained a probable amount of experience and became one of the strongest adventurers known as the Blade of Divine Speed. Every year this began to appear more and more often. He thought that he could protect people and this world from demons. The bird flapped its wing and looked into the distance with its majestic gaze. Several armed adventurers stopped in front of this. After some time, they all went inside the building, stood in a circle and began to discuss the topic at hand. The guy said with a menacing look, "Ikanos Ikoma, they exclude him from the Sword of Glory." Ikoma was very surprised and scared, which is why he sharply exclaimed, "What? But why?" The hero answered with an indifferent expression on his face and asked him why. Shouldn't he know this reason? The girl who was among them looked at him with a sad expression on her face, and the main character continued to explain to him, every year the level of monsters increases, his attacks are no longer effective against high-rank monsters. Lacking support or recovery skills, he simply became a liability. Ikoma gritted his teeth from the sadness he experienced, clenched his hand into a fist, and the hero continued to explain to him that the times when thieves were strong are long gone. They concluded that his class would only be useful for mining materials from low-level monsters. Against bosses, it will be more useful to have a mage in the group who can deal decent damage, and he looked at the girl. The guild also decides to deprive him of S rank, because the new rifts are much more difficult than the previous ones. Ikoma grabbed his shirt and started screaming at him to stop. He realizes he doesn't have enough firepower. However, how can they do this? He risked his life many times. When it comes to poisons, no one can compare with him. Depending on the enemy, even he, but before he could finish his sentence, the hero asked him to listen. He has one request for him. Ikoma looked at him hopefully and asked again in a trembling voice, "Is this true?" He smiled back at him and walked past, after which he said, after that he would pretend that they did not know each other. These words disappointed the Ikoma and he was left alone and in a terrible mood. After some time, he found himself at home and spent his days drinking a lot of drinks. All the food trash was on the floor. His whole room was very dirty. He leaned against the bed and smoked a cigarette, looking around and thinking about the fact that he had spent his entire life working as an adventurer and thought that he would fight a demon for the sake of his country. And after everything he did, they just got rid of him. He already noticed that he began to lag behind others, so he had to spend money on consumables. He spent all his money on equipment and potions. He has absolutely no money. The guild also deprived him of S rank, and now he cannot clear high rank rifts. Suddenly he saw a glowing screen on the table and a message was sent to him. The Sword of Glory was sent to China. They managed to conquer the Dark Palace Rift. They were very happy about what was happening and hugged each other, except for the girl from their team, who stood behind with a saddened look. Ikoma saw this and surprise appeared on his face. In the comments people wrote and asked, "Where is Ikoma? He must be sick. But why do they need him?" From the latest videos it became clear that all he does is run around. He was always just ballast for the team. These words greatly angered the Icom. He threw the phone aside and shouted, "What a horror. He just made the wrong choice of class. If he sold all his equipment and potions, he could hold out, but he dedicated his whole life to this team." He tore it out with tears in his eyes, experiencing incredible emotional turmoil. After that, he lay down on the floor, looked into the distance and wondered, what should he do now? At that moment, he received a notification on his phone. He grabbed it and asked what. He was very surprised by the notification and his mouth opened in anticipation. The message warned that an S-class monster had appeared in Tokyo and he needed to immediately proceed to the nearest safe place. The Demon Research Center sent him this message. He wondered in shock, an S-class demon. Well, why did this happen when the Sword of Glory is not in the country? There are no more strong adventurers in this city to deal with this monster and he is not sure that he himself can handle this creature. He looked thoughtful, then went to the mirror and looked at his reflection. After some time, an incredibly majestic monster stood in front of him. He grabbed the dagger, swung it and grinned, and then said with a smile on his face, "It's good that he hasn't sold the equipment yet." He opened the system window and saw the name of the dragon, which made him wonder, the time dragon Kronos, isn't this a too pretentious name? He turned to Kronos and asked him to remember today, because this day will be the last for this creature. He spoke these words with complete confidence in his abilities, and at that moment the monster began to growl loudly and many fragments scattered after such a strong growl. Ikoma rushed to attack this monster, realizing that he was an adventurer. The residents have evacuated, he just needs to hold out until other adventurers arrive. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth and began to attack him with fiery flames. Ikoma tried to dodge each attack, but the monster continued to act without hesitation, approaching him. He clenched his teeth out of fatigue and some fear, thinking that this was terrible because the monster was too fast. At that moment the monster hit him on the dagger and it crumbled into pieces. Ikoma turned around sharply and ran in the other direction. After some time, he stopped. A huge hole formed behind him, from which many stones fell. Everything lit up with a bright light. Ikoma noticed what was happening and warily turned around to look behind him and suddenly saw a monster there, again heading towards him, which made him realize that he needed to keep his distance. After that, he straightened his arm, threw a weapon at the monster and a spell, a poison sickle. The sickle touched part of the monster's body and jumped to the side. He knew that the skin of this creature was difficult to penetrate, but to be so difficult, he had no idea. He was stunned with indecision, and the monster raised its hand and moved to attack him. Ikoma thought, their levels are too different. If he had not specialized in speed, he would have died long ago in any case, and he has no other options. He swung the weapon that was attached to the rope and began to spin it in the air, after which he cast the Thief's Claw spell. Thief's Claw is one of the skills of this class. With the help of this, the thief is able to steal an item from the enemy. Such a demon must have very powerful items. If he is lucky, he will receive a powerful weapon. At that moment, several luminous rays appeared in front of him. This bright light was visible in the reflection of his eyes, and suddenly the monster pierced him with its powers and he had serious wounds on his stomach. His entire body was covered in blood as it dripped from all parts of his body. He found himself dying alone near a block of stone. He grunted and coughed violently, after which his eyes began to roll back and he wondered if this was the end. He doesn't see anything. They were always called heroes, but he was only able to hold out for a few minutes. He is so weak. If he survives, he will try to become stronger. Suddenly an unknown round golden object with a rope appeared in his hand and he asked what it was. He examined it more closely and asked the question, did he get it with the thief's claws? The system window appeared in front of him and informed him that the dial of the god of time was mythical. This allows you to rewind time 10 years ago. After use, this item will disappear from all timelines. His eyes widened in surprise and he wondered what this was, a mythical class, an item that allows you to rewind time. He narrowed his eyes and said that this was the first time he had heard about the mythical class. So can he really go back in time? The monster swung its huge hand with sharp claws at him again. Ikoma looked at it with disappointment and realized that he had no time left. He sharply grasped the dial in his hands, after which he shouted loudly, "Okay, let him turn back time." The monster's attacking hand came right to his face. He looked at the dial with hope. At that moment the monster pierced him right through with its sharp claw and he flew to the side. And suddenly he had a strange feeling. Is he really dead? He feels uncomfortable. What is this feeling? After some time, he found himself in his room with a phone in his hand. He looked at the ceiling, then at the clock, and saw the time was 8 o'clock, September 13th, Friday, 2030. He wondered, was he dreaming? Beads of sweat appeared on his face from days. He went to the window and opened the curtains. When he looked into the distance, he was very surprised and opened his mouth. 2030. Suddenly he remembered the dial of the god of time, which he used before his death, and said, is this really true? Status. He opened the system window, carefully examined it and said, he doesn't have a class. It turns out he hasn't received his grade yet. Did he really go back in time? A smile appeared on his face and he said, he did it. This time he will become the strongest adventurer. After some time, he watched the video on his phone. Someone asked the question, are there any casualties? An ordinary person should not enter the cracks. He brushed his teeth and watched a video. A man on a news channel reported, the levels and sizes of monsters are constantly growing. This will be a real disaster for humanity. Ikoma realized he really is now in the world of 10 years ago. There won't be so much controversy in the future. The point was that people should have a high level. The fact that he went back in time gives him an incredible advantage. He needs to get as much experience and rare items as possible. Knowledge is his main weapon. First of all, he needs to get a class. In order to get a class, he must first reach level 10. There are special rifts for low-level adventurers who have not yet received a class. These vaults are not protected and are under control. He went inside one of these caves and realized that this is great. He will soon get level 6. He was in a rank F rift in a goblin cave. This guy screamed loudly and destroyed one of the monsters, causing the blood of this creature to spill directly onto him, after which he turned to him with a smile on his face and said that he should be more careful. Is he not injured? Ikoma wondered, well, who is this guy? The man asked him again, does he hunt alone? This is too dangerous. The goblins can surround him and then problems will arise. Ikoma asked him a question, who is he? He answered, his name is Ohara Kenji. He is a warrior with a two-handed sword, level 16. He helps newcomers to this rift. People usually call him a guide. He smiled at him with a wide smile and Ikoma said in bewilderment, that's how. After that, he thought, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. After some time, they continued on their way together and Kenji said, so his name is Ikoma. Does he know that recently companies have been experiencing heavy losses due to problems with faults? He thought that being a guide would be a great hobby for his retirement, and that's what happened. Ikoma looked at him in bewilderment and wondered, will he follow him all the time? He talks so much. After a while, he destroyed the goblin and shouted with joy, "That's great, he got level 10. The system window reports 6 experience points received, level up to 10. 2 skill points received. Kenji smiled, patted him on the back with his hand and told him his encouragement, "Wow, he did a great job, Ikoma." Ikoma thanked him for this and Kenji also said that he would probably make an excellent adventurer. Ikoma thought that he once had S rank after all. Kenji continued to rejoice and explained to him that by raising level 10 you can get a class. He must think carefully about his choice. If he wants, he can ask him for advice. Ikoma looked thoughtful and began to think about getting a class. The class you receive depends on the characteristics and abilities of the person. Skills can be acquired using skill points. List of skills. Available points 30, fire magic 15, search 7 points, fencing, magical support and night vision each 5 points. Kenji recommended the warrior class to him, and he will teach him many techniques, although with his fighting style, the thief class suits him better. Sounds good, doesn't it? Ikoma tried to smile back at him, but suddenly Kenji got closer to him and asked on the sly, he hasn't acquired the skills yet, has he? Does he even know how to do this? Wasn't he taught in class to activate acceleration and boost? Acceleration and enhancement skills increase the physical parameters of the adventurer. Of course, upgrading these skills is now in first place. However, to become the strongest adventurer, it is better not to waste skill points on such skills. He thought about it all evening and realized that he would definitely need it now. He reached his hand towards a certain button and suddenly Kenji shouted at him with a scared look on his face, "No, Ikoma, he shouldn't do that." The system window reports a soft fall of 5 points. This reduces fall damage and increases resistance to gravity, after which he shouted to him, you never know where such a skill could be useful to him. Kenji was very surprised by this action, which is why he leaned his hand to his chest and said, moreover, a soft fall. But he did not finish speaking and the system window reported that he had already acquired the soft fall skill and spent 5 skill points. Ikoma saw this and said that everything was going great, after which Kenji scratched the back of his head and said in a state of confusion, they don't have many high places, he should get further. But before he could finish speaking again, Ikoma independently began to take action and Systemic the window reported that the soft fall skill has been improved to level 2. Received 10 skill points. Kenji shouted, looking dumbfounded, that he should wait because he shouldn't be in such a hurry. Ikoma silently continued to do what he needed and the system reported that the soft fall skill had been improved to level 3, 15 skill points had been spent. Kenji was beside himself with what he had done and screamed, clutching his head, no. He fell to his haunches and said he used up all the points for a soft fall. But why didn't he listen to him? Ikoma turned to look at him in bewilderment and did not answer, after which Kenji rose to his feet again and stood behind him. He began to inform him that with such skills only a swordsman or a peasant was suitable for him. Ikoma told him in response that he would not say such a thing. The system window shows him several class options, swordsman, peasant and gravity master. He pressed the master gravity button. A hidden class, the gravity master only appears when all points have been used for the soft fall skill. This was found much later due to the strict conditions of appearance. Even after discovering this class, no one wanted to choose it due to its weak abilities. Even 10 years later, no one has solved the mystery of this class. However, he understood the essence of this when he was an S-rank adventurer. Gravity Master is the strongest class possible. The system window asked him a question, does he really want to choose the Gravity Master class? Kenji was incredibly scared and yelled at him that he had to stop because this was a magic class. He can still become a swordsman. Ikoma answered him with confidence on his face, no, this is exactly what he wants. The system window informs you that the Gravity Master class has been selected, and the skill of Gravity Magic and Gravity Control has been acquired. He clenched his hands into a fist, his whole body shook, after which he jumped for joy and shouted, he finally got this class. Great, with this class he will definitely become the strongest adventurer in the world. But this time he will not go through the past again. Kenji looked at him in bewilderment and said, Ikoma, the magic class is not suitable for him. There is a high probability that he will not live long. This class is very difficult to fight, so it is better for him not to become an adventurer. At this time, melee classes are considered to be much stronger than others. Suddenly he screamed loudly and Kenji, in a state of shock, shouted to him, what? After that, several more such loud sounds were heard. The girl was lying on the ground and spying on what was happening with one eye, and it turned out that it was a goblin with a sword in his hand. The system window reports, Red Hood level 17. Kenji asked with fear on his face, are they joking? So where does a monster of such a high level come from? The goblin headed towards him. He hugged the girl, who was covered in tears, and shouted, this monster appears very rarely. He was here because he wasn't confident in his abilities in a real battle, and if they escaped, what a horror, the adventurers here are no higher than level 10, he had to do something. Suddenly he started screaming, Ikoma, he should run quickly and he will distract the monster. He grabbed the sword in his hands and rushed to the attack. Ikoma looked at this and said, "Red cap. Ohara won't be able to overcome this." Kenji approached the monster closely and began to defend himself with his sword, but suddenly the goblin attacked him and he began to fall down. There were many loud sounds from their battle and Ikoma realized that he was clearly not used to fighting opponents of this level or higher. Kenji looked away and shouted, "Is there anyone above level 15 who is ready to help in the battle?" People around them wondered while watching their battle, is he level 16? He probably won't be able to cope with such a strong opponent. He has such a strong enemy, one mistake and he's dead. Ikoma realized, standing behind the rest of the people, he can't help, his level is too high for him, he can't properly see his movements and his gravity magic is still too weak, he doesn't know much about his abilities yet. Suddenly he remembered how Kenji, with a smile on his face, told him to be careful and asked the question, is he injured? Because of this, he felt sad and said that he couldn't leave such a good guy. To be honest, he liked him. At that moment he grabbed the sword and went to his aid, shouting that he could not throw it. Kenji noticed him and shouted, "Ikoma, he shouldn't come here because this monster is too strong for him. His magic class is very weak. With such a difference in strength, he will simply die." Ikoma shouted, "Red Hood." After that, he looked at the monster and said that he would test his new powers on this creature. He is willing to risk his second life to find out what the strongest class is capable of. If they couldn't overcome it, he didn't think they would have a chance to escape. He hopes his class won't let him down. At that moment, the monster rushed with a growl not far from Kenji, who froze in fear. Kenji screamed, "Ikoma, he should run." The monster was heading straight at him with its sword outstretched. The weak point of magic classes is the lack of physical abilities. Mages are heavily dependent on the help of other classes. However, the Gravity Master is not like that. The Gravity Master can improve physical parameters in exchange for mana. He used the spells Gravity Control, Gravity Weakening, after which purple magical rays began to penetrate from his body. He looked menacingly at the monster and it stopped in front of him. Kenji opened his mouth in surprise and wondered, is he moving so fast? He reduced gravity and thereby increased his speed, but his movements became predictable. It doesn't matter what the enemy does as long as he can read his movements. The monster attacked him with a malicious expression on his face, showing him his fangs and swinging his sword in a jump, but Ikoma continued to think, in his past life he won more than 1,000 fights using only his speed. At that moment, he attacked the monster in the stomach, and the blood of this creature spilled, and his whole body was covered in bloody wounds and abrasions. Kenji continued to be perplexed by what was happening and asked, having a low-level magic class, he was able to injure the Red Hood. Gravity Master is a special class with high physical performance, thanks to good control over mana, and with the necessary skill, the potential of this class reaches unprecedented heights. In the early stages, the movement of monsters is very predictable. With the help of its speed, you can evade the attacks of this creature as much as you like. Kenji with a stunned look said to him, "Ikoma, but before he could finish speaking, a scream rang out, "Ohara, he must attack this monster." The monster was squatting right in front of Ikoma, and behind him was Kenji, who expressed surprise in his face and suddenly ran to the attack, screaming loudly. He pointed the sword at the goblin, who turned to him and tried to say something, but the light from the blade was already radiating throughout the entire area, and behind the monster, Ikoma had already prepared a magic circle, and said with a smile on his face that this monster should not have turned to his back. At that moment, he used gravitational magic, after which the monster's entire body began to fill with a bright purple color. A magic circle and many chains formed around this creature. Ikoma screamed, "Gravity restraints." The monster began to groan in a trembling voice, turning to look at the Ikoma again, and at that moment Kenji, on the other hand, swung his sword at it and, shouting loudly, hit this creature in the chest and destroyed it with one attack. The system window reports 25 experience points received, level up to 12. Ikoma was happy to realize that they were able to cope with this monster. It was a very intense battle. With the Gravity Master class, he can definitely become the strongest adventurer. Those around him looked at him with wariness and wondered if he was really a newcomer. He defeated the Red Hood. Kenji opened his mouth in shock and realized that he could not even strike this monster, and Ikoma, having a low level, was able to defeat it. He's just a monster. It looks like he doesn't even suspect it himself, and he can't call him just a genius. Who is he? Ikoma. Ikoma, with a saddened look, sheathed his sword and suddenly groaned loudly, sharply leaned his elbows on the stone and began to breathe deeply. He didn't have a drop of mana left. The Gravity Master's skills consume a lot of mana. He can't even lift a finger. He should think about this point later. His whole body began to shake from powerlessness. Kenji looked at him with a smile on his face before walking closer, bowing and thanking him for what was happening. He asked him a question, does he need help? Ikoma thanked him and said that he would be very grateful for his help. Kenji took him on his shoulders and thought, besides him, There were many low-level adventurers there. Thanks to him for this, he not only saved his life, but also helped him overcome his fears. He still lacked the courage to fight strong monsters, so he only hunted lesser demons. He helped him take a step forward, and now he thinks it's time to end his role as a guide. He is glad that he was able to personally see the birth of a new hero. Thank him for this, Ikoma. They came inside some room. After some time, Ikoma learned what his gravity magic is capable of. Now he needs to raise the level. But this will not be so easy to do alone. He needs to find a temporary team. He walked up to some girl who was sitting at the computer desk and asked him, Master of Gravity. She had never heard of such a thing. It seems to be a magic class, but the characteristics are so low. Is this class really suitable for battles? Ikoma looked at her with a confident expression and she asked if he was looking for a temporary team. At the moment they have several low-level teams. Ikoma asked again, in that case, can he see these people? The girl answered yes, but his characteristics are very low and she is afraid that he may have some difficulties. He thought with a saddened look, he had a rare and unknown class, it was worth expecting that he would not be welcome. He asked the girl again, in any case, can he talk to the heads of the teams? At that moment some stranger appeared in the room and asked the question, what is that noise? Is their receptionist having problems? Maybe he shouldn't be so intrusive. It was a guy with yellow hair who approached the Ikoma. He asked him a question, who is he? The guy asked him again with a smile on his face, what did he say? Hasn't he heard of it? He is the leader of the famous Thunder Knights group. His name is Utsunami. Ikoma asked him again, does he have a warrior class? He replied with a smirk, naturally. Everyone knows that magic classes are useless. This is a class for those who are afraid to even be close to monsters, which is why they cannot be adventurers, so he can only blame himself for making the wrong choice. He simply has a rare class with very low characteristics. His class is also rare, but he can achieve a lot in contrast to him. Ikoma asked him again in bewilderment, does he also have a rare class? Zai asked him again in an emotional outburst, was he also interested? Okay, then let him see its power. He grabbed the sword, from which bright sparks emanated in the form of lightning. He raised his sword up and shouted a spell, lightning strike. After these words, the entire area lit up bright yellow. After a moment, he stopped and said, Thunder Knight, this is a very rare eye with high stats and strong skills, such a class suits him. The people around looked at what was happening in surprise and asked him a question, is such a strong skill? This is an incredible class. He muttered something to himself and at that moment the girl behind the counter told him that using skills in the guild was prohibited. He turned to her and asked her not to worry, he was just showing his strength to the newcomer. They don't recruit just any rabble, and besides, no one will take in a stranger. Doesn't he think he's being a little stupid? Adventurers are not volunteers to help everyone in need. Ikoma looked into his eyes carefully and wondered, is he a Thunder Knight? A class specialized in attack, but with very slow movements and difficult implementation of abilities. Very weak against agility opponents or lightning-resistant enemies. Some of the strangers around said, there's some weakling with a magic class trying to get into the group. Everyone knows that magicians are useless. On the other hand, how enviable it is that he is not the Thunder Knight class. There are rumors that you need high starting stats to get this class. Ikoma realized that it was true that very little time had passed since the rifts appeared. Maybe it would be better to be alone for now until he earns the trust of others. He completely forgot what happened before. Then the emphasis was on spectacular abilities and high characteristics. The receptionist said, Utsunami, he shouldn't express himself like that. Ikoma told her, it's okay, he changed his mind, he decided that he would be alone for now. Sai chuckled and informed him that he had better give up becoming an adventurer for now. He should at least try not to die. Ikoma turned away from him, walked in the other direction and finally waved his hand and thanked him for the advice without turning around. Zai looked after him carefully and grinned. Adventurers Guild Archives. Ikoma opened the book in his hands and said that gaining the trust of the others, temporary teams would not be enough. It's better to find people with whom you can create a full-fledged group. Also, you should take into account the compatibility of his gravitational abilities. You still need to raise the level and earn some achievements. He was able to defeat the Red Hood without any problems. The movements of low-level monsters are predictable, and he figured out how to use the forces of gravity. Maybe he should raise some levels and go to high-level rifts. He snapped his fingers, opened the book again and wondered if now was the right rift for him. Is this a level 25 stone temple? This rift is for leveling up and mining stones. This is under the control of the guild. Walking statues appear in this rift and are very easy to defeat. If a person is an average level hunter, he will be able to effectively collect materials and level up. A rift similar to a beginner's dungeon. If he can hunt alone, he will be able to find companions faster. The level is set to low. The system window reports that Ikeno's Ikoma is level 12. Will he be able to gain a sufficient level without going deep into the rift? There's nothing he can do about it. He closed the book and thought, I wonder, as he levels up in the stone temple, will he be able to find classes that suit his ability? He went in a different direction. After some time, the system window reports a stone temple. There was a man inside the building who was coming down the stairs and was groaning heavily in pain, and even screaming, "You don't need to listen, under no circumstances do you need to listen to him." He ran sharply and turning back began to shout, "No." He fell to the ground, blood dripping from his chest and mouth. He turned around with a frightened expression on his face, and after some time a bright and very loud light explosion occurred in the room, from which all the debris flew away. Suddenly a petrified creature appeared in the room, onto which blood spilled. After some time, the girl receptionist expressed fear on her face and shouted, asking, "Does he want to go to the stone temple with level 12? Ikoma gave her an application and said, "According to the rules, there are no problems, right?" She took a piece of paper and said in a trembling voice, clutching her head, "This is true, but he's just going to his death." The recommended level for this rift is 25. The rifts are unstable and very strong enemies can be encountered there. Ikoma turned away from the girl and shouted back, "Okay," then said with a smile on his face that he would just look around a little and come back right away. He cannot become stronger without risks, he has no other choice but to defeat strong monsters. All this for the sake of leveling up. He stepped into the magical portal with his foot. Okay, he won't stay long. If he defeats at least one monster, he will be able to increase his level. He was passing by stone statues, and suddenly one of them began to make loud noises and swung a sword at him. Ikoma was dumbfounded by the sounds he heard and mockingly thought what a cheap trick this was. At that moment a system window made of pixels appeared in front of him and he wondered, level 20. He turned to the monster, who could not hit him with the blade, and said he thinks this is enough for him. The monster kept trying to attack him, swinging its sword. But Ikoma had the ability to quickly dodge this creature with a calm expression on his face, and he said that it was quite close. After which he grinned and looked into the face of the stone statue that threatened to attack him. He used a spell to weaken gravity and bright magical sparks appeared around his body, after which he made a sudden movement and began to run in the other direction, and the monster was dumbfounded. With this level, it is not his opponent, he can easily read the movement of this monster. After these thoughts, he attacked the monster, making sudden movements with his hand and hitting the creature several times. But the monster just laughed and Ikoma realized that it was strong, but it was only good in defense. The monster again began to pounce on him and growl loudly, but Ikoma asked the monster a question, even knowing that he is many times faster, does it still mindlessly fly into the attack? He took advantage of the weakening by gravity again and magical sparks began to appear from his body, after which they headed towards the monster and he screamed again, double gravity. After using these spells, he plunged his sword straight into the monster's chest. The end of the sword glowed with a bright light, and a moment later the monster's body was divided into two parts and collapsed to the ground. Ikoma looked at this and thought about reducing the pressure by half and accelerating, then removing the reduction right before the impact, resulting in a rather powerful attack. Gained 25 experience points, leveled up to 16, gained 8 skill points. He was surprised when he realized that he was able to raise several levels at once, and also received skill points. He'll take care of these two first. The system window informs him that upgrading gravity magic to level 2 costs 10 points. A skill that allows you to use gravity magic. Improves gravity control to level 2, the skill allows you to control the owner's gravity. He looked thoughtful and continued to think, now he only has enough for one skill. He relies on gravity control more often, so he'll choose that. He pressed the button and the system window informed him the gravity control skill has been upgraded to level 2. He spent 10 skill points. This made him happy and he wondered, now he can control the direction of pressure and not just change the weight. The system window tells him, in addition to controlling the pressure, allows him to select the direction of this same pressure. He grinned and thought, depending on the use, this is a very useful skill, one way or another, he achieved what he wanted. He picked up a bright red magic ball from the floor, from which gusts of magic emanated. Demon Core, Magic Stone. He thinks this will be enough to prove his victory over the walking statue. He took the ball in his hands and realized that he could already return, but he still had a lot of mana left. He turned back with a smile on his face and thought that he should try out his new ability. At that moment, a bright lightning appeared among the dark space and he used the lightning strike, thanks to which he easily destroyed the statue, breaking it in half. It was located around a hole in the broken floor, inside of which a fiery light could be seen. A guy and a girl from his team stood next to him, and the guy told him, as expected from an Utsunomiya, he killed such a monster with one blow. The girl said in addition, even with protection from lightning, they cannot resist such force. Zai replied that their defense was not noticeable to him. And this is a training rift? They don't gain levels so quickly anymore. The system reports that he is level 26. Maybe it's time to move on to more complex rifts. He stepped on a bright red object and the girl asked him, by the way, does he remember that mage from the guild? Doesn't he think he went a little overboard? He turned to her and answered with a smile on his face, He only said this out of good intentions. If he went into the rifts, he could simply die. Therefore, you should not entertain him with false hopes. After that, he approached the guy from the team and asked him if he thought he did wrong. The knight answered him that he should not ask him about it. At that moment, a loud sound came from the corridor behind, which attracted her attention. Are these walking statues again? The girl asked to wait and asked a question, but why were there such loud steps? He turned around with a smile and said, no need to worry so much, even monsters have their own characteristics. A statue nearby began to fall apart into several pieces and fall to the ground. The team members saw it with fearful expressions on their faces and wondered what it was. There's more to it than just the usual features. Zai said, interesting, after which he asked a question, what is the big guy doing in this rift? The walking statue is level 30, which is a little taller than the others but is still a normal statue. The girl with a wary grimace asked him again, shouting loudly, level 30. They had never fought such a monster before. Zai replied with a serious expression that he had long noticed that fighting weak monsters was incredibly boring. He is a Thunder Knight and he is much stronger than other adventurers of his level. Great, he's ready to fight it. The girl asked to show him what a walking cobblestone is capable of. He assumed a defensive position, standing in front of the guys on his team and fully prepared for battle. The stone statue swings its sword and plunges into the ground. A small rift forms on the ground. The knight sees this and frowns and asks, can they really cope with this statue? Utsunami Asio looks at him with a smile and asks if the three of them can't overcome this. With these words, he takes the sword out of its sheath and says, no matter what level it is, it still remains an ordinary walking statue. The statue's movements are slow and predictable. Suddenly the statue notices Sho and noisily tries to hit him, but he manages to dodge the attack. Utsunami Asio clutches his sword tighter and mocks this. It may have increased its speed, but the gap between attacks remains the same. At the same moment he runs towards the statue and with all his strength strikes with thunder. Seo confidently asks the statue, now does it understand the difference in strength? But the walking statue clutches the sword in his hand and then raises it to strike. Utsunami Asio sees this and thinks that these pathetic attempts are already starting to irritate. You just need to get closer and strike. But the statue notices him and attacks him sharply. He is thrown aside and he exclaims in pain, what kind of monstrous force is this? Although the level is a little higher than usual, but why is it so strong? A girl knight appears nearby and calls out to him with excitement. But Utsunami Asho orders her not to be distracted from the enemy. Then the girl pays attention to the walking statue. It approaches the girl and hits her with the sword. The knight sees this, runs to help and shouts to her, Karen. But suddenly the statue throws him aside. Sho also screams his name, Guho. He sees Guho falling to the ground and thinks in horror what is happening. Why? What kind of monster is this anyway? Is he scared? He's the strongest adventurer. Then he raises his sword up and casts a spell, Lightning Strike. Utsunami Asho attacks the statue with all his might and, looking intently at it, thinks this is how it should be. How does the Thunder Knight's strongest skill, Lightning Strike, taste? Now it won't get off that easy. But the iron statue angrily snatches Sho's sword. He looks at it with his mouth open and thinks, what is this? He remembers the moment when Karen said that the statue has protection from lightning, but Ikeno's Ikoma will not be able to resist the power of this. The statue then crushes the sword in its hand and it breaks into many pieces. Utsunami Asho looks at this with regret. This cannot be. Tears appear in his eyes. He thinks it's just a dream, right? But the statue begins to slowly walk towards him, raising the sword over him. Sho begins to ask the walking statue not to do this. The statue must stop. He doesn't want to die in a place like this. Suddenly, he falls to his knees in front of the statue and begins to tearfully ask for mercy. He puts his forehead to the ground and begs not to kill him. When the waiting statue nevertheless raises the sword above his head, Ikeno's Ikoma suddenly jumps out from the side and loudly pronounces a spell to weaken gravity. The statue's hand freezes. It does not understand what is happening. Then it turns to Ikoma and asks a question in its language. He lands on the floor, looks closely at the statue and thinks everything will not be so simple. Utsunami Asho looks at Ikoma in surprise and realizes that he is the newcomer from the guild. Ikeno's Ikoma stands with his back to him and says nothing. Then Seo starts shouting in irritation, what is he doing? There is no way he can cope with such an opponent. Ikoma thinks about it and answers, right. The information board notes that Ikeno's Ikoma is level 16. He continues to think, the difference in level is too great. The information window again notes that the walking statue is level 30. It continues to get angry and growl. Ikoma thinks that by devouring adventurers and other monsters, it was able to evolve to a new and unique state. He thinks it's a little big. Then he takes the sword out of its sheath and thinks he still has a lot of mana, so it will be enough for one more battle. It's better not to delay this. With these thoughts, he points his sword straight at the walking statue. Utsunami Asho asks him in disbelief if he really hopes to defeat this giant. They need to escape as soon as possible. Even the three of them can't handle it. At this time, Karen and Guho are lying on the ground and looking at each other. Wow, the coma doesn't listen to him and casts a spell to weaken gravity. The statue begins to growl and move slowly. Ikoma begins to run around it. The walking statue with a roar tries to follow him, but Ikoma stands with his feet on the ceiling and falls from above directly onto the statue, attacking it with his sword. It growls in surprise. Utsunami Asho watches this and thinks that this cannot be happening. This newcomer also has a magic class. Where does he get such power from? At this time, Ikeno's Ikoma looks at the statue and thinks that for his level he is very slow. Gravity control is quite enough, but he can't do enough damage. The walking statue is a defensive type monster. Moreover, due to the difference in level, it received virtually no damage. It takes too much mana to maintain gravity control. We can't wait any longer. Moments later, the statue raises its sword over Ikoma and roars loudly. He moves back a little and thinks he has no choice but to rely on the last attack. He then stabs the statue, which growls and slowly turns around. At this time, Utsunami Azai looks at him with disappointment. He hoped that he would be able to quickly defeat the walking statue alone, but it seems that the defense is higher than he expected. Ikeno's Ikoma carefully looks at the statue and wonders if weakening gravity consumes too much mana, but without this skill he definitely won't be able to cope with it. There is no need to delay this. We need to end this quickly. He then stabs the statue several times. He pushes off the ground, jumps up and punches in the air. When he lands, the statue with a menacing roar reaches out to him with its hand, but Ikoma begins to run and jumps on this hand and climbs onto the head of the statue. Utsunami Asho looks at this in bewilderment and wonders where this speed comes from. Does a magician have such skills? Ikoma jumps and thinks that with the second level of gravity control, he has gained a new skill. He thinks it's time to try it out. He then casts a gravitational shift spell. Afterwards, he ends up on the ceiling and notes that he used gravity shift on himself. Interesting effect. It's time to finish this. He then starts casting another spell, double gravity. Due to the forces of double gravity, it will fall at incredible speed. Immediately after this, Ikeno's Ikoma begins to fall directly onto the snarling statue and thinks with excitement, this is the end. Meteor fall. But when he lands, he sees that a large crack has formed on the statue and it collapses with a loud roar. The information window specifies that 524 experience points have been earned. Level increased to 23. 14 skill points received. Ikoma turns around and asks how is Utsunami Asho doing this. He had just defeated an enemy twice his strength. With these words, he puts the sword back into its sheath and sighs and quickly sits down on the floor. The information window clarifies that the soft fall belongs to the third level. It reduces fall damage and increases gravity resistance. Ikeno's Ikoma leans on a pile of stones and thinks that he has again used up too much mana. At this time, Utsunami Asho looks at him and thinks what incredible power. His lightning strike did not even leave a scratch on the statue. He didn't expect that, of all people, it would be Ikoma who would save him. He asks why he saved him. He told him so much at the guild. Then the thought suddenly comes to him, does he really want to take revenge by disgracing him? At that moment, Ikeno's Ikoma approaches him and asks him, is he okay? Can he get up? At first he looks displeased, and then he is surprised and smiles shyly, offering his hand and thanking Ikoma for saving his life. After a while, the sun was shining outside and the weather was clear. At the Adventurers Guild, the administrator asked Ikeno's Ikoma with great surprise, did he meet a walking statue of the 30th level? And also won this. Ikoma calmly replies that it is, but the administrator says she doesn't believe him. He's still a newbie and he also went there alone. But Ikeno's Ikoma hands her a large red ball and says that he thinks this will be enough to prove it. The girl takes the ball in her hand and replies, it's big. Looks like a level 30 stone. Although it is a little suspicious, she will record his achievement. Does he want to sell this stone? She can't say for sure, but the price could be as high as 200,000 yen. But Ikoma replies that this will be enough for a start. After a while he hears him calling him. He turns around and sees Utsunami Asho standing in front of him. He smiles and says that he has been looking for it for a long time. He wants to thank him again for saving him. He also came today to give good news. Ikoma asks again, news. Everything explains that he wants to recruit him into the Knights of Thunder. Ikeno's Ikoma can't believe it. He was invited to become a Thunder Knight. This is the strongest group of newcomers. Utsunami Asho continues to say that Ikoma is not a bad guy after all. He was very lucky. Many can only dream about this. Ikeno's Ikoma is embarrassed and doesn't know what to answer. Sho sees this and with a smile says that he need not worry, he is his savior. But Ikamu replies that he will most likely refuse. Those around who heard this can't believe it. What? He declined the invitation from the Thunder Knights. Utsunami Asho asks hopefully, wasn't he looking for a group? Ikoma explains that his plans have changed slightly. With these words he leaves. Seo looks after him in shock. Ikoma heads towards the exit and wonders if he will level up at this rate. Then you have to make it on time. In the near future, a new rift called the Mad Theater should appear. This rift drops a unique item that he needs. He remembers well everything that happened there in the past, so the first one to get this item will be him. After a while, Ikomo comes to the guild, pours materials out of the bag and says that he wants to sell it. People nearby look at him in bewilderment. The administrator asks him if he hunted a lot again, and again alone. And Koma does not listen to her and says that he would like to apply for a promotion to rank D. The administrator asks again, a rank promotion. Adventurers have their own ranking system. Starting at rank F, you can upgrade to rank E. Starting at rank D, adventurers can defend real rifts. The administrator politely finds out that Ikono's Ikoma must be at least level 25 to do this. He insists that he has the level to do it. The information window shows that Ikono's Ikoma is level 26. The administrator sees this and exclaims in bewilderment, how did he raise the level so quickly? Even though he is a loner with a magic class, why is he leveling up so quickly? How strong is the master of gravity? Ikoma reminds, so he can already get D rank. He remembers that his strength is determined not only by class. He was also S rank. He has a decade's worth of experience and knowledge. It may look strange, but he needs to level up as soon as possible. Having received rank D, he will have access to many useful rifts. Besides, having a D rank will make it much easier to receive assignments. After all, in the near future a Mad Theater rift should appear. In this rift you can get unique weapons. In the past, an adventurer who received this weapon suddenly gained incredible strength. After this, he went mad and began killing adventurers. He couldn't afford for such a weapon to fall into the wrong hands again. Therefore, he needs allies to clear the rift. He looks at the people passing by and continues to reason that a large group will only slow him down. You should choose your allies with care. It seems a group of 2 people will be enough. You need to find someone who will go well with gravity magic, with a sufficient level of skills. It is also possible for him to be a loner and agree to his terms. And he has many conditions. I wonder if he can even find such a person. He doesn't have much time. In any case, he should visit other guilds as well. He spent almost the entire day going around the guilds of the city. This is the 4th guild. Maybe we should lower the selection criteria a little. With these words, he enters one of the guilds and immediately hears a girl screaming that she cannot believe that the girl opposite her is so useless. The girl with blue hair looks pitifully and asks AI to forgive her. AI furiously asks why she needs her apology. Ikoma looks at them in surprise and thinks, is it a quarrel? AI continues to scream that she is kicking Satsuki out of the group. Satsuki tearfully makes an excuse and says that next time she will try harder. But AI interrupts her and sharply replies that her skills are very weak and useless. What happens if she puts in a little more effort? For such efforts, she could demand monetary compensation from her. Satsuki looks at her pitifully and wants to say something, but then he simply lowers his head. Ikono's Ikoma looks at the girls and remembers himself in the past. He thinks he knows this feeling very well, but he shouldn't interfere. In choosing allies, one should not rely on feelings of pity or mercy. AI continues to scold Satsuki and says that the class she can choose is real trash. Complete nonsense, absolutely useless, just like her. To be honest, as soon as she heard about her shaman class, she should have kicked her out even then. Hearing this, Ikono's Ikoma stops and thinks, shaman. AI advises the girl that she should apply for a job as an adventurer. At this time, Ikoma continues to think that the shaman class is perfect for a gravity master. Moreover, the skills of this class will play an important role in the battle with the boss of the Mad Theater. Suddenly, AI notices him and asks displeasedly what he is looking at. This is not a performance. He apologizes and says his name is Ikono's Ikoma. The information window specifies that he has adventurer status. He is a gravity master, rank D, level 26. Ikoma clarifies that he came to this guild to find an ally. AI ponders his words. He has the status of a D rank adventurer. It's real luck that they just have an opening. Then she smiles sweetly and happily says that they have one free spot on the team. But at this moment Ikono's Ikoma approaches Satsuki and asks her to team up with him. She looks at him and can't believe it. AI also exclaims in rage, what? Ikoma thinks that he is lucky that he was able to find her. He can't miss this chance. AI continues to insist that this girl's class is absolutely useless. He had better join them. Satsuki regretfully replies she would gladly accept his offer, but he is a D rank adventurer, right? She's only level 10. Ikoma grabs her hand and immediately calms her down. The level problem can be easily solved. He needs her strength. Satsuka doesn't believe him and says that she is very weak and will only get in his way. Ikono's Ikoma explains that he will help her with this. She continues to object, but she's not at all sure. Maybe it would be better for her to quit her job as an adventurer. Ikoma energetically asks for some time. He will definitely help her become more confident. Satsuki sheepishly agrees. If he really doesn't mind, then let him take care of her. AI hears this and says indignantly, she really is useless. Let him try not to regret his choice. The girl next to her sighs in disappointment. This is a failure. Ikono's Ikoma passes by and thanks her for her advice and adds, however, He thinks he knows his class much better than her. Satsuki follows him, and AI looks after them with resentment. After some time, Ikenos Ikoma continues to think that the weaknesses of shamans can be compensated with the help of gravity magic. Plus, Satsuki's curses will be incredibly useful when fighting the boss of the Mad Theater. As long as she is with him, there is no doubt that they will get the weapon. After a while, sitting at the table, she introduced herself. Her name is Kisaragi Satsuki. She's glad to meet you. Ikenos Ikoma also replied that he was also glad to meet you. Satsuki continued and asked if everything was really okay. Her shaman class is very weak. Ikoma tried to calm her down. He also has a magic class, which everyone considers useless. But he can definitely say that in a few years everything will change. Kisaragi Satsuki clarified with hope, right. Ikenos Ikoma confirmed this, of course. Now they must discuss their strategy before the rift appears. Satsuki supported him. Okay, what kind of training rift could they head to? But Ikoma interrupted her. No. He wants to discuss a strategy for clearing a new rift that will appear in the near future. It will be a level 30 rift called the Mad Theater. Kisaragi Satsuki couldn't believe it, such a high level. Will it be an unknown rift? The unknown rift is the exact opposite of the training rifts. There is practically no information about such faults. This is silly. She's only level 17. Besides, a weak class. But he hastened to explain to her that she should not be afraid of dangers. He is always ready to help her. He knows everything about this rift, thanks to the books he read in his past life. They are well prepared to clean up this rift. If they are on the same team, then he can confidently say that they will be able to get through this rift. She can trust him. He's sorry for his lack of restraint, he just really needs the item from this rift. Satsuki listened to him carefully and clarified what he meant in the near future. Ikenos Ikoma put his finger to his lips and replied that he could not tell all the details about his rare item, let it remain a secret. But Kisaragi Satsuki insisted that it was impossible to predict where and when a new rift would appear. Suddenly a notification sound sounded and all the people in the room started looking at their phones. Ikenos Ikoma and Satsuki also picked up their phones and saw that the Fault Research Center had sent them a warning that a new fault had appeared in Tokyo. Satsuki was surprised. A new rift. This one appeared not far from here. Ikenos Ikoma rejoiced at the news, just in time. She began to wonder if that was why they were sitting here. But Ikoma did not answer anything, but only said that they would go there tomorrow. For a week, no one will dare to go there without information, so the path to the boss will be clear. The next day they walked through the empty city and were very surprised. Ikoma noted that there was actually no one around. Satsuki wondered if everything would be okay. Ikenos Ikoma said the Fault Agency also had a hard time that day. Then, when they were walking down the street, a girl in a white dress asked the adventurers to stop. She really asks them to get any information, be it the internal structure of the rift or the boss's skills. They must return alive. You can easily die in an unknown rift. A few moments later they came to the rift. Satsuki turned to Ikoma and asked, he's going to completely clean this up, right? He replied that if he had told the truth, they would definitely not have been allowed in. Then they entered the rift. Kisaragi Satsuki walked next to Ikenos Ikoma and said that all this was strange. He asked her if she was still worried. A clarifying inscription appeared in the information window stating that they were in the Mad Theater Fault. Satsuki replied that she was just a little worried. Then he regretfully apologized for forcing her to go with him. He will fight in the vanguard. As soon as it becomes too dangerous, they will immediately retreat. But Satsuki immediately screamed, no, she will try her best. She can fight in close combat. She can even act as bait if necessary. Ikenos Ikoma hurried to stop her. She shouldn't say that. Her curses will be enough. Kisaragi Satsuki explained in frustration that her curses were quite weak. Then Ikoma clarified, he also mastered the skill of draining mana. Mana drain is a skill that absorbs the target's magical energy. This is great for fighting strong monsters. This skill also allows you to restore the mana of your allies. This is incredibly useful for gravity masters. With this skill you can fight without worrying about mana depletion. Thanks to this forever, you can stay in the rift longer and increase your level. Hearing this, Satsuki asked again, isn't this magic weak and ineffective? There are also spells that do much more damage. But Ikenos Ikoma explained that this particular question arises from ignorance. He will be bait. He will lure the monsters out so she can attack them. At that moment a menacing roar of the monster was heard. The information window explained that this was a circus bear with a level of 26. It tried to strike Ikoma, but he managed to jump away and shouted at Satsuki to start now. Then Kisaragi Satsuki began to create a bullet of darkness spell. Immediately after this, a blue stream of energy appears, which flies straight towards the circus bear. The bear begins to growl in pain. Ikoma sees this and shouts that everything went great, now it's his turn. He jumps high up, casts the double gravity spell and mortally wounds the bear in the head with his sword. When he lands, he announces that he's done with it. The information window specifies that 212 experience points have been received. Satsuki screams in surprise that she immediately gained 3 levels. She is of course happy, but she has the feeling that she is some kind of parasite. Ikoma immediately tells her not to think that way, he needs her strength. Besides, it is also important for him that she raises the level because they are allies. Kisagari Satsuki repeated, they are allies. What is this feeling? When she worked with others, she never felt this way. Ikoma added that he also gained a new level. She offers with a smile to continue trying to work together. Ikeno's Ikoma said with a smile that she shouldn't overexert herself. Kisaragi Satsuki looked at him and thought that she was so uptight and insecure, but he helped her open up. Her fighting instincts are also well preserved. She'll definitely do it. She will be able to defeat the boss and get rare weapons. After some time, Ikeno's Ikoma previously told Satsuki that in his past life Shin Kaoru received this weapon. Having gained power, he became one of the most terrible criminals among adventurers. He thought that if he did not get this weapon, history would certainly change for the better. He needs to get this item at any cost. He then also explained that Kaoru would take over this rift much later, so there shouldn't be any problems. At this time, in another part of the fault, a man with a huge hammer shouts that everything is very bad. The man swings a hammer and wants to hit the guy with red hair, but the guy manages to duck down. He then shouts the killing thrust spell and deals the killing blow to the man. He holds a knife in his hands and says that the man should have been more careful when he fought. Then he looks down and turns to the man again and shouts to him that at his level he doesn't calculate his abilities at all. He must fill in that their world does not work on the principle of kill or die. And why is it so much easier to hunt people of the same level than monsters? The information window specifies that his name is Shin Kaoru, and he is level 37. At this time, Ikamu shouts a spell, double gravity. Then he directs a glowing ball at the monster and it dies. The information window clarifies that it was a level 27 killer doll. Satsuki is surprised to say that even though she just attacks with magic from behind, her level is growing very quickly. The information window clarifies that Kisaragi Satsuki is level 22 and Ikeno's Ikoma is level 27. She apologizes again that he has to go everywhere with her. She thinks he could have done it much faster alone. But Ikoma goes further and says that at this level, monsters are not so dangerous. Their movement is easy to read. As he already said, magic is a very powerful class. Satsuki says that she understood this, but maybe they will already be returning. They have little mana left. Ikeno's Ikoma thinks this is true. He looks at the information board where it is indicated that he has 41 health points out of 57 points. He also has 16 mana points left out of 45 points. He says thoughtfully that he enhances his characteristics by manipulating gravity. But Satsuki notes that if there is less than half of the mana left, then you need to return to the guild. Ikoma agrees, it looks like it's time. Kisaragi Satsuki asks in surprise why. A monster appears in front of them and the information window specifies that it is a goblin clown with level 24. Ikoma sees this and announces that everything is fine, the preparations are complete. He then grabs the goblin clown and yells at Satsuki to use the mana drain curse. She looks at it enthusiastically and thinks if there is a mana drain in an immobilized demon, then the mana can be sucked endlessly. In addition, thanks to this skill, you can restore mana to an ally. Suddenly she stops and asks she understood Ikoma's logic, but maybe it's still not worth torturing this so much. Ikoma calms her down and, holding the goblin clown, replies, it's okay, she can't faint. Then Kisaragi Satsuki casts a mana drain spell. A blue stream of energy begins to emanate from her staff, which passes through the goblin. After a while they finish draining the mana from it and Ikoma says that now they need to move on. Satsuki turns around and says that she still feels a little sorry for it. A dead goblin clown lies on the floor. Satsuki then exclaims, Ikoma needs to restore his mana. He turns around and tells her that she shouldn't be shy. She agrees with this. Ikeno's Ikoma sits down on the floor and Satsuki begins to restore his mana. After a while he looks at the information window and says that everything is fine. His mana has been restored from 16 to 25 units. But Kisaragi Satsuka says upset, a similar effect is not so strong, she was only able to restore 9 units. But Ikoma told her that it's okay, she needs to use 6 more goblins and that's it. Satsuki exclaimed in bewilderment, 6 more. He calmly asked, what is it? They will also be able to raise the level. After some more time, Ikoma fights the goblin. He screams that the goblin should get what he deserves. He happily notes that it was the 6th. How is Satsuki doing with mana? She explains that mana has almost been restored. The information window notifies that Kisaragi Satsuki's level has increased to level 24, and Ikeno's Ikoma's level has increased to level 28. She is happy to say that using such tactics, you can hunt and level up for a long time. Ikoma compliments this, but don't rush to restore your mana. If you make a mistake, it can lead to serious consequences. but if you do everything correctly, you can fight even 100 demons. They then look at the information window and Satsuki happily notes that she has leveled up so much just today. This is the first time she has seen such progress. When training in the guild, they were told that they could not fight monsters of the same level or higher. Ikenos Ikoma listens to this and thinks about it. After a while he says that he doesn't think he can learn anything in the guild, but he is sure that the level cannot be raised without taking risks. Kisaragi Satsuki hears this and frowns at him. For some time they walk along the corridors of the rift and she notices that they have already gone quite deep. How far do they want to go? Suddenly Ikoma stops and says that they are there. There is a door in front of them. He approaches the door and, opening it, says that their goal is the boss of the Mad Theater. No one expects the rift to be cleared on the second day. Suddenly she stutters and says that she has never seen the boss. Today she will see the boss for the first time. Ikoma listens to her carefully and asks if she is worried. If she's not sure, they can go back. But she sharply shouts that this is not necessary. AI was constantly angry with her because she was constantly afraid. That's why she wants to change. If he needs her strength, then he can count on her. He looks at her for a moment and then smiles. Then he puts his hands together and exclaims, "Great. In that case, they can go to the boss." At this point, Satsuki thoughtfully asks, but will his strategy against the boss really work? Ikoma approaches the door and confidently answers, "Of course." As he already said, the shaman is perfect for fighting this boss. After that, they open the door and walk inside. They are surrounded by darkness. Suddenly a glow appears above their heads and they look up. A huge clown with a bloodthirsty smile descends from above. The information window clarifies that this is the boss of the Mad Theater Rift. This is called the Crazy Clown. This one is level 35. And Kisaragi Satsuki exclaims in horror, "Is this the boss?" She continues to look at it, but Ikoma seriously replies that if they overcome this, they will be able to get a unique weapon. He then shouts that he and Satsuki must work according to plan. At this very moment, Shin Kaoru peeks out from behind the door. He watches them closely and then smiles slyly. The clown continues to descend towards them and laugh madly. Ikoma shows Satsuki with his hand. She starts to run to the side, and he thinks that first he should distract the attention of this one so that she can get into position. This boss has a large amount of health and high regeneration. The information window shows that the Crazy Clown has 122 health points and 122, 71 mana points and 71 points. The Crazy Clown also restores 12 health units every 60 seconds. Ikenos Ikoma at this time has 47 health points out of 60 points, as well as 45 mana points out of 48 points. Kisaragi Satsuki has 32 health points out of 45, 43 mana points out of 47. Ikoma notes that with this level it will be very difficult to defeat the clown. You will have to play with it a little. He begins to run straight at the clown, at which time it laughs loudly and forms a bright glowing one in its hands, and then points it upward. Ikoma runs up to it and shouts a gravity weakening spell. He also thinks that 1.5 meters with such jerks he will be able to dodge this attack. At this time, Kisaragi Satsuki casts the bath-sucking spell and blue energy streams begin to appear from her staff, which penetrate directly into the clown. But it continues to laugh. Satsuki sighs excitedly. Ikoma sees this and shouts for her to run and head for the gate. She shouts that she will do it. Then she starts running. The clown laughs even louder, and red glowing rays begin to emanate from this. Wow, the lump is screaming for her to stay closer to the center, otherwise she might get slammed into the walls. Red glowing rays begin to emerge from the clown's eyes, and it continues to laugh loudly. The Crazy Clown turns to Satsuki and begins to approach her with his mouth open, from which flames burst out. She starts to run away from it, then it releases even more fire. At this moment, Ikoma screams so that the clown does not forget about him. It begins to turn in his direction, but its nose also begins to quickly run away. Then the clown begins to laugh with his mouth wide open. Nobody starts running around and attacking the clown. Satsuki looks at this and marvels, his attacks are so fast. Ikoma asks the clown if it wants to escape. Then he makes a big jump again and moves from one side of the room to the other. The clown reacts and slowly blocks his way, and exclaims with irritation that the passage to the gate is closed. The clown looks at him with a big smile. Kisagari Satsuki sees this and exclaims with excitement, "Ikamama." He casts gravitational shift spells, but suddenly there is a big explosion and the clown slowly falls silent in bewilderment. The insect ends up on the ceiling and screams at it to get a grip. He's here. The Crazy Clown looks up and smiles again. Ikoma mentally notes that the skill works even better than he expected. He then remembers that Kisaragi Satsuki asked if he wanted to attack from a certain distance. He thinks that the Mad Theater boss's attacks are very fast. If it moves too slowly, it will simply burn out. But if you attack from afar, the boss will have big problems. Satsuki suddenly casts a mana drain spell. The clown freezes and cannot laugh. Satsuki exclaims in fear, "No," and Ikoma was too far from cover. Did it really hurt him? She then creates a protective shield. The clown reaches out to the cleaner, but Ikoma sees that something has happened. He exclaims in delight that the clown has run out of mana. A barrage of fire and fast movement consumes a lot of mana. The crazy clown is highly dependent on his mom. At this moment, the crazy clown is trying to run away, but the coma notices this and begins to run as fast as he can towards him. I will now pass the spell, the Fall of Meteors. He attacks the clown and notes that without skill, its movement is very slow. Ikoma ends up on the back of the clown, points the sword at it and says that it may not even think about escaping. At this moment, Satsuki also points his staff at this and casts a spell, We Shoot. The clown feels great pain, but Ikoma attacks him again with a double gravity spell, and then he jumps up and strikes. Ikenos Ikoma then sheathes his sword and notes that the boss of the Mad Theater has been defeated. The information window notifies that he has received 1043 experience points, his level has been increased to 30, received 6 skill points. Satsuki also happily exclaims that this is great. They really did it. So what's now? Ikoma explains that the portal will close over time, so it's better to get out of here quickly. Kisaragi Satsuki clarifies what will happen if they don't manage to get out. In response to this, Ikoma turns to her and reassures her that they don't need to be in such a hurry. The portal will close only in half a day. She scratches her head in embarrassment and answers, That's how it is. I should have said this right away. Then she looks ahead and sees something unfamiliar. She turns to him and asks what it is. Ikoma looks at this carefully and answers, Probably. This is a boss item. Clown Blade. The best item for gravity masters. He picks up the blade and explains that the power of it is beyond imagination. From here he clarifies, is this the same item that he so wanted to receive? Ikoma confirms this. The information window notifies that the clock and blade has a rank of C, adds 11 points to attack and speeds up the activation of skills, reduces mana costs. Kisaragi Satsuki looks at it and says with delight, This is a C rank item. But to be honest, it doesn't look very strong. Ikoma crosses her arms and says that she is wrong here. Rank and attack power are not important. The strength of this blade lies in its ability. It improves all classes that rely on skills. This is the strongest blade possible. He will be able to use gravitational force faster, and will also reduce mana consumption. Thanks to this, he will be able to make up for all his weaknesses. Kisaragi Satsuki responds with great surprise that she now understands this, and the coma again explains that this is true. The adventurer who received this item in a past life, with the help of the power of this, was able to rise to a rank. However, he chose to become an assassin, and Ikoma will be able to prevent this. With these words, he tightens his grip on the clown blade in his hand. I have to look at it and think, repeating his words, a weapon that makes up for his weaknesses. She suddenly gets scared and asks Ikoma. It turns out that he doesn't need her anymore. Ikenos Ikoma looks away and regretfully says that he would like to continue her cooperation, but even with this, his mother ends very quickly. Satsuki listens to this and understands and answers, That's how. She then aims her gaze at the blade and exclaims that from now on they are rivals. After a while, these Ikoma looks at the information window and notes that his level has also increased, so he has some experience points. To become the strongest adventurer, don't forget your agility, or maybe improve your gravity skills first. He thinks it would be better to take something else. After these words, he presses the accept button and says that everything is fine. The information window shows that the gravity magic skill has been upgraded to level 2. 10 skill points were spent. Also, the gravity control skill has been improved to the 3rd level. 15 skill points were spent. Ikoma then takes a closer look at the information window and exclaims, Did he get a new skill? After this, the information window announces that a new skill, Gravity Field, has been acquired. Thinks that with the skill of controlling gravity and other weapons, it will be much easier for him to use magic. Now he wants to try so many things, where should he start? At this time, Satsuki stands nearby and looks at him with joy. Suddenly they both hear someone asking if he was late. They turn to the side and see a stranger in front of them. He comes out of the column clapping his hands and asks, Are they finished yet? It wasn't bad. The icon looks at him and thinks, What a bad time this is. Did he use the disguise skill to hide his presence and watch their battles? If they lost, he would use the information about the boss's skills. This one would defeat him without any problems. Most likely this is exactly what he wanted to do. This is, of course, a complete act. But in his past life, this often happened. Then he looks even more carefully at the guy with red hair and asks if he has met him somewhere before. He then realizes that it is Shin Kaoru. He is the wielder of a clown blade from a past life. He's an adventurer killer. Why is he here? It took him a lot longer to get here before. They couldn't meet him during the boss fight. Then he realizes something again, this can't be happening. And in his previous life, he did exactly the same. For the sake of this weapon, he killed the adventurers who remained after the battle with the boss. What's the matter? Shin doesn't answer, but asks what interesting weapon he has. Is it a boss item? Can he look at it a little? Wow. Koma clutches the blade tighter and says with a sly grin that he most likely won't allow this. Kaoru looks at him and thinks he is a fool. He shouldn't have let his guard down. As soon as he kills him, then have a little fun with his girl. He then asks why Ikoma doesn't follow with his feet. At that very moment he quickly runs towards him and makes a fatal lunge. Ikoma manages to react and dodges. Kaoru runs past without hitting him. Then he turns and exclaims, "Wow!" Immediately after this, Ikoma tries to counterattack Shin Kaoru, but he also manages to fly to the side. Ikenos Ikoma irritably thinks what a pity that he managed to evade. He wanted to stab him while he was using his skill, but he moves too fast. Compared to them, he is on a completely different level. Shin Kaoru then turns to them and says that it was funny. How did he understand? He had already killed many people, no one could guess. Kisaragi Satsuki fearfully asks Ikoma what is this. He shouts to her that Shin Kaoru wants to kill them and take the blade. He is a killer, a master of speed. This is a class that specializes in surprise attacks. Kaoru says that it's not nice to tell everything at once, but so be it, he won't talk for long. After that, he looks at the blade and tells Ikoma to give it to him, and then perhaps he will spare their lives. Ikoma looks attentively and does not answer that the problem with solving a crime in the dungeons is that no one can find the evidence. He is sure that Shin Kaoru is not the type to just let him go. Kaoru looks back in bewilderment. Suddenly he starts laughing and says that Ikenos Ikoma is right. He is smart and also brave, but very soon he will beg for his quick death. With these words he begins to prepare for the attack. Ikoma also stares back, not at all intimidated by him. It's getting dangerous. Shin Kaoru, he was a killer who hunted adventurers, and it was he who wielded the clown blade. He should have considered the possibility that he might arrive at the rift earlier. This miscalculation could cost them their lives. He was dumbfounded in anticipation of the terrifying turn of events, and Satsuki with a saddened look said to him, "Ikoma." He shouted at her not to come, causing her to narrow her eyes. Assassins specialize in fast and unexpected attacks. They target spellcasters first. If they are nearby, then we can assume that the person is already finished. Therefore, she should under no circumstances approach him. He covered it with his hand and said that he could handle it on his own. Ikoma looked at Kaoru with a menacing look and thought, even alone he is a strong opponent. But against Kaoru's Shin he has no chance to cope. Their level difference is too big. There is also a difference in skill. In addition, he will definitely aim at Satsuki. He pointed his knife in her direction and screamed loudly, which made her dumbfounded, and Ikoma used a gravity reduction spell, pointing his sword at him. Kaoru was surprised by this action and said, "Wow, what's the matter? Has he never killed people before?" Ikoma sharply pulled his sword to the side and Kaoru informed him that he had killed a bunch of people. Unlike him, such experience gives a huge advantage in battle. Kaoru smiled, looking in his direction, and thought he thinks he can have a little fun with him. Ikoma gritted his teeth because he noticed the upcoming attack and thought he could barely withstand its onslaught and could not find a gap in its defense. He again directed his magical powers in his direction. Suddenly Kaoru turned back with a frightened look and he thought his blade no longer shakes, so did he really fool him? With each swing, it adapts better to his movements. This is impossible. Satsuki grabbed her staff and clutched it tightly to her chest. Kaoru continued to think his level is much lower than his. Sadness was visible in Satsuki's eyes. She looked at Ikoma and with a thoughtful expression on her face realized that not only was he very smart, but she had never met a person stronger than him. A bright magic circle formed behind him and he thought, looking intently towards Kaoru, it's good that they managed to get the clown blade. By speeding up skill activation, he can switch between his skills faster. This helps him a lot in his battle with him. Plus, mana consumption has been reduced, so you don't have to worry about that for now. Kaoru got angry and shouted loudly that he was annoying him. Enough games. At that moment, a blow hit his face and he flew to the side, after which he gathered his courage, tried to straighten his position and looked at the icon with hatred. Ikoma, in turn, used the poison needle spell and directed his magical powers in his direction, at which Kaoru was very surprised and shouted, "What? Yes, this cannot be." He stood there in a daze and thought, wondering if he had deflected a poisonous needle at such a distance. Kaoru stared at him and sharply shouted that he was just lucky. After these words, he suddenly ran to attack him and shouted that he should not confess. Ikoma was right in front of him. Kaoru smiled an ominous smile and realized that he was caught. After that, he pointed his knife to the Ikoma's throat and used a fatal lunge. But the Ikoma, in turn, created double gravity and Kaoru flew to the side, grabbed his hand and screamed that he was in great pain. Ikoma stopped and said, "He is too predictable. When using skills, assassins always aim for the neck." Kaoru got angry and wondered, looking at him intently, who is this kid? Ikoma continued to speak to him with an arrogant expression on his face, so no matter how many times he uses it, his movement is too easy to read. Opposite them at some distance was Satsuki, who waved her staff a little and used the darkness bullet spell. Kaoru came to his senses when he saw a bright light above his body, which is why he suddenly tried to rush from his place and realized that he was in a terrible situation. Ikoma at that moment swung his sword and attacked him straight in the face. His blood spilled, he screamed loudly in pain and said what a freak he was, how dare he do this. His eye is destroyed. He grabbed his bloody face with his hands and Ikoma thought he already knows all of his skills, so he failed to take him by surprise. With the help of gravity he can keep up with his movements, but the whole problem lies in mana. After the boss fight there was almost none left. The system window reports that he is level 30, his health is 35 out of 64, and his mana is 8 out of 51. It is only a matter of time before the mana runs out. If this happens, it will simply kill him. He jumped up, sword in hand, and shouted that he needed to end this. Kaoru grabbed the dagger with one hand and realized how terrible it was. He continued to hold his face with his hand and wondered, looking at the icon with one eye, what was the matter? Why can't he do anything to oppose him? The longer they fight, the better he understands his movement. Why is he so strong? He needs to think of something. Ikoma disappeared from his sight and Kaoru called him a freak for exploiting his blind spot. At this moment, Ikoma jumped up sharply and headed towards Kaoru, who was using shadow jump. Ikoma paused. He did not like this action, and he sharply swung his brightly shining sword. Kaoru continued to look at him and think, he has an advantage. Why should he be in such a hurry? Suddenly a smile appeared on his face and he realized that it seemed that he had not had time to recover from the battle with the boss. This guy is really strong. If he had survived this day, he might have become a hero, but now he will be finished. He was in a state of incredible rage and anticipation of his victory, after which he shouted that he was very lucky that he had encountered him. Ikoma and Satsuki stood nearby and looked into his eyes with wariness. He laughed loudly and sinisterly at their situation. After that, he began to attack Ikoma and come closer to him. Satsuki used her darkness bullet spell again. Everything around lit up with a bright blue color and the magical whirlwind headed towards Kaoru, who did not give the appearance that it could hurt him. He used the Shadow Leap spell and easily escaped from her spell. Suddenly Satsuki was very wary of what had happened and realized that she couldn't hit him at all. Kaoru was already close to the Ikoma, who was trying to move back a little. Satsuki watched the tired expression on Ikoma's face and thought everything was fine, but Ikoma suddenly began to lose. Kaoru beamed with joy and shouted, "That's it, let him kill him or die himself." It wasn't often that he got the chance to kill someone like him. Ikoma looked at him angrily and there were several flashes of light between them, after which Kaoru continued to shout at him, inviting him to have some more fun. Ikoma made a sharp movement with his hand and the blade of the sword flashed over the face of Kaoru, who was able to dodge with dexterity. Ikoma looked at him and Kaoru realized that this maneuver was really close. Ikoma again moved to attack him and at that moment blood began to flow from Kaoru and he began to cough. A bloody abrasion appeared under his chin. He flew to the side and stopped. Then he shouted, let him show him everything he is capable of. Using the reduction in gravity, he even developed some acrobatic skills. The Shin simply attacks head-on. His attacks are easy to block. Did he really realize that he had little mana? Kaoru laughed loudly again and jumped high, thinking that somehow Ikoma was still holding up well. They stopped opposite each other at some distance again and Kaoru realized that this was probably a skill for strengthening the body. Once his mana runs out, he will be finished. After that, he asked him a question with a smirk, so is he already at his limit? This is great. Many bright rays flashed around his body and Ikoma realized that his mana was almost gone. He must defeat him at the first opportunity. Kaoru approached him, extending one hand towards him and shouted for him to get hit by him. Ikoma had the opportunity to jump high, which surprised Kaoru and he stared at him. Ikoma made some deft moves in the air and Kaoru wondered why he was able to jump like that. Is this his next skill? Now he won't be able to dodge. What a moron he is. Ikoma understood that right now he needed to use double gravity and strike him. His hand and sword glowed with purple magical light and he thought about the fact that he was now using all his remaining mana. He used the meteor fall spell, everything lit up with its magical light and he got close to Kaoru, who fell on his back to the ground and broke it into several pieces from the strong fall. He watched the Ikoma's movements in bewilderment and did not understand where he got such power from. At that moment, their weapons collided with each other. The strength of the Ikoma began to exceed him and he said in a trembling voice that he could not believe it. After which he screamed loudly from fatigue and at that moment the Ikoma struck his entire body and destroyed him. He caught his breath and the system window informed him that his mana was completely gone. Satsuki, who was standing nearby, put her hand to her chest and said, Ikoma. After which she expressed delight on her face and shouted, he was able to cope with him. She was very happy, but at that moment Ikoma turned to her and said in a trembling voice that this was not so, he had made a big mistake. He continued to speak. Satsuki, after these words disappointment appeared on her face. Ikoma began to descend to the ground, and behind him, Kaoru began to approach him, who was easily able to rise to his feet. He came closer and closer to him and said with an ironic mood, what a pity. Looks like he has no more mana, what a poor guy he is. Kaoru's clothes were torn and his whole body was bloody, but he still smiled and had a lot of strength. Ikoma looked at Satsuki with sadness and told her to run away from here, now he doesn't have enough strength to chase her. Kaoru told him in surprise, "Guy, he's really cool." Immediately after the boss battle, he was able to fight him on equal terms. Satsuki was dumbfounded by the foreshadowing of trouble, but did not take a step to the side. She tried to understand what was happening because she couldn't believe it. Kaoru continued to talk, with such ballast he was able to injure him, he likes him. Let him tell him his full name, Ikoma. He clenched his teeth in anger, and at that moment Satsuki lowered her saddened gaze and began to reflect on the fact that she knew that she was a burden. If she had given up like Ai said, Ikoma wouldn't have lost. She remembered his words that she had to trust him, that he needed her strength. As he grabbed her hand, she felt that moment, and suddenly drops of tears appeared on her face, and the expression on her face became confident. Ikoma answered Kaoru that he would not say anything to such a non-entity like him. Kaoru grinned and said in a trembling voice, "But you shouldn't be so rude to him, because he is the first person he recognized." He swung a knife at him and shouted with a smile on his face that he would always remember him, Ikoma. At this moment, Satsuki decided to join the battle in defense of Ikoma and screamed, "Bullet of Darkness." A bright magical light appeared behind Kaoru and he was in a daze for a few seconds, after which he turned around and screamed, "What a horror." He grunted loudly from the blows coming towards him and tried to get rid of the Satsuki staff, throwing it aside. After that, he looked at her with a menacing look and thought that she was a fool. She attacked him from his blind spot. He clutched his stomach and his teeth clenched with tension. Ikoma turned sharply to Satsuki and asked the question, was it her? She ran up to him, grabbed him by the shoulder and shouted that they needed to get out of here quickly. He looked at her sadly and said he had no strength left. She screamed back at him, Ikoma. He showed her that she was capable of a lot. Sparks of magic appeared in her hands and she took advantage of the restoration of mana by placing her hands on the Ikoma's back. He looked at her in bewilderment. Kaoru noticed everything that was happening, approached her from behind, grabbed a knife in his hands and said that she was making him very angry so that later she would die. He aimed a deadly attack spell at her. She noticed this, turned around sharply and continued to be in a frenzy for several seconds. Suddenly, sparks of Ikoma magic appeared in the darkness, who thanked Satsuki and told her that she was his savior. At the same moment, he protected Satsuki, pointing his sword towards Kaoru and looked at him with a menacing look. Kaoru examined it more closely and thought about it, wondering if this skill restores mana. He's a miserable coward. They fought together from the very beginning. Ikoma turned to him and said he was wounded and his mana was restored. So which one of them will die today? Shin Kaoru. Kaoru had a look of hatred on his face, and after a moment he loudly shouted at him that he was a freak. Ikoma pointed his sword in his direction and a fierce struggle began between them. They looked into each other's eyes and continued fighting. With the last of his strength, Kaoru said, "This is not all black magic." A brightly shining magic circle appeared in front of him. Satsuki took notice and grabbed her staff, pressing it tightly towards her. Suddenly, Kaoru's hand glowed with purple light, which Ikoma used to create gravity magic. Ikoma, with a serious expression on his face, placed the sword to his chest and pointed the end of the sharp blade upward, causing several magical rays to form from above. And he said, his magic takes too long to activate. In the previous life, the activation speed was increased due to the effect of this weapon. Kaoru looked at his actions with a frightened expression on his face and he said that he would not have time to do anything. At the same moment, Kaoru screamed loudly and spread his arms. A huge purple magic ball appeared in front of his face. He pondered, wondering how this was even possible and why he was losing when his level was so much higher. He looked at the majestic figure of the Ikoma. The crime investigation department is not yet so developed in cases inside the rifts, so if someone kills, there is no way to prove it. However, this time Satsuki is also present. Kaoru was leaning against the wall, which was partially crushed by the intense impact. Ikoma looked into the distance and said, he will look after him. Let Satsuki report this incident to the Rift Crime Department for now. She shouted back at him, yes. After conquering the rift, demons no longer appear, so she can return back without any problems. She ran towards the exit. Ikoma looked after her with a serious expression on his face, and Kaoru, holding his hand with a tired expression on his face, looked at him and thought, he's just a child. Where does he get so much strength? Ikoma turned to him and a bright spark appeared in his eyes, which made Kaoru very scared when he saw it and realized that he was radically different from everyone he had ever met. Who is he anyway? After some time, Kaoru and Satsuki found themselves in a public institution. They sat opposite each other at a table, sang drinks, and looked at something on their phones. Ikoma read the news that a serial killer of adventurers had been caught. The Rift Crime Squad was able to catch a dangerous criminal. Ikoma wondered, looking away to the side, does that mean he was captured safely? Satsuki replied with a satisfied smile on her face. She thought they would ask a lot more questions. Ikoma said, crime in the Rift is difficult to solve. If the perpetrator is unknown, the department will drop the case. With the emergence of faults, the situation in the country has changed greatly. The crime rate outside the faults has decreased, and control over emergency situations has increased significantly. Also, due to changes in social structures, the number of poor people increased sharply. This is not surprising, because their well-being has now faded into the background. Satsuki spoke. She knew that there was crime in the rifts, but she did not at all expect that they might encounter a killer. He asked her again, is she worried? Such incidents are not uncommon in the life of an adventurer. Such is their world. Unfortunately, this does not apply to him, but this does not mean that there is no other way to survive than to become an adventurer. Satsuki grabbed the sweet drink with both hands and said, if she said she wasn't worried, she would be lying. After these words, she remembered how he thanked her for saving her life, and said that at that moment she felt that she had become a real ally for him. She was very happy and she was sure that she would have to go through many more trials. But when she is next to him, she has the feeling that she is capable of anything. She said this in such an emotional outburst that Ikoma was dumbfounded with surprise. Suddenly he felt a little uncomfortable. He looked away, scratched his face and said back to her, well then he hopes for her in the future, and gave her his hand to squeeze. She shook his hand and said with undisguised delight, yes. After some time, she finished her drink and they continued talking. He thought, looking at her carefully, Kisaragi Satsuki is not a bad person. She continued to tell him with embarrassment on her face. There is a lot she doesn't understand yet, so she tries to do everything she is told, but someday she will learn to make decisions on her own in order to always be useful to the team. She also thinks that AI also didn't like this trait of hers, and that's probably why she was so angry at her. But when she is around an Ikoma, she feels like she can overcome any difficulties. She imagined them in a relationship, which made her feel very embarrassed. Ikoma watched her expression with a dumbfounded look and she said, so if it bothers him, she would like to stay in the group with him forever. She looked at him with incredible admiration. He had nothing to answer, so he spoke like this. He began to think that she really is a good person, but sometimes she talks too much. She continued to tell something with a beaming smile on her face, but Ikoma looked at her with the same smile and wondered, I wonder where her switch is. At this moment, strangers noticed their presence, which they were surprised by, and began to whisper among themselves and wonder if these were not the two heroes from the rumors. They defeated the boss and caught the killer in one day. Ikoma heard these remarks, turned to the people and said, it seems they are now celebrities, and that is putting it mildly. They both turned to the side and noticed many people gathered nearby, watching them. One of them was C, who was holding a phone in his hand and with a smile on his face said to Ikoma that now he is on the lips of all guilds. Ikoma pronounced his name. He came closer to them, looked at the phone and said that he didn't exactly remember the name, but he was now on any video. They collect information from various sources and create their own legends about him. Of course, his real name is still unknown. Sometimes people greatly exaggerate, but the fact remains that he is now a celebrity. He shouted it loudly in his face, causing Ikoma and Satsuki to be dumbfounded. Sai continued to say that this was why he would definitely recruit them into his team. Suddenly, AI appeared right there, shouting to Satsuki with joy on her face that she had finally found her. She came closer and said with a fake smile on her face that she had been looking for her everywhere. She took her hand and apologized for saying too much to her. She has thought about a lot, so she asks her to come back to her. They are allies after all. Satsuki looked at her in surprise and asked again, AI. AI immediately asked her a question. Well, how much could she earn for clearing the rift? Surely she has raised her level. At this moment, Satsuki's expression changed to sad and she did not answer her. AI continued to say, now she is confident that she will become an indispensable part of the team. Satsuki turned to the Ikoma, who was sitting opposite in the same frenzy, and told him that it had become too noisy in here. She invited him to leave. He agreed with this proposal and the two of them walked away from the annoyed C and AI, who were angry at their refusal. AI shouted after her to stop and not leave. But Satsuki and Ikoma still left the room and went for a walk along the streets of the city. Ikoma turned back and asked Satsuki if they were friends. She asked him better not to say anything. It was some kind of stranger. He was a little embarrassed by her indifferent answer and said that he understood everything. She told him, and this is really very popular, that video from the incident. He said that videos from faults always attract a lot of attention. These recordings are posted on the websites of many popular companies. Strategies for capturing rifts, ASMR, that is, sounds of rifts, live broadcast straight from the rift. They don't do this for fun, it's all for views and profit. They understand that the fault is a dangerous place, right? Satsuki suddenly shouted back. So many people were sitting on guard and watching this. Should she really unsubscribe from the channel? He told her that he could do it as he wanted. After which he wondered, is she really their fan? After some time, many sounds were made in one of the dark caves. The girl looked at the phone and mocked, and this month there were over 1 million views. She is the best in the world. Suddenly she saw the video and wondered what was going on. Serial killer mysterious adventurer. What? This video has way more views than her. The The knight standing behind her told her that nothing could be done about it. Now this video is more popular than hers, madam. She asked him again, is her video more popular? Well, I do not. She should make a new video that will top this. Many people liked how quickly they cleared the rift. She doesn't like this guy. This lady's name is Sanji Sena and she is a rift explorer. After some time, Ikoma and Satsuki were again in a public place and sat at a table opposite each other. Suddenly Satsuki asked him with embarrassment, her weapon. He replied, exactly that. As you level up, the rarity of the monsters you need to defeat also increases. Therefore, for the adventurer, weapons play a key role. To compensate for the lack of firepower of the shamans, they need an expensive staff, so in the next rift he hopes to earn as much money as possible. Satsuki became sad and said, putting her hand to her chest, that the staves were probably very expensive for her. He asked her not to worry and said that he wanted his comrade to have a good weapon. These words resonated with Satsuki's heart and she enthusiastically repeated these words in her thoughts, comrades. That's right, they are just comrades with him. Ikoma answered her with a trembling voice, puzzled by her behavior, yes. And he himself began to think about what a naive girl she was. He hopes that everything will work out well in her life. He took out his tablet and started looking for some information on the internet. Satsuki asked him again, but which rift should they go to? He turned the tablet screen towards her and replied, he already has one in mind. This is the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. This was discovered a few days ago and has a very high chance of item drops. You won't find a fault like this anymore. No one yet knows that the tombs of ancient kings are a rare rift. He was able to learn about this from the notes of researchers in a past life. In addition, the dropped items are very expensive and he remembered how he wanted to sell the materials. In this you can easily get rare items, but there shouldn't be many adventurers because there is no information about the rift yet. He looked into the distance with a menacing look and Satsuki thought, he has such a scary face. After some time, they found themselves in the Tomb of the Ancient Kings and went inside the dungeon together. Satsuki kept turning around with a frightened expression on her face. Suddenly a monster warrior skeleton appeared in front of them, which has a level of 29. This creature growled loudly at them. Ikoma pulled out his sword for safety and used a gravity weakening spell. He shouted this out loud and a bright beam of light appeared not far from Satsuki, which illuminated the entire area, causing her to turn away from the light, squinting her eyes. When she was able to open her eyes, she saw how Ikoma jumped high above the body of the skeleton and directed his magical powers at this creature. A moment later, he had already defeated the skeleton and many blood sparks appeared around the body of the skeleton, which began to growl loudly. Ikoma landed nearby and Satsuki looked at him in surprise, thinking what was to be expected from Ikoma. He dealt with such a strong enemy very easily. Piercing attacks are not effective against skeletons. The skeleton smiled and Ikoma turned sharply to Satsuki and asked her to attack this creature with her magic. She heard him and screamed back, yes, and after a moment she straightened her staff and her entire body glowed with blue magical light. At this moment, the skeleton tried to strike the Ikoma with his sword, but he was able to jump away. Suddenly, Satsuki used a dark bullet spell and directed her powers towards the skeleton, and after moments, many fragments scattered everywhere. Ikoma silently opened the system window and it reported that 240 experience points had been received. He said, okay. All that was left of the skeleton was a sheen and a few bones with a skull on the ground. He carefully examined the remaining glowing bones and moved closer to this place. But suddenly Satsuki informed him with a joyful feeling of spirit that there was something else there besides the magic stone. He replied that they were lucky, after which he picked up the Blade of the Ancient Kings, rank D, attack power +8, a mysterious blade emitting a blue glow. Satsuki looked after him questioningly as he said that they were very lucky because they could sell it for about 400,000 yen. She was surprised and screamed, this is so much. He spoke in response, examining the blue blade. Such a blade can be found in few places, so they will quickly find a buyer. She was very happy and tried to say something, asking him a question in a trembling voice, then how much can they earn? He replied, 3 million yen. I know how long it takes to get such a weapon, then this is a very reasonable price. She screamed back at him in incredible surprise, 3 million. He replied with a calm expression, no one has found out yet that this is a rare rift, so they are taking full advantage of it. They should not stop. For 3 days they will continue to obtain items. Satsuki said in a trembling voice, if they mine items for 3 days, then they can make money. At that moment she interrupted her remarks and began to count, and after a moment she said what a wonderful place this is. Her face turned red with joy and suddenly Ikoma heard some sounds and turned around sharply, after which he said that someone was fighting in that direction. Maybe they should check who's there. She followed him with a surprised look. Suddenly, someone's very loud scream was heard in the rift. It was the cry of the mummy monster, which was next to the knight and his mistress, Sena. The two of them fought with the monster. The knight was the first to attack, who began to swing his sword in front of the mummy, who continued to growl loudly and bright bloody splashes began to appear from his body. The knight turned to the lady and said that he was sure that she could handle this. Sana smiled, watching the monster's movements, and asked him a question. "Manager, is the camera ready?" He replied that everything was ready and held a camera in his hands, pointed towards the upcoming battle. She began using magical charm and a fire blade to defeat the mummy monster. All her actions were recorded on camera. Her sword began to glow with a fiery light. She jumped sharply and moved to attack the mummy. She deftly swung at the monster and after a while landed with a joyful expression on her face, stood up and said into the camera, "Hello everyone, researcher Sanji Sana is with them." Today they decided to explore a completely unknown rift. She began to make a report and show the entire area in the rift, reporting that she was able to destroy that monster with one blow. It seems that this place is not so dangerous. At that moment, Satsuki and Ikoma saw them nearby, who came a little closer and began to look at them. Satsuki was surprised by what she saw in front of her and said with delight, "This is a Rift Explorer. It's definitely her." She saw it on several sites with videos of faults. She said to the camera, "Thank you for their support, guys," and suddenly there was a look of bewilderment on Satsuki's face. Ikoma looked at Sane with a menacing look and frowned. Suddenly Satsuki remembered the words of Ikoma, who said that they are not doing this for fun, it's all for views and profit, and she opened her mouth in shock and came to her senses. Exactly. Ikoma doesn't like fault explorers. Suddenly the knight who was filming the happy Sana saw someone's legs from above from the camera angle and wondered what they were. After which he raised his head up. Sana noticed this, which is why she also turned around, saw Ikoma and Satsuki and screamed, "What? Why are they standing there and ruining such a shot for her?" These words irritated Ikoma and Sana continued to scream. She had wasted so much time on preparation and everything went down the drain. She pointed her finger at them and continued to blame them for what happened. Ikoma and Satsuki began to go down the stairs towards them and he asked her a question. Isn't she ashamed of deceiving her fans? She replied with a grin, "It's just a show. She must show herself only from her best side." She approached the knight, looked at the camera and asked, "Well, manager, can they use the already filmed material?" He told her that he would have to edit it a little, but overall there were no problems. They have a ton of great material, so much good material was ruined. While she was in a state of annoyance, Ikoma turned to her and asked her to listen. She turned to him and told him that he was just a rude person. Her name is Sanji Sana, and she is the best Rift Explorer. He answered her with indifference that his name was Ikenos Ikoma, and this was Kisaragi Satsuki. They're sorry they ruined her video. She threw up her hands and said, "But it's okay, they are filming a lot of interesting material." Suddenly he asked her a question, why did she become a Rift Explorer? She asked him again, what kind of nonsense is he asking? Of course she did it for the money. Exploring faults is a very profitable business. Besides, such videos always gain a huge number of views, and if they are popular, they will be offered advertising. Also, thanks to videos, seekers are becoming very popular. She really feels like a real idol. Ikoma said back to her, working as an adventurer is not as easy as she thinks. She better stop before she gets hurt. She was very surprised by these words, which is why she turned around sharply and shouted to him, "What did he say?" He replied, looking back at the approaching monster, "In rifts of this level one cannot relax. If they continue to take this lightly, they may regret it." Sana was dumbfounded, after which she told him with a sad look that he not only ruined her video, but also said nasty things. Satsuki turned to the Ikoma and asked him if maybe he had gone too far with his statements. He replied that he was saying this for their own good. Suddenly the knight turned to Sana and said in a trembling voice, "Madam, there is no need to be so upset. That's right, she should ignore them." Suddenly something alerted her and she asked the manager to prepare the camera. He asked her again, what did she say? She approached the Ikoma and asked, "He is an Ikoma, right?" Then she said that if he says such words, then he must be confident in his abilities. She looked him in the eyes with confidence and shouted that in that case they would have a competition and see who could collect the most magic stones. If she wins, he will apologize and take back his words, and he will do it in front of the camera. And he need not worry, they will definitely make sure that he is not recognized by covering his eyes on camera. And if he wins, then she will obey his every word. He told her, "Oh well." Satsuki was very surprised by this answer and shouted to him, "Ikoma." Sana replied with a smile on her face, "It means everything is decided. Then they will meet at the entrance in 3 hours, and he shouldn't even think about running away." She smiled in his face and after a while they separated. The knight turned to Sana and told her that she was doing well. She decided to put that adventurer in his place and also came up with an idea for the video. Another similar knight manager followed them. She answered him, being seduced, and with such a video her popularity would skyrocket. And they will make a lot of money. In addition, it is very offensive for her to listen to such words. At that moment, she began to think that she would make him take back his words. At this time, the mummy monster was in front of Ikoma and he and Satsuki began to destroy this creature. The monster grabbed the sword and, screaming loudly, attacked them. Suddenly a brightly shining beam appeared in front of the monster, which surprised him very much, and suddenly Ikoma shouted from above, "A meteor falling." The monster was destroyed and the system window reported that 364 experience points were received. The level was increased to 31. 3 skill points were received. He looked into the distance and thought, usually the undead are very slow. Jump up with the help of a gravitational shift, and then finish off the monster with the help of doubling gravity. That's great, they got another artifact. As you would expect from a rare rift. This is a gauntlet of ancient ruins. Class D Satsuki, standing nearby with a prepared staff in his hand, said, Ikoma, and then asked the question, maybe he shouldn't have gone overboard with her like that. He replied, without turning to her, that he was annoyed that they were using the rifts to film some kind of video. He's not going to lose the argument. If they understand that it is dangerous, then it will benefit them. However, if items continue to fall so frequently, it will be difficult to carry it all away. He went down to the bag on the ground and began to open the lock, after which Satsuki herself realized that she already had a full bag. After some time, they approached a brightly glowing entrance. They went inside and found themselves in a closed room where there were many statues, one of which was quite huge. Satsuki wondered what it is it a dead end? Suddenly the huge statue emitted some kind of radiance from its eyes and began to growl loudly. Satsuki turned around sharply and saw that the gate behind them had closed, and now there was no way for them to get out of here. She screamed in fear, what was happening? The exit is closed. Ikoma realized that this was a rift trap. Rift traps are special traps that appear in rifts. They're essentially just traps, but they can be used to your advantage, especially in a portal. He clenched his hand into a fist with a confident expression on his face and realized that he should not miss such a chance. They must get ready, the test is about to begin. The monster growled loudly, the creature's eyes glowed a bright blue. They must prove that they have the wisdom of kings and answer 3 questions to this creature. If they make even one mistake, they will lose their lives. The monster looked into their eyes with a terrifying expression. Satsuki asked in fear with a trembling voice, what is this? Is this a monster? Ikoma answered her, it seems that this is a special type of trap with riddles, and if you answer incorrectly, they will immediately be attacked. They need to try, because this creature has a very high level. She shouted back at him, what did he say? He asked her not to worry because he was not going to lose to this statue. The statue began to tell the first riddle. How many experience points do you need to go from level 1 to level 10? After hearing the question, Satsuki asked again, what? Who would even know that? Suddenly Ikoma answers with complete confidence, 45 points. The monster replied, that's right. Ikoma asked to ask the next question, and at that moment he thought with a smile on his face that he remembered all the answers from his past life. After some time, the monster spoke, then riddle 19 begins, a monster with 3 heads and 4 paws. Ikoma replied, this is a hell of a doll. They were already sitting on the ground in a relaxed position and suddenly Ikoma asked a question, and how long will they continue this? Or is it waiting for them to make a mistake? Let it ask them questions faster because they are already in a hurry. The monster asked again in bewilderment, but why? Satsuki grinned and asked again, so maybe he was already mistaken. Ikoma. Monster shouted, riddle 20 begins. Which monster throws green slime? Ikoma thought, now there has not yet appeared a rift in which you can find green slime. This can only be created with the help of the alchemy skill. That's how things are. The monster shouted. 20 correct answers were made. This simply cannot happen. It does not happen. Suddenly, behind them, the gate opened and Ikoma wondered, did it open? And this statue was so surprised, if it had been anyone else, it would probably have answered incorrectly. Satsuki pointed her finger towards the statue and said to him, Ikoma, something fell out of the statue. He asked her again in surprise, what did she say? This can't be true. He saw in front of him a guardian bracelet, rank B, an item with a subspace in which items could be stored. The size of the space depends on the magical power of the owner. He shouted, this is a very useful and extremely rare item. Satsuki asked again, is it that expensive? He took the item in his hands and replied that if they successfully sold it, they would receive about 10 million. She shouted to him with a questioning expression, 10 million. In such a gap, maybe this is a reward for the number of correct answers. Satsuki said that they spent a lot of time. What about their dispute with Seina? He replied that with this bracelet they will not have problems with objects. He put it on his hand and said with a smile on his face that victory would be theirs. Dealing with ordinary monsters here is not difficult. Skeleton warriors have good defense against swords. But while he is distracted, Satsuki has the opportunity to attack them with magic so they can easily deal with them. Mummies are slow and he has no problem dealing with this using gravity control. They are also vulnerable to mana drain. An information window notifies that Ikenos Ikoma's level has increased from level 31 to level 33. He looks at it and exclaims, great, which is to be expected from a rare fault. He holds 2 objects in his hands and the information window again clarifies that these are knives from ancient ruins. Then he says the word vault and the knives disappear from his hands. He notes that this bracelet is really very useful. Satsuki looks at this with great surprise. Ikoma continues to say they have collected 6 magic stones. He thinks this is enough. decides their main task is to earn money. Now they need to hunt monsters. At this time, Sanji Sena says with excitement that they did it. These guys are so strong. She sits on the floor, knights stand near her, and a mummy lies next to her. One of the knights turns to her and says that they only defeated 2 monsters. At this rate, they will never be able to complete the cleanup. He understands that this is a completely new fault, but those 2 are probably having a hard time too. What happens if they lose? Sena firmly replies that she will then give them money and ask them to forget about this incident. But the knight confusedly asks, what about their video? At that very moment, Ikenos Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki approach them. Ikoma looks at Sanji Sane and says with a grin, it looks like they have time to rest. She screams in bewilderment, what? It's them. Then she stands up and confidently replies she doesn't have any problems with them. How are they getting on with collecting stones? If Ikoma apologizes now, she can cancel the dispute. But he activates the bracelet and says the word, vault. Sanji Sena looks at the pile of stones and swords that has appeared and is horrified. This cannot be. Where do they get so many stones and objects from? That is, what kind of ability and bracelet is this? Ikoma adjusts the bracelet and, looking at her with a grin, asks what's the matter. If she apologizes now, then he will forgive her. But Sena sighs with resentment and then exclaims that their argument is not over yet. He and the manager are moving forward. Ikoma looks after them with irritation. Satsuki approaches him and sadly asks him if he thinks it's too much. But Ikenos Ikoma unflinchingly replies that he was just teasing her a little. He just hopes she doesn't do anything stupid. At this time, Sanji Sena quickly walks along the corridors of the rift, accompanied by knights. Kisaragi Satsuki clarifies, so he is trying to take revenge on that girl, right? But Ikoma seriously replies that she is too frivolous about dungeons, and he doesn't like that. A dungeon is always a risk. Dungeon exploration is not something to be taken lightly. If she continues to treat it the same way, she will soon regret it very much. At this moment, Sanji Sena thinks with zeal that in order to defeat Ikoma, she needs something big. How did it happen that they got so many stones and artifacts? With these words, she grabs her head and moans. The knight next to her replies that they have made good progress, but there is little mana left. Sena starts screaming that she already knows that keeping track of mana is important. But they can't come back and lose. She clenches her teeth in anger and adds that she has not yet shown what she is truly capable of. 8 years ago, the city was in fire and smoke. People shouted that it was a disaster. A large monster was flying in the sky. At that time, fault ruptures occurred very frequently. Sanji Sena remembers how she watched her father ask her to help. The monster presses him to the ground with his foot and he reaches out with his last strength with his hand towards her, screaming so that she does not throw him. Sena hugged her younger brother and looked at her father with regret. Then she grabbed her brother's hand and began to run away with him quickly and for a long time. Tears appeared in her eyes. In a large room there were small booths with curtains. People with children came there. 2 people looked into the booth where Sanji Sena was sitting, her little brother sleeping on her lap. Someone said, these children are lonely, their father must be already dead. The man standing next to him added that they were real poor things. At that moment Sena was watching the interview on her phone. The host announced, here comes Kwon, the 5th rank adventurer in Japan. Kwon said she didn't like the feeling of helplessness in the face of such a disaster, so she worked on her skills for a long time. She is surprised that they decided to show such little things on television. However, she is glad that she can become that brave person for someone who will save them from monsters. Sena looked at her and thought that she wanted to take someone as strong as her, just as kind and sympathetic. However, she wants to inspire not only loved ones, but all people. Then she created a page on the internet under the name Dungeon Explorer Hashinan and gained 100,000 subscribers. After some time, she returned from the memories and realized that she did not want to be looked at high. She must win. After that, she shouted to the knights that they didn't have enough material for the video yet. They need something else. A moment later, she exclaimed joyfully that she had come up with it. Just in time. With these words, she began to run forward along the rift corridor. The knights started running after her and shouting, where is she going? Where is their mistress running? Sanji Sena answered with a smile that while they wanted to return, she remembered one enemy. Then she stops near the bend and looks out from behind the wall. In front of her stands a statue of a large pharaoh with glowing yellow eyes. He looks at the man lying next to him. The information box explains that they are in the tomb of ancient kings. In front of them is the boss of the rift, the fallen pharaoh. The boss is level 40. She exclaims in horror, this cannot be. Rift boss, what is he doing here? How can such a monster end up here? The information window reminds you that Sanji Sane is level 33. She thinks she can't handle this boss. The knights begin to speculate that it seems he was pursuing other adventurers from the depths of the dungeon. They will not be able to oppose anything to Pharaoh. They need to escape. Sena agrees with fear, that's right. If they found a narrow passage, he would not be able to pursue them. but suddenly she hears something and turns her head. She sees how the girl, who lies at the feet of the fallen pharaoh, reaches out to them with her hand and asks them to help her. Sanji Sena recalls how the monster tortured her father. She also recalls an interview with Kyuan, who said that she did not like the feeling of helplessness in the face of disaster. Sena now understood why she was so attracted to her, because she was desperate for help. But she won't run away anymore. She then runs to help the girl. The knights ask in bewilderment where their mistress is going. She screams at them to run away without her. Sena then runs up to the monster and uses his sword to stop it. She shouts to the adventurer's girl that she will detain the boss and the girl must run away. The girl stutteringly replies that she is very grateful to her. The Rift boss sees this and swings his swords and is about to hit her. But suddenly someone appears in front of her and shouts that he won't allow this. Sanji Sena sees the knight in front of him and asks why the manager is doing this. He replies that he is the mistress's main admirer. How can he just run away? Although he is not very good at fighting, he will also show everything he is capable of. At this moment, the pharaoh holds a weapon in 2 hands and with the other 2 hands takes out 2 more. The knights also get ready and take out their swords. Pharaoh's laughter is heard. Soon one of the knights dies. Sena stands next to him and holds her sword with both hands. The other knight starts using the barrier skill and forms a small barrier in front of them. The fallen pharaoh begins to attack and smashes it to pieces. Sena sees this and thinks that she is weak everywhere, both in strength and in agility. She can't win. She is left alone with the sword in front of the boss. He raises his swords over her. Sena looks at this with worry and then closes her eyes tightly. But suddenly Ikenos Ikoma appears and says that she is too reckless. He begins to attack the fallen pharaoh. When Sanji Sena opens his eyes, he sees that Ikoma is holding her in his arms. He used the gravitational shift spell and ended up on the ceiling. She asks him in bewilderment, is he? Why? Ikoma replies that he decided to make sure she didn't cause trouble, and then he heard a story from an escaped adventurer. He remembers his words that if she continues to take this lightly, she may regret it. He also remembers Sane's words, if she wins, he will apologize. Ikenos Ikoma says with a smile, it seems he lost. He is ready to take his words back. But suddenly Pharaoh notices them. Sena gets very scared. It throws a weapon in their direction, but Ikoma uses a gravity reduction spell. While he jumps down, he repels the pharaoh's attacks. He reflects. By reducing the gravity with the skill, he was able to parry the attack with the halberd. Suddenly Satsuki appears near the fallen pharaoh and uses the field of darkness skill. But he repels the attack and howls loudly. Satsuki can't believe it. He survived the attack. Her magic is useless. When Ikoma and Sena land on the floor, he examines the knights and reflects. They are seriously wounded. They cannot escape. Their opponent is also a high-rank Rift boss. The situation couldn't be worse. The information window reminds you that the fallen pharaoh is level 40. Ikenos Ikoma continues to reason. Although the clone blade reduces the gravity of opponents when attacking, it will be more difficult to please than with that clown. Things are bad. Sanji Sena seriously exclaims that the knight came here because of her. She can't just run. In response to this, Ikoma tightens his grip on the blade and tells her not to worry. He will provide them with safety and will not mind testing their strength. He then orders Satsuki to restore Sane's mana, and he will buy them time. After this, Ikoma prepares to attack and thinks that Sanji Sena used a fire enchantment. She is a magical swordsman who fights in close combat with little magical support. She must have a healing skill. The information window confirms that Sanji Sena has a magic sword class. Ikoma continues to think while he distracts the enemy, she will restore health with the help of healing, and with the help of shaman skills, she will restore mana. As gravity decreased, he increased his speed, however, his attack power decreased. For now his goal is to disable the enemy so there are no problems. But the difference in levels is too high. The information window clarifies that Ikenos Ikoma is level 33. He wonders if he can cope using only the gravity reduction skill. Ikoma is preparing to attack when suddenly one of the knights rises and gives him the skill to increase speed. When Ikoma notices this, he turns to the knight. He asks with his last strength to save their mistress. Ikoma replies that he will do it. Suddenly the boss throws him aside. Ikenos Ikoma realizes that this boss's strength is that he is big and fast. It is difficult to predict the moment to attack. The fallen pharaoh howls loudly and strikes Ikoma, but he parries it. Ikenos Ikoma notes that he is incredibly fast. If this affects him too, then there will be big problems. He must hold out until help arrives. At this time one of the knights. He tries to find his mistress, but notices Ikoma fighting the boss. He wonders what's going on. Such fast and deft movements. With these words, he grabs the video camera with his hand. At this time, Ikoma continues with the boss. He quickly climbs up his arm and jumps behind him, managing to strike. The knight at this time records everything on camera and exclaims that this is incredible. Ikoma looks at the wounded pharaoh and thinks that so far he has been able to compensate for the difference in levels by reducing gravity. However, it cannot cause damage. He won't be able to defeat the boss alone. Also at this time, Satsuki uses the skill transfer mana for Sanji-san. Sana thanks her and then says she's coming into the game now. Then she uses the healing skill and after a few moments joyfully exclaims that everything is fine now. She's ready to fight. Satsuki also exclaims emphatically that she will help too. Ikoma notices this and comments that this is better. However, the situation is still not in their favor. This cannot be delayed. They must defeat him in one attack. The boss notices Ikoma and first aims his spears at him and then starts attacking him. But Ikoma, with the help of his own abilities, manages to evade the attacks. Then he stops near the wall, looks up and sees a large statue nearby. Kisaragi Satsuki notices this and shouts that Ikoma is pinned to the wall. The fallen pharaoh hears this and freezes. Ikoma then activates the bracelet and uses the gravity reduction skill and weight reduction on the statue, and then throws it right at the boss. But he breaks it into pieces with a weapon. Ikoma shouts loudly that this is their chance. Satsuki should shoot him in the head. She hears this and starts using the staff and the dark bullet skill. The pharaoh is surrounded by a large stream of blue energy, but it quickly dissipates and does not cause any damage to him. Kisaragi Satsuki doesn't think it worked, but Ikeno's Ikoma thinks with a grin that the boss is caught. If there is such strong armor there, then there is something important behind it. While Pharaoh stands and looks ahead, Sana runs up behind him and shouts that she has found his blind spot. But the pharaoh hears this and turns to attack. She manages to dodge the attack and realizes that because of his 4 arms, it is completely impossible to get close to him. Sana remembers Ikoma's attack and wonders how he was able to attack him head-on. Suddenly Ikeno's Ikoma shouts at Saji saying that he will weaken the pharaoh, and she must destroy the mask using her skills. Magic swordsmen have the skill of piercing armor. It takes a little time to prepare, but it significantly reduces the enemy's defense. She replies that she understood everything. She then begins to prepare to attack. Suddenly she opens her eyes and clarifies, will Ikoma weaken the pharaoh? And what is he going to do? At this moment he runs straight at the boss and reflects that the fallen pharaoh's strength lies in his 4 arms. But if you immobilize his arms, he will move much slower, and then they will have more chances to attack. With this thought, he jumps into the air and uses the gravitational bond skill. The pharaoh is at a loss while his hands are immobilized. Ikeno's Ikoma notes that this is magic that hinders the movement of monsters. He used it to bind the pharaoh's hands. This will be enough to slow him down. He used the bonds closer to the shoulders. In this position the bonds will be very difficult to break. Such tactics can be used against large and multi-armed opponents. He then lands on the floor. Sana looks at him and thinks that he needs to act now. Then she begins to concentrate and points the sword towards the pharaoh using the armor-piercing skill. Ikoma and Satsuki look at this carefully. Yellow energy shoots out of Sanji-san's sword and hits the pharaoh. His mask begins to crack and he grabs it with his hand. Then the mask falls off completely and reveals his scary face. Ikoma notes that this is his weak point. Sana also looks disgusted and adds that he has a very creepy face. Ikeno's Ikoma explains that he needs to attack while his movements are slow. At this moment Pharaoh begins to growl loudly and tries to break the chain. Ikoma uses gravity shift and ends up on the ceiling. The boss tries to attack him. Ikoma notes that he has seen this movement before. A powerful attack that uses all hands. It's predictable that as long as his hands are tied, he'll use it. He also noticed that with such an attack, he lowers his head greatly. At this moment, the fallen pharaoh begins to get very angry. Ikoma pushes away from the ceiling and thinks with confidence that this is the end. He starts falling straight towards the boss and uses the meteor fall skill. Thus, he manages to behead the fallen pharaoh. The headless body falls to the ground. Ikeno's Ikoma also lands, adjusts his bracelet and exclaims joyfully that the boss of the Tomb of Ancient Kings has been defeated. The information window announces that 1874 experience points have been earned. Level increased to 36, 9 skill points received. A few moments later, Sana sits near the knights and uses the healing skill. The knight thanks his mistress. At this moment, Kisaragi Satsuki stands next to the boss's body and screams, "It looks like something fell out." The information window explains that the King of the Dam's rod with rank C has dropped. This adds 16 points of the King of Immortality's power to the magic power and strengthens dark magic. Ikeno's Ikoma takes the dropped item in his hands and explains that rare rift bosses often drop items. But is this a staff? This is perfect for Satsuki. He thought that they would still have to continue to obtain items for sale for a long time, but luck was on their side and they received the staff. She asks hesitantly, can she really take it? Ikoma immediately replies that she doesn't even doubt it, because she helped him get equipment in the crazy theater. Suddenly he thinks about it and notes that Sana was also involved in the trouble. At that moment, Sanji Sana comes up and replies that they don't have to worry about it. Ikoma saved them so he can keep the staff and magic stones. You can also discuss their competitions. Ikenos Ikoma calmly replies that she can be considered to have won. As they agreed, he will take back the words. She definitely takes it seriously. Sana looks away and briefly answers, it's good that he understood everything. Ikoma and Satsuki smile back at her. He then adds, however, if she wants to achieve more as an adventurer, she should stop doing such things. But one of the knights immediately exclaims, what is he saying? The work of an adventurer may not always generate income. Of course, with a high level, you can live well, but due to the disaster, Lady Sanji's mother lost her legs. She also has 5 younger brothers. Her father is no longer with them. Even now it's not easy for her to provide for her family. Sana hears this and, confused, screams for the manager to stop. He shouldn't spread information about her family. Ikoma hears what this is and sighs in embarrassment. He thought that she loves money so much because of selfishness. Sana explains that she has always taken this seriously. Everyone is afraid of disasters, but she wants to give people smiles in such turbulent times. Ikenos Ikoma supports her. He says that this is a good goal. She's great. Sanji Sana is at first very surprised and then turns away in embarrassment. After a while, they emerge from the rift and explains everything to the rift researchers. The sun is shining brightly and there is a lot of greenery outside. Sana goes accompanied by the knights and asks them if all the equipment is in order. This should make for a great video showcasing the skills of an experienced adventurer. The knight confirms that, fortunately, there is no damage. Sana hears this and happily notes, great. But the knight looks at the tablet screen and adds, however, they have few magic stones and there are no frames from which a video can be edited. This is a very difficult situation. Maybe the lady should have at least taken the stones from the boss. Pity gifts. Do they have anything they can use? Any material can suit them. The other knight takes the video camera and sighs, then he is surprised and looks at the screen. The screen displays footage of the battle between Ikoma and the fallen pharaoh. A little later, at the Adventurers Guild, the schoolchildren couldn't stop staring at Ikoma and Satsuki, who were sitting at the table. Suddenly, Kisaragi Satsuki shows him the phone screen and asks him to look at the video. Ikenos Ikoma turns contentedly in her direction and says that she shouldn't look for information about the faults from the video. She'd better ask experienced adventurers. Then he notices a video called The Appearance of a Mysterious Adventurer. It has already collected 159,227 views. In online chat, people wonder where this speed comes from. This is very cool. What class is he? What risky moves? Ikoma sees this and thinks in embarrassment. He didn't understand why people were looking at him like that, but it was all because of this video. Satsuki happily exclaims that the video has over 1 million views in less than 24 hours, as you would expect from Ikoma. At the same time, Sanji Sana is sitting at the computer and joyfully exclaims, hooray, the video from Ikoma has already gained 1 million views. She is the best in the world. Suddenly her phone rings and she thinks in surprise, Ikenos Ikoma. That's right, they exchanged contact information. Then she answers the call and asks if he misses her yet. Had he finally decided to become her admirer? He immediately tells her that he saw the video. She is embarrassed and replies they agreed that if she wins, she will be able to post the video. If he doesn't like it, he can delete it. Ikoma does not answer and thinks, in such a turbulent time, she is trying to feed her family. After a few moments, he replies, no big deal. She answers enthusiastically, that's how it is, good. She had a great idea. Everyone should have it now, so they should record a joint video. But Ikoma does not answer but switches off. She notes in surprise that he hung up the call. Satsuki, who was sitting next to Ikenos, Ikoma asks what Sana said. He briefly replies that he didn't hear. He then thinks, however, with this speed of development, perhaps he will be able to obtain this very rare item that he missed out on in his previous life. Ring of Wisdom. If he gets it, then the course of the whole story will change dramatically. The information window says that Ikenos Ikoma is level 36. He thinks that to be confirmed you need to be at least level 35. Indeed, his level meets the minimum requirements. An information box then informs him that his application for promotion to C rank has been approved. Ikoma and Satsuki walk away from the reception desk and she exclaims happily, he's already reached C rank. As you would expect from Ikoma. He immediately tells her that she too will be able to rank up soon. The information window clarifies that Kisaragi Satsuki is level 32. The administrator who approved the request for an upgrade was at a loss. Ikoma continued, he was surprised that he was the fastest and reached C rank. He also contemplated to level up. You need to constantly defeat higher rank monsters. Without complex knowledge, achieving this is very difficult. Kisaragi Satsuki exclaimed joyfully, having reached C rank, adventurers are already considered first class. She'll do her best to keep up with him. But suddenly Ikoma seriously announced that he wanted to reach rank B within a month. She asked in surprise, rank B. It is simply impossible to rise to B rank in a month. Only a few people were able to reach such a high rank. But Ikenos Ikoma explained that he wanted to get one item. It is located in a place that cannot be reached without a B rank. This is a high-rank library of mysteries rift. The boss of this rift drops a ring of wisdom. Satsuki asks in surprise how he knows this if this boss has not yet been defeated. By the way, what effects does this ring have? Ikoma asked again, does she want to know? The ring of wisdom may be associated with the phenomenon of rifts. Satsuki exclaimed in shock, what? He then explained that the ring of wisdom is a rare item with incredible potential. However, in a past life the location of this was unknown. It seems that this was the secret of the formation of faults. He doesn't have much time, but if possible he would like to have it. He cannot involve her in such adventures, so if she refuses, he will understand. But she didn't immediately answer that she definitely wanted to help him. She is indebted to him, so she will be happy to help him in any matter. He thanked her. Satsuki sheepishly added that it is difficult to reach B rank in a month. In order to rise in rank, you need to think through the plan well. Ikoma interrupted her, showed her phone screen and announced that he had already thought about it and managed to draw up a plan to capture the rifts. Then they begin to conquer the rifts. They managed to defeat the boss of the Bloody Feast Rift, a red troll with level 32. Then they also defeated Siren, the boss of the Mermaid Lake Rift. She was level 30. Ikoma used the Meteor Fall skill and was able to defeat Arachno, the Catacomb Rift boss with level 36. Looking at the information window which specified that Kisaragi Satsuki's level had risen from 32 to 35, she noted that they had passed through 3 rifts in 2 weeks. The information window also showed that Ikenos Ikoma's level had risen from level 36 to level 38. He noted that the last boss gave them a lot of problems. Satsuki added that even though it was a low-level rift, she was going to try to defeat it. After this, Ikenos Ikoma noticed, but the boss's movements at this level were too predictable. You shouldn't expect anything unusual. Also, looking at the phone, he thought that he had chosen the faults well, which were easy to pass through. He carefully goes through information about the faults of Tokyo for their level. If they completed 5 more rifts above level 30, they would be able to advance to rank B after some more time. The administrator at the information desk told them, after checking the status, it was confirmed that the minimum requirements had been met. They managed to raise such a level in such a short time. Are they really human? But Ikoma briefly replied that he wanted to move to rank B. The administrator also explained to them that in order to move to this rank, an exam is held in others. She asked her to wait a few days. Someone's indignant voice was heard from behind. She must be joking. The man asked irritably, do these kids want to get B rank? The administrator sternly shouted to him, Akami. Ikenos Ikoma noticed his badge and thought, is he a contract worker? Experienced adventurers can sign contracts with guilds. Their job is to manage faults and respond to unexpected situations. They also provide assistance in capturing difficult faults. They have enormous influence in the guild. Akami approached the administrator and asked again, do these children want to get a rank? Then he grinned and added, this can't be. The administrator explained, however, they have reached level 40 and they also have a good track record. Akami was very surprised. What? He then looked at Kisaragi Satsuki and Ikenos Ikoma and wondered how such small children were able to defeat so many bosses. He has been working as an adventurer for over 7 years, as he was the only B-rank adventurer in this guild. And now this upstart is trying to steal his glory. Akami glares at Ikoma. He looks back and thinks irritably, again they attracted the attention of an unpleasant person. The contract soldier towered over Ikoma and exclaimed, he cannot accept this. Such youths who have not even worked for a year are not worthy of rank. Ikoma frowns at him and thinks Akami is one of the few B-rank adventurers in the guild. Perhaps the guild could not ignore the opinion of such an adventurer. Applications for promotion are considered by the heads of the guild, and the opinions of contract workers are also taken into account, and it will not be possible to avoid Akami's decision. However, if it was only about him, he would have remained silent. But Satsuki is also with him. They won't back down. Ikoma turns to Akami. He turns to the side and asks what is it. Ikenos Ikoma asks if he can find out the reason for the rejection of the application. Akami is very surprised, stands on his tiptoes and, towering over Ikoma, sternly says, they are too inexperienced to carry such a high rank. Holders of rank have great responsibility. Do they think they can just show up and pay what they want? Kisaragi Satsuki closes his eyes tightly in fear at this time. Those around them begin to pay attention to them and ask questions. What is all the fuss? Is this Akami? The guys were unlucky to catch his eye. They must be at least 17 years old to be adventurers. Ikenos Ikoma ignores this and, frowning, asks Akami if he knows how many 17-year-olds have reached B rank. He asks in surprise, what? What is he saying? Ikoma continues, 15 years have passed since the appearance of the fault. There are only 6 people in Japan. They were able to reach B rank in less than a year. Akami gets angry and asks if he means they were all promoted by mistake. What is he saying? Then Ikoma explains that you need to kill high-class monsters. If you kill enough of them, it is possible to raise that level in a short period of time. He is strong enough to rank. If Akami rejected their application for some other reason, then he is ready to hear it. Akami begins to stutter. Of course, the laws related to rifts are still being perfected. He should listen to the opinion of a more experienced adventurer. Ikenos Ikoma continues to argue with him. He should look at their achievements, not make a decision based on his own feelings. The decision must be made in accordance with the rules. This is the policy of any adventurer's guild. At this moment he looks at the administrator, who immediately agrees with him. Satsuki watches him and is surprised that he can fight such an experienced adventurer so easily. Ikoma shows his superiority even here. Those around him begin to whisper that he has reigned in Akami. He is a very stubborn guy. Akami hears this and thinks indignantly, this freak dares to mock him. He won't forgive this. He will regret that he decided to argue with her. Then he asks the administrator what level and class he is. The girl immediately replies that Ikenos Ikoma has a gravity master class of level 38. He wonders, my master of gravity. He had never heard of such a thing. Is this some kind of rare class? However, this is most definitely a magic class. If he has good connections with the wars, then it is not surprising that he has a high level. Akami announces that he admits that he has jumped to conclusions. He should also take into account his abilities. However, on one condition. He will personally check whether he is worthy of B rank. As soon as he is ready, he can come to the training room. The room listing board states that the guild has a meeting room, a reception area, and a training arena. A guy with black hair is looking at her from the second floor. Akami adds that if he defeats him in a training battle, he will agree to their promotion. But if he fails, then they won't get a B rank. At this time, a man comes up to the guy and says that he heard that the stone killed 2 people in a training battle. This guy was clearly in trouble, he just decided to take it out on him. Satsuki watches Ikoma with excitement. Akami looks at him mockingly and thinks, he has disgraced him so many times in the guild, it's time for payback. He's only level 38 when he's level 47. Besides, he has a magic class. Ikenos Ikoma is an ordinary hillbilly who has helped to raise his level. On the other hand, he is a druid warrior who enhances the physical abilities of the power of beasts. His class, level, and combat experience surpasses Ikoma in everything. He will trample his pride into the mud, and Ikoma will never come to the guild again. At this point, Ikoma opens the information window and thinks that Akami is clearly a high physical ability class. There may be difficulties with him. He thinks that he should spend the accumulated points. The information window informs you that Ikenos Ikoma has 27 experience points. The concentration magic skill level has been increased to the 3rd level. Cost 15 points. Gravity control skill level increased to level 4. Cost 25 points. He confirms the level increase. He thinks that with the improved skill of gravity control, he will be able to increase his own characteristics even more. He begins to feel sad that he spent the accumulated points, but thinks that he already wanted to improve the gravity magic skill. Akami notices this and mockingly asks if he thinks if he improves his skills right before the fight, it will help him. Accidents during combat are common. He must be careful. Akami ignores him and replies that he shouldn't worry. He hopes Akami listens to these words as well. He then pulls out a clown blade. Akami frowns and thinks Ikoma is a cocky freak. This will be an example to everyone. If he thinks that he can hold it to him, then he will regret it very much. After a while, Akami holds a large sword on his shoulder and cheerfully asks if they should start already. So be it, he will not use his skills. Can use whatever he wants. Ikenos Ikoma does not answer, Akami leaves. He thinks it's finally worth starting their duel. After a while, Ikenos Ikoma gets ready and is told to begin. He then uses the gravity reduction skill. At this time, Akami thinks that Ikoma has a low level and also a magic class. Everyone knows that magic classes are good for nothing. Not a single attack can harm him. They should have fun. Suddenly Ikoma launches an attack, concentrates and in an instant closes in on Akami. He can't believe it. What? Where does this speed come from? He's got a low level. Akami withstands Ikoma's attack, but then he suddenly moves behind him. Akami turns around and wonders what's going on. It took him by surprise. He shouldn't be arrogant. He won't be able to go. He's a real freak. He then tries to stab Ikenos Ikoma, but suddenly he jumps up. Akami sees him, then looks ahead. The world around him is distorted and he realizes that there is a problem. He can't stand on his feet. At this moment, Ikoma suddenly approaches him and strikes him. Akami groans in pain and then screams furiously, "He's a freak." Then he begins to concentrate and mentally wonders from such a position he kicked him. Usually a beginner is not capable of this. Who is he? At this time people are filming the fight and exclaiming, "This is a joke." Ikoma wins the fight with Akami. People look at this with bewilderment. Some say there is nothing surprising in this, it is just a test of skills. Plus, he doesn't use skills. During this time, while they are fighting, Akami insists that he does not recognize Ikoma. He won't let this teenager get the same rank as him. He then throws a punch but misses. He thinks in horror he can't get there. Will he really lose? He must win, otherwise everyone will laugh at him. He can't embarrass himself like that in front of everyone. Ikenos Ikoma is shorter than him. He then exclaims, "What's going on here?" Ikoma sits and looks at him and thinks he must not have known, but Gravity Master is the strongest class you can get. With the help of the gravity control skill, you can compensate for the lack of physical strength in short duels. Its mana should be enough to make maximum use of gravity skills. Even though Akami has a higher level, it will be very difficult to win without using skills. Shin was much stronger in close combat. He had good fighting skills, plus he didn't have that much expressed hostility towards him. The icon then mentally compares Kaoru Shin and Akami and decides it's time to call it a day. Then he quickly runs up to his feet and uses the gravity doubling skill. The stone tries to attack back with a sword, but suddenly sighs and wonders if its smaller size has suddenly become heavier. Isn't Ikoma good at more than just speed? He then swings his sword, but suddenly realizes that there is no one in front of him. He wondered in bewilderment, he disappeared. This doesn't happen. Where is Ikoma? At this time he finds himself on the ceiling, then he takes a step and moves to the floor, stands behind Akami and points the blade at him. He gets very scared. Ikenos Ikoma remembers the moment when he attacked Akami. He reduced the gravity. Taking advantage of the moment, he jumped over it. At the time of the jump, he was in his blind spot. That's why it seemed to him that he had disappeared. People who watched what was happening began to shout that it was cool. Ikoma was able to defeat a B-rank adventurer. At this time, Akami continues to wonder, he must be joking. How could he lose? He doesn't recognize Ikoma. But Ikenos Ikoma shouts to him, there shouldn't be any problems now. Suddenly he looks at him and is surprised. Akami has a thirst for blood. At this time he sinks to the ground, then rises sharply and, using the skill of breaking animal claws, runs angrily towards him. He also shouts that Ikoma is a freak. He attacks him sharply and injures his hand. Ikenos Ikoma groans in pain. He realizes that he let his guard down when he defeated him in a duel. Akami glares at him and thinks he is a fool. He used the weapon as bait and attacked with a skill. What's the matter now? He didn't have time to react. Right. Those loading begin to exclaim disapprovingly that it was vile. Akami acted like a real coward. He said he wouldn't use the skills, but he just continues to stare at Ikoma. Ikenos Ikoma asks him what's wrong. Will they continue? This only irritates Akami more. He clenches his teeth and mentally wonders if Ikenos Ikoma is standing on his feet and still continues to be insolent to him. He will never admit it. He thinks this will be enough. Akami gritted his teeth in anger and thought that he would never be able to accept this. He simply underestimated him due to his low level. If rumors of his loss spread everywhere, then he would no longer be able to calmly be in the guild. After these thoughts, he replied, right, there is no point in continuing, and suddenly he shouted, Ikenos Ikoma, he is rejecting his application for a promotion in rank. The people around him looked at him in surprise and wondered how this could happen. Ikoma looked into his eyes silently. Akami continued to talk. Although they played a little, the decisive blow was never struck. With this approach, he will not cope with strong demons. He deliberately left so many gaps in the defense, but he never took advantage of them. Moreover, when his opponent was unable to use his skills, he managed to get injured. Ikoma continued to look at him with a swift gaze and hold his bloody wound with his hand. Akami said, everything is immediately clear that he is not able to quickly respond to unforeseen situations. The people around him were upset and disappointed with Akami. They discussed among themselves that he was a scoundrel. He was not going to recognize him from the very beginning. When Akami heard these words from above, he turned sharply with a menacing look at one of the guys, who was very frightened by his gaze and wondered why he said this out loud. He shouldn't make him angry. After all, no one knows what he can do for it. Suddenly, among these surrounding people, he appeared and shouted loudly that this was unfair. And how is he not ashamed after such statements? Akami was dumbfounded, not turning to him. Zai looked at him with a menacing gaze. This was seen by Ikoma, who looked at him in surprise and thought, this is Utsunamiya. Zai continued to shout. Ikoma fought honestly and was able to defeat him. He broke his promise and used the skill. It seems that the contract soldiers are completely arrogant about their powers. Akami was very angry, but could not answer him, and at that moment Ikoma turned to see. But he winked at him and with a smile on his face and asked him to rely on him, because he is his best friend, so he will definitely help him. Ikoma thought about it. He certainly appreciates what he did, but words about his best friend. What? Even though Ikoma won, why? Until the Akami admits this, everything will be meaningless. The difference in strength was very visible. So did this really hurt his dignity? You should have hit him harder. Maybe he just needed to give in to him. He stared at the menacing face of the Akami, who stood in an awkward position in front of him. Suddenly some sounds were heard and people began to turn around and ask questions. What is this noise? What's the matter? Akami asked. Deputy Chief Serizawa. Serizawa came closer to him and told him that he was looking for him, an Akami. What's going on here? Akami spread his hands and said, this is just a small test. He was just wasting his time. Ikoma looked at him silently and Serizawa said, looking around and looking into Ikoma's eyes, "Of course, accidents during training beatings are not uncommon, but he asks him to be careful and turn to doctors." Agami replied with a smile on his face, "It was just a scratch, nothing serious." Serizawa told him, "Okay, that's enough, he needs to talk to him urgently." He turned sharply in the other direction and asked him to follow him. Agami followed him and told Ikoma that their test was over. Unlike him, he was a busy man. Zai became insolent, hit the railing on the landing with his fist and shouted that he was a coward. He didn't think that such a person was one of the best adventurers in the guild. Satsuki sadly asked the question, what should they do now? Ikoma scratched the back of his head and replied that they would have to find another way. After some time, Serizawa and Agami continued on their way and he asked the question, why did he arrange this training fight? Agami replied, this kid wanted to get B rank, he just showed him where his place was. Serizawa wondered, did this child apply to move up to B rank? Maybe he underestimates adventurers too much. Agami hates these people the most. They entered the office and sat opposite each other at the table, sitting comfortably on the sofas. Agami took a comfortable position and asked again, so what did he want to talk to him about? Serizawa answered him with a serious expression, we are talking about a rank B rift, a beast mausoleum. Controlling a B rank rift is very difficult, and adventurers are leveling up faster and faster and also mining a lot of high quality materials. However, they received a message about a sudden change in the location of the monsters in the rift. The concentration of magical energy also exceeded the optimal values. With such indicators, they should prepare for disaster. They are obliged to eliminate any risks. Agami asked him again without any anxiety, that is, he wants to capture the rift before a catastrophe occurs. He replied, the agency wants to preserve several B rank rifts, the guild heads also insist on preserving the rift, so he wants him to close this rift. Agami lowered his gaze with a thoughtful look. There's still a lot they don't know about the rifts, and he doesn't think it's wise to jump to such conclusions. He asks him to convince the head to change his mind. Agami told him that he always gives him some boring tasks. Serizawa shouted, Agami, they haven't finished yet. Suddenly Agami threw up several sheets of paper out of anger and shouted at him to shut up, after which he said that it was not his problem. Serizawa dropped to the floor to pick up the documents and shouted at him with a menacing look that he should take another look at the data. He asked him again, does he think that by digging into the numbers we can learn something about the faults? He has more experience than himself. There is no problem with this, and even if something happens, he will simply deal with the problem and close the rift. He slammed the table and shouted, it will be too late. How do they know how the disaster will unfold? After this conversation, Agami left the office and loudly slammed the door. Serizawa looked after him with a serious look. He looked down and thought about the fact that they are obliged to protect this city. He hopes that nothing will happen. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon there was some unknown monster with several legs and making loud noises. After some time, Satsuki began to reflect that it was terrible. She didn't expect such a high-class adventurer to turn out to be such a bad person. Ikoma understood that he could only obtain a new rank in the guild of his area, and he was confident that the Agami would allow him to be promoted to rank B. However, in order to get into the mystical library, he must obtain rank B. Satsuki can take the exam in another guild, but its level is still low. He lowered his gaze and wondered what they should do. Suddenly Asuna approached them, who sharply shouted to him, Ikoma. She heard that he had problems with a contractor during the exam. She quickly received information. One of her fans sent a video of their fight. The reality of the tourist guild, the tyranny of the Agami. The whole world saw it. All of her 100,000 followers are furious, need more views. Ikoma told her with dissatisfaction that he would do without it. She remembered how he saved her by grabbing her in his arms and said that she was in his debt, so she wanted to repay him with everything she could. He told her, Sana, but she did not let him speak out and told him, but she also thought that she could make good money on this. He got upset and said that she was still talking about the same thing. They still don't know much about the faults. There is nothing to be done about this. Guilds rely on the knowledge of experienced adventurers. Additionally, Agami is not one to change his mind about others and doesn't care about others at all. She replied, that's for sure. Satsuki sat in an upset state of mind and her face turned red with anxiety. Suddenly Sana told him that she was worried about him. Satsuki asked her a question, Sana, does she happen to like Ikoma? Sana got very angry after the question was asked. Her face turned red from embarrassment and she screamed what she was saying. He is a very rude and overly self-confident person. Guys like that are not her type. She's just helping him because he saved her life. Besides, she's an idol, they can't date. Satsuki silently listened to her statements and continued to look into her eyes and observe her behavior. Sana asked her, what is this suspicious look? She replied, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, at that moment, their uncomfortable conversation was interrupted by a loud sound from the phone. Satsuki received a notification, attention, a new rank B fault has appeared in the city, you need to go to the nearest safe place. Satsuki was very surprised by this and loudly asked, what? Rank B rift. Sana picked up the phone and said, the rift appeared very close. This is an animal mausoleum. Will there be an invasion? The invasion is a disaster when demons emerge from the rift into their world. There is only one way to stop the invasion, and that is to defeat the boss and destroy the rift. Strange, this never happened in a previous life. Is this just a coincidence? Or is this the result of his change in this world? Ikoma looked thoughtful and looked into the distance. Sana looked at her phone and thought, the fault is getting out of control. This passed all the tests and the guild had to control it. She hasn't been to a rank B rift yet, her level is too low for that. She remembered terrible situations from her past and realized, no, there are people in the city who have no level at all. She's going for it. Ikoma rose from his seat and replied, they will go too. The B rank rift is out of control. There is no telling what could happen if this is not dealt with now. In the event of a disaster, the monsters are much stronger than they should be and he hopes that everything will be limited to just an invasion. At this time, Agami and his guild headed into the rift and were in front of a werewolf monster who was level 34 and loudly shouted at them. Agami swung his huge sword at the creature and shouted, Berserker, get out of the way. He defeated the monster, after which, looking at it, he gritted his teeth and thought, what a horror. Why is this happening right now? He didn't expect that idiot's prediction to come true. He embarrassed himself again. Why is everyone trying to make him look like a fool? At this moment, one of the guys behind him spoke to him with a smile on his face, which was expected from a B-rank adventurer. He destroyed such a monster with one blow. Agami got angry and shouted at him, stop talking simply, this trash was only a C rank. He is stronger than everyone they worked with before him. The other guy replied that he was right, B rank and above is something that only a select few can achieve. They should spread out and stay in touch. If they find something they should come back here. How terrible, if there is too much damage, his position could be in danger. He knows what kind of boss he is now, it's not that difficult to defeat. Rift boss, Phantom Fox, level 47. If he defeats this before everyone else, he will become a hero and he can throw the blame for everything on that idiot Serizawa. So, he suggests defeating the boss and getting it over with. Suddenly, many fiery flashes appeared behind him and those around him began to wonder in fear, what is this? Is this really the boss? A monster with huge claws began to emerge from the darkness and approached them with a loud growl. This creature bared its fangs with a menacing look. One of the guys realized that this was completely different from their information. What is this monstrous looking monster? This is the boss of the rift, a fox demon spirit, level 55. The monster had 2 heads and looked terrifying. This creature approached the guild members. Evolution, not only does the level of the creature increase significantly, but also during evolution the monsters change their shape, gaining new skills. Simply put, they evolve into a completely different form of life. Due to the accumulation of enormous magical power in the portal, unusual phenomena begin to occur. This often occurs in combination with other disasters from monsters. Agami realized that this meant that it was not just the flooding of the labyrinth, but the existence of the boss's evolution. The system window reports, monster from the mausoleum, boss from the portal, spirit fox Ouija, level 55. The guy from the guild saw this and shouted with a scared intonation, level 55. How can they resist this monster? The other guy answered with a trembling voice, they have no choice, they urgently need to retreat and find another squad. They need to buy time and wait for help from other adventurers. Agami heard his statement and thought with incredible irritation, what idiots they are. If they retreat, then all their efforts will go down the drain, and if so, then his role as the protector of the portal will be jeopardized. He turned around abruptly and shouted at them with an ominous expression, he is a B-rank adventurer. He's been in similar situations many times. So they can't retreat, he will take this monster down with one left hand. The guy shouted back at him and asked the question, does he really think he can defeat such a monster? This is too reckless, Mr. Agami. If he attacks this, then he will die instantly. Agami clenched his teeth in incredible irritation and thought that these guys are freaks. How dare they doubt his words? After these thoughts, he grinned and said, but nothing can be done, he will help them gain a little self-confidence. The guys did not have time to ask him again what he wanted to do, and at that moment the Agami pointed his hand at them, in which he created a magical shining ball and shouted, Berserker. He directed his powers towards the guys, their bodies were illuminated in a bright red color, they grabbed their heads and screamed, what horror? His head. Berserker is a magical skill of a beast warrior. It temporarily increases the attack power of the person who is under the effect of the skill. Agami ordered them to put aside their worries and go into battle. Early in his career as an adventurer, he used this skill as a decoy, however, it had been a long time since he used this ability. Suddenly Agami came up behind the guys, pushed them with his foot and shouted, they should attack this monster, idiots. The monster was already standing close to the guys, who, in a state of stupefaction, grabbed their swords and pointed it at the monster. Agami thinks he uses them as bait, but in the end, with the help of his ability, he will deal this monster a decisive blow. An ordinary adventurer cannot survive in this world without using cunning. The monster was moving closer and closer to the guys, who, with frightened expressions on their faces, were dumbfounded at this sight. The monster screamed loudly at them, and suddenly the space around the monster began to glow with bright magical colors. Demonic destruction. A magic circle formed in the monster's body, inside of which a bright ray shone. The entire area was filled with loud growls of the monster. Ogami was behind the guys and watched what was happening, but suddenly he saw how the monster began to approach him, and the guys gradually retreated. This alarmed him very much. His body shook and he wondered what was happening. Stones flew towards him and he began to scream, backing away. What kind of spell is this? More rocks started to come towards him as the guild boys continued to scream while holding their heads, causing Ogami to get angry and shout that they were just useless idiots. Suddenly a huge stone began to fall towards him from above. He became alert and made a sharp movement with his hand, thanks to which he was able to break this stone into several small fragments, shouting the spell strike the king of beasts. The telekinesis skill. The scope of such abilities is too vast. This is the first time he encounters level 55 magical abilities. He must do something immediately, otherwise, but before he had time to think this thought through, he turned around and saw a snarling monster behind him, which was right next to him. With a frightened expression on his face, he turned towards the monster and realized that this creature was very fast. He should have run while those idiots distracted it. He again smashed several pieces with his sword, continuing to defend himself as best he could. But suddenly he opened his mouth in shock and was dumbfounded when he saw the monster inevitably attacking him. A moment later, his blood spilled and he flew to the side with an incredible cry of pain and horror. He understood that this monster was too strong. He fell to the ground and watched what was happening while lying down, continuing to think and wonder why this monster appeared here. In close combat he has no equal. How was it possible to defeat him so easily? But that is not all. He also has a skill that only beast warriors have. The system window reports that a dead person, when receiving damage, a person can disguise himself as a dead body for a few seconds. The monster made a sharp movement of his head and he thought, he needs to do this now. He abruptly began to run away from the monster and think that he needed to run away as quickly as possible, because he had no time to take care of the rest of the guild members. He had to save his life. He rushed to run as quickly as he could, trying to get rid of the monster's pursuit, but he couldn't do anything since the monster was incredibly fast. When the Ogami realized this, horror was expressed on his face. Suddenly the monster made a sharp movement with its tail and overpowered him with incredible strength. Ogami fell to the ground again, being shot right in the stomach. He grunted in pain and wondered how this monster could notice him. He can't even move. He said out loud in a trembling voice, "You will not die in such a place." The monster raised its paw, around which there was a lot of dark energy. Ogami noticed this movement and dark magical forces appeared around his body. He wondered what was going on. This monster uses telekinesis again. This monster decided to mock him. Thanks to the powers of the monster, this creature was able to lift Ogami's body up thanks to magical powers. The monster's heads came closer to Ogami's face and a moment later, brighter light rays appeared on the back of the monster in that same magic circle, which illuminated the entire area. The monster made a loud sound and magical powers began wrap the entire body in Ogami. He opened his mouth in fear, sweat appeared on his face from extreme stress, and suddenly a magical ray began to pass directly into his mouth, due to which he began to cough, and after a moment he screamed loudly and his blood spilled. Meanwhile, Ikoma was among the destroyed buildings. He heard loud sounds as he stood next to the destroyed monster with a sword in his hand. He looked into the distance with a serious expression on his face, and the system window informed him that he had received 554 experience points. Sena put her hand to the unknown man who was sitting on the ground and spoke, healing, thereby healing the man with her magical powers. The guy looked at his hand in delight and said he was healed early. Ikoma came closer and told him to run in that direction. They came from there. He shouldn't meet any monsters along the way. He answered him with a trembling voice. Yes, he understood. Thank them very much for their help. Sena smiled after the guy. Ikoma abruptly began to walk in a different direction and she addressed him by name and said, they will not be able to escort everyone to a safe place. If they don't clear the labyrinth, there will be even more casualties. He told her, yes, she was indeed right about that. After that, he took out his smartphone, looked at the screen and thought, more than half an hour passed. But the threat is still not eliminated. The boss of the Beast Mausoleum should have already been defeated by one of the squads, but too much time has passed and there is no result yet, which means that we need to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, the Ogami, whose body was illuminated with a bright red color, pointed his sword at the man and screamed loudly, attacking him. The girl began to defend herself with her sword and screamed at him that he should come to his senses. They are a squad of exorcists. The fight continued between them. Behind her stood a bald guy who said, there's no point in talking to him, he's gone crazy. This is probably influenced by the monster's skills. The Ogami's face looked terrifying and unconscious. Ryo Ogami, a B-rank adventurer with the rare beast warrior class. What consequences await them if he ends up on the side of the enemy? He and the girl continued the battle with the Ogami. He became very angry with them and screamed loudly. Its sounds were so strong that the guy and the girl could not withstand such pressure on their psyche and were distracted. As a result, Agami attacked the girl and hit her with a sword. Her blood spilled and she flew to the side with a frightened expression on her face. He used the blow of the King of Beasts on her. She screamed loudly. The guy also got angry, grabbed his sword, prepared to attack, and shouted to him. He pointed his thin sword towards him and hit the blade. Many dark rays came from the blade and he realized that it was useless to fight it. The Agami's eyes glowed a terrifying red color and he destroyed his opponent with one deft movement of his hand. The girl saw this and shouted to the bald guy, Captain Kirikawa. Agami laughed loudly at the destruction of his opponents. Fighting to the death with a B-rank adventurer is like fighting a high-level monster. The problem is not even the anomaly itself, it is just a side effect of the disaster itself. That catastrophe that none of them had ever encountered. This is not a task that ordinary adventurers or exorcist squads can handle. Agami got closer to Kirikawa sitting on the ground and pointed his sword at him. Kirikawa realized that he was in an unchanged position. At the same moment, Agami swung at him and shouted loudly, but suddenly an Ikoma appeared among them, who wanted to protect people and shouted, "Reduction of gravity." At that moment, he snatched the sword from the hands of the sinister Agami, after which he asked if he was psychically affected by the monster's skills. Agami just growled in response. Kirikawa looked attentively at the Ikoma with a dumbfounded look and said, Agami is not an opponent that ordinary adventurers can handle. Ikoma jumped high above the Agami's body, made several sharp movements in the air. The Agami's entire body glowed with his purple light and he thought, a B-rank adventurer needs to fight with an equal opponent. Although he fights a little differently, his movement is slower than during the exam rank increase. Perhaps this is a side effect of the monster's psychic influence. Agami sharply grabbed his chest, which glowed a bright red color, after which he coughed loudly and directed his hand at the enemy, taking advantage of the magical blow of the King of Beasts. Ikoma, jumping high behind him, thought and wondered, did he lose patience and hastily attack? After that, he used double gravity, due to which Agami rose up and screamed loudly, after which Ikoma made a sharp movement with his hand and hit him in the face. His blood spilled. He landed on his feet and grabbed his head. Ikoma asked him a question, so as he finally woken up. Agami opened his eyes, which showed a crazy look. Ikoma stared at him and Agami remembered his appearance and wondered, does he still want to fight? Then they will continue with the rank promotion exam. He won't let him look down on him. He will finish him off. Agami growled loudly and shouted the berserker spell, after which he directed his magical powers towards Ikoma and shouted loudly. The monster's influence on the Agami's brain has increased significantly. Even if it is a higher level opponent, it cannot drag out this fight any longer. Ikoma jumped at him from behind and shouted, let him forgive him for this, and at that moment a bright beam pierced the Agami's body and he screamed loudly, turned sharply towards the attacking Ikoma and pointed his hand at him. Ikoma was still in the air. He swung his sword with the thought that the higher he rose in the air, the stronger the blow from gravity would be. Suddenly he screamed, meteorite falling, and at that moment his beam pierced the Agami's hands and cut it off. Agami was very frightened. He screamed loudly in pain and his blood began to pour out in strong streams. He cut off his right hand. Agami continued to scream in pain. He also cut his tendons and now he will not pose any threat. Kirikawa looked at the Ikoma who did this to the Agami with a scared expression on his face. He continued to ponder and asked the question, while fighting a B-rank adventurer, did he hold back his strength so as not to finish him off? And how many more secrets are hidden in this guy? At that moment Sena and Satsuki came running to them and started shouting to him, Ikoma, why did he run away? He apologized to them and told them that he had an emergency. The speed of movement depends on the class, however, they need to take these people to a safe place. Ikoma looked at the sky and replied that they wouldn't be able to do this, they had a much more serious problem. This is the same two-headed monster that began to approach them from above. Sena and Satsuki expressed fear on their faces and at that moment the monster let out a loud growl and sharply headed towards them. This creature raised a lot of dust at this place. Ikoma looked at this with wariness and thought, it seems that the boss is out hunting. The monster bared its teeth and continued to approach them. Satsuki wondered in fear what kind of monster this was. This creature's eyes are empty. Ikoma opened the system window out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was the boss of the Beast Mausoleum Rift, a level 55 Ouija Demon Fox. The information received differs from the original one. Apparently, the evolution of the monster took place almost instantly with the appearance of the rift. This greatly complicates the situation. When a monster evolves, it is difficult to predict what skills the creature will use in battle. Sena spoke as she got closer to the Ikoma, but if they defeat this, they can stop the destruction of the city. Ikoma agreed with her, but also said that it would not be so easy. The monster, which continued to scream loudly, lit up with bright magical colors. The system window reports, Bestial Necromancy, Phantoms, level 30. At this moment, many bright monsters appeared in the sky. The whole company looked up and realized with horror that this creature had summoned even more monsters. Sana thought that if this continues, even more innocent people will suffer. These monsters only enjoy destroying the city and killing innocents. Ikoma turned to the girls and asked them to take the wounded to shelter. Sana was surprised by such an order and shouted, "But what will happen to him?" He answered her with a serious look that he would try to defeat this monster alone. She extended her hand to him, but suddenly a bright ray of light appeared in front of her. She took a deep breath and thought, when she plays the hero, she wants to do everything even more against him. It's decided. Let them deal with the phantoms. They will cover the wounded and take care of their safety. Ikoma started to run towards the monster. Hirakawa, who was nearby and watched everything that was happening with bewilderment, said in a trembling voice, "This is madness. This monster has a level of 55. If reinforcements don't arrive, they will all die." Ikoma set out to defeat the monsters and wondered what was stopping him. He jumped up and jumped on one of the monsters with his legs, after which he shouted to Sana and Satsuki that he was leaving it to them. Satsuki switched back to him, "Okay," after which he walked with a confident expression towards the two-headed monster. The bright beam of light in the monster's body glowed with a bright light and it used the roar of the ghostly beast. Suddenly, many buildings around collapsed and stones began to fly everywhere. Ikoma noticed this and realized with a smile on his face, "So this is what it is? How interesting." Hirakawa, with a frightened expression on his face, opened his mouth in shock and shouted, "What? What is this skill application area?" The monster roared loudly and around many buildings began to catch fire. Many stones began to move towards the lone Icon. This was seen by Satsuki, who looked back in his direction and thought about him. Sana also noticed this and thought with a menacing look that he could not lose to this monster. This monster just gives off a terrifying aura. It doesn't even use its powers to the maximum, it just plays with them. Ikoma glowed with a bright magical light and began to jump straight on the stones, stepping on it, abruptly running from one stone to another. Hirakawa looked at his actions in bewilderment and wondered what was going on. How can he move so fast? He had never met such an adventurer before. He has too much experience in speed fights where lives are on the line. Apparently, his past life with the thief class did him good. The monster growled again. Watching the deft movements of the Icon, he began to approach this creature and asked with a smile on his face, "What is it?" Their spell didn't work on him. What a pity. The monster bared its teeth in anger and sharply headed towards the Ikoma, making a significant jerk. Ikoma used the magic of partial gravity, as a result of which the monster, who was going to catch him with his fangs, caught a huge stone with his fangs, which he destroyed with his teeth. Ikoma realized that the creature was distracted, and at that moment he used a gravity bomb and sent it towards the monster. After this spell, blood was shed. Hirakawa began to think as he carefully watched the fierce battle taking place. Compared to a B-rank adventurer, he single-handedly dealt with a level 55 boss. Who is this guy? Without a doubt, he will one day become the most powerful adventurer in the world. Ikoma at that moment began to think, if you defeat the boss, then the rift should form. The monsters are disappearing, we need to end this quickly, they don't have any more time. He will end this once and for all. He grabbed a golden sword in his hands and looked at the monster menacingly and confidently. The monster from the palace's cat used its tail and again directed several huge stones towards the enemy and roared loudly. Ikoma noticed this, looked at the approaching stones and began to sharply try to evade each attacking stone, thinking that this monster was certainly huge and strong, but it lost all control during a fight. Let this forgive him, but this way he cannot be defeated. He quickly jumped away from one of the stones and headed straight towards the monster's heads, after which he took advantage of double gravity and hit one of the heads with a huge stone, taking advantage of the rockfall. The monster screamed loudly in anger, and before he could come to his senses, Ikoma again used double gravity. He sank down faster and faster, after which he swung his sword near the monster's heads and wondered if he thought that if the enemy was floating in the air, then he was defenseless. Not for the master of gravity, looks like it's lost its edge. The monster got angry and screamed at him again. The loud scream had no effect on Icom, and with a confident expression on his face he realized that compared to other humanoid-type bosses, this boss was much easier, but the battle would not be finished quickly. He struck the monster with his sword and the creature's blood spilled. The system window shows Demon Fox Ouija level 55 and Ikoma Ikenos level 38. This is not surprising, given the huge difference in their levels. His mana was almost zero and he knew that it would not be easy, but given their huge difference in level, at the moment he was lucky because he was almost unscathed from the attacks of this creature. If he continues to waste mana pointlessly, it will simply kill him. He needs not to waste mana in battle, but this is simply impossible. He will not be able to defeat this creature if he saves mana. He turned towards Sane and Satsuki and wondered if maybe he needed to attract them. No, they are dealing with phantoms, they cannot be distracted, and besides, they are protecting the wounded. Based on his past life, he has already learned to predict the possible endings of the battle. The boss has the same type of attacks. but also a lot of health, which it can restore due to automatic attacks. He'll be lucky if he's the only one who suffers when his mana runs out. He regrets that he will die in such a place. Maybe there is some other solution. However, if he hesitates, then the disaster will not be able to be stopped. He simply cannot escape. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. He remembered himself from the past and realized that there was simply no other way. He was getting closer and closer to the monster and thought that he needed to concentrate and effectively use his powers and dodge in order to save the others. He will be even more reckless than before. At that moment he screamed loudly and directed all his strength towards the monster, whose head was already beaten and bloody. This creature roared loudly in response to his actions and used the beast's demonic art, after which many phantoms again headed towards him. Ikoma wondered if this was summoning his phantoms again. It will be a waste of energy. Demonic beast roar. The monster screamed loudly, and many stones appeared again throughout the area. Kurikawa continued to watch the outcome of the battle in surprise and thought. He began to use the skills too carelessly without worrying about his mana. This is not a boss that only one adventurer can handle. At that moment, Seina turned to him and screamed, Ikoma can't handle this alone. They must help him. Satsuki turned around at her scream and with a sad expression on her face wondered why Ikoma was driven into a corner, but he was not going to retreat. It feels like the boss is afraid of him. The boss bared his teeth again and continued the attack, taking advantage of the power of the phantoms. Ikoma tried to concentrate again. He grabbed the sword in his hand, put it to his forehead and realized he needed to go forward. At that moment, he sharply opened his eyes and everything glowed bright purple. He swung his sword deftly and sharply and destroyed one phantom after another. A lot of blood was shed after his precise movements. Kurikawa wondered what this power was. This is a terrifying force. He's just a monster. At that moment, Ikoma jumped up and thought, finally this creature showed its weak point. He saw a magic circle in the center of the boss's back, inside of which a bright beam shone. This alarmed him greatly and he realized that he had ended it all with one precise blow. He took advantage of the falling meteorite and sharply struck this very spot on the monster's back, piercing it with his sharp sword. The monster opened its mouth and roared incredibly loudly. Ikoma sank to the ground and watched what was happening. There were many light rays around him and suddenly, after a moment, the city cleared. A system window appeared in front of Ikoma and he said in surprise, it was a miracle that he survived at all, but for killing this creature he received 6 levels at once. The system window tells him that 6480 experience points have been received. Level increased from 38 to 44, gained 23 skill points. The phantoms summoned by this creature also disappeared. With the rift closing, the rest of the monsters must also have disappeared. Although their chances of winning were quite low, they were able to do it. His mana was reduced to 0. Satsuki was delighted and shouted with delight, Ikoma, they won. They closed the rift and the monsters disappeared. Seina looked after her with a thoughtful look and thought, after which she wondered, did she become a hero who protected many lives? She remembered herself as a child, sitting on her father's shoulder, and thought about him. Kurikawa looked at him carefully and said in a trembling voice, he defeated this boss alone. Who is this guy? Everyone around them rejoiced at the victory. A few hours later at the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma approached the girl receptionist. She stood up and said, thanks to the adventurer of rank C, the rift was closed. Thanks to him they were able to minimize the damage. On behalf of the city residents and guild employees, she thanks them for what they have done. When they were imprisoned, there were many people who began to discuss that these guys saved the city from disaster. They were able to cope with the boss alone without the help of a special squad. Satsuki was embarrassed by such a proud feeling and thought how great it was. She has the feeling that Ikoma dealt with everything on his own, and she's even a little ashamed. He told her that he couldn't cope if they weren't there. If they had not protected him from the phantoms, he would have died immediately. Seina stroked her hair and said, yes, they won thanks to their support. Satsuki was surprised by such a pronounced boast and Ikoma asked Seina, she's sorry that she didn't film the fight on her channel, isn't she? She answered him, did he know that while they were fighting, she had no time for this at all, especially since she had to help the wounded. He wondered if he was really taking it all too calmly. After some time, Serizawa heard about the incident and, looking into the distance, thought that he did not expect that the disaster would happen just after the conversation with the Agami. Even the special squad did not have enough strength to solve the problem with this fault. It was lucky that that group of adventurers ended up in the city. If they weren't there, they would hardly have been able to cope with the looming threat. Suddenly, unknown guys began to discuss the need to look at this trio, who closed the rift alone. Serizawa looked at the Ikoma being discussed by everyone and thought that he had already seen this guy somewhere. Suddenly he realized that this was the same guy he saw next to the Agami. He applied for a B rank and he is so young, but looks can be deceiving. Thanks to him, their city is safe and legendary adventurers are born before his eyes. Some time later, Ryo Agami woke up in the hospital. He furiously hit the small table set up on his bed with his fist and exclaimed, this can't be happening. He began to think. He vaguely remembers what happened in the battle when the boss began to control his mind. That freak Ikenos Ikoma cut off his hand, the hand of a B-rank adventurer. Moreover, he is now hailed as the hero who single-handedly closed the rift. This fool just took all the laurels for himself. Because Ikenos Ikoma deprived him of his hand, he will turn his life into hell. He will use his position and influence to teach him a lesson. Stupid Ikoma. At this moment, Captain Kirikawa and a wounded soldier enter his room. The captain, looking at Agami, makes a remark about how ungrateful they are. Ryo Agami notices them and asks what. The captain explains that due to the fact that the Rift boss had taken control of him, they had every reason to kill him, for the safety of others. But Ikoma saved his life. Then Ryo Agami shouted in annoyance, and he should thank this freak for depriving him of his hand. What do they even want from him? After this, Captain Kirikova asked the wounded soldier to come closer. Agami saw him and exclaimed in bewilderment, "It can't be." He remembered that this was the soldier he had used as bait, and he survived. He clenched his teeth in irritation. The captain asked angrily, "He manipulated the minds of his subordinates and used them as cannon fodder, right? Using mental influence skills without consent is a criminal offense, especially for the sake of saving your own life. It could not be that a B-rank adventurer who entered into a military contract with the guild could not know the laws regarding rift crimes." Ryo Akami wanted to answer something, but he began to stammer and then exclaimed, "This can't be." A few days later, at the Adventurers Guild, the administrator placed before Ikoma a request for a rank increase, which was rejected. He shouted, why couldn't he apply for promotion to B rank? The administrator responded with regret that a higher rank has more privileges, the rules are stricter, therefore, in case of refusal, a quick review is impossible. He will be able to apply only after 3 months. Ikenos Ikoma exclaimed again in bewilderment, he is now level 44. He fulfilled all the requirements to increase his rank. Last time there was a misunderstanding. The girl insisted, she understands everything, but if he submits his application in 3 months, then she is sure that he will receive a B rank. Ikoma was very irritated. He thought that in 3 months the Library of Mysteries would be completely cleared out. He won't be able to get that rare item. And all this because of Agami. At that moment, Kisaragi Satsuki came up from behind and also loudly added that Ikoma became a hero who saved the city from disaster. He even defeated that B-rank adventurer by himself when he was under the boss's control. The girl calmly explained that the most authoritative adventurer in the guild was fired because he exceeded his authority. His opinion should not influence the application. She understands everything, but rules are rules. Ikoma sighed in disappointment and told Satsuki that it was no use, they should stop this conversation. But at the same time, he thought that even though the Ring of Wisdom could affect the future of this world, he needed to come up with another way to get it. Suddenly someone came up to them from behind and asked what they were talking about. The administrator exclaimed that it was Deputy Chief Serizawa. He looked stern and puzzled. The deputy head explained that he heard their conversation and decided to join the conversation. Turning to him, Ikenos Ikoma was surprised, Deputy Head. Looking at him, he thought, Deputy Head of the guild. And why did he decide to join their conversation? Deputy Chief Serizawa turned to him and asked, he is Ikenos Ikoma, right? He approves the rank promotion for Adventurer Ikoma to rank B. Ikoma couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked confused, is it that simple? The administrator screamed that this couldn't be done. After all, even before, adventurers did not agree with this rule. This could result in general discontent. The head of the guild will not approve of this decision either. Deputy Chief Serizawa then calmly explained that they could not ignore his heroism in clearing the recent rift. He personally conducted an investigation into the disaster. The reasons for failing the promotion exam were not Ikoma's abilities, but Agami's personal dislike. With these words, he smiled at Ikoma and Satsuki, who looked very surprised. He then added that they were not breaking the rules of the guild. After all, it was the guild's fault that they did not raise his rank earlier due to Ryo Agami's low grades. He also thought that it would be a huge loss for the guild by not promoting Ikoma right now. Of course, the head will have his own questions about this decision. The girl administrator added with embarrassment that he always adheres to the rules, with no exceptions. Serizawa continued to say, in any case, his task will be to persuade the head, and how he will cope with this, the others do not need to know. Ikenos Ikoma still looked at him with bewilderment and asked why he decided to help him. The deputy head explained that it was his duty to support adventurers like him, defenders of their peaceful existence. The disaster that struck the city so suddenly should have been foreseen and stopped by the guild before it led to such destruction. First of all, he would like to thank Ikoma for stopping the disaster. On behalf of the deputy head of the guild, he would like to thank him in this way. With these words, he extended his hand to him for a handshake. Ikenos Ikoma, in turn, smiled and shook hands in response. Then the administrator girl reissued the request for a rank increase and approved it. Kisaragi Satsuki shouted with joy that Ikoma had finally achieved a B rank. She sincerely congratulates him. It's surprising that he reached B rank so soon. There aren't many adventurers in the guild with such a high rank. You can only count them on one hand. At this time, Ikenos Ikoma thought that compared to his previous life, he was achieving new ranks with amazing speed, although it is possible to level up quickly by hunting higher level enemies. But he never would have thought that he would reach level 44 so quickly. Suddenly he thought about something else and his face became very thoughtful. Satsuki asked excitedly, "What is it? Is he not happy?" Ikoma explained that this was not the case. He just thinks about the difficulties that lie ahead. He began to think that the events of this timeline are moving incredibly quickly. For example, the appearance of a rank B rift that engulfed the entire city, and they were able to handle it so quickly. But in his past life, this catastrophe never happened. Going back in time, did his actions greatly influence events in this timeline? It cannot be. A fault is a phenomenon that defies logic. It appears suddenly, so it is possible that the rift appeared in this timeline, although it did not happen in the past time of the line. Initially, he had no idea, as I did, on this timeline. It's like a butterfly effect, as if minor changes in the world lead to devastating consequences. But why is he so worried? Then he added that the habit of always thinking about negative consequences is very bad. Well, be that as it may, they achieved their goal. He got a B rank. Suddenly there was a notification sound. Ikoma picked up the phone and saw that there was news about the emergence of a new fault. He happily noted that the Library of Mystery Rift had finally appeared. Information about the fault was published just a couple of minutes ago. Thanks to the deputy head of the guild, he received a rank promotion just in time. At this time, Satsuki clarified, "Is this the fault he was talking about?" Ikoma, looking at the phone, answered, "That's true. The boss of this dungeon drops the Ring of Wisdom item. With the help of this item, they will be able to uncover the mystery of the appearance of rifts in their world." He then began to read that a rank of B or higher was required to enter the rift. The rest can apply for the exam to enter the rift. After that, he asked Satsuki with a smile if they should send a request for access to this rift. She answered with the same bright smile, "Of course." At this time, in a large, bright building with many windows, in one of the offices, a man was sitting at his desk and talking on the phone. He said that in the near future, a B-rank Library of Mysteries rift will appear. The items that drop from the boss are very dangerous. They must prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The person he talked to on the phone asked if his squad really couldn't clear the fault completely. With his power and resources, he could completely take over this rift. He shouldn't be stupid. The man explained that if he did this, various rumors would appear. We need someone who will enter the rift first. He has a couple of options. In any case, it doesn't matter who his puppet will be. The bird that was sitting in the cage at that time began to chirp quietly. The man continued, "His identity and intention must not be revealed. He needs those who cannot manipulate him in the future." He then stood up from the table and asked that as soon as the person he was talking to on the phone went into the portal, contacted the Chimera Fang. Their main task is to destroy the boss and eliminate all dropped items. And also, they need to eliminate all the adventurers who find themselves in the rift. He will take care to make their deaths look like an accident. The public has absolutely no need to know the truth. After these words, he disconnected the call. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. The man was surprised, but invited him in. A young man entered the room with a piece of paper in his hands and explained that he had received a report from a special detachment regarding the recent disaster. Then he saw the phone in the man's hand and asked with fear, "Is someone calling the master?" Well, the master replied that it was nothing and then added, "Better to do well than to say well. This man is the head of the special forces. His name is Kirabai Hojo." After a while, the train quickly rushed along the rails. Ikenos Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki were sitting in one of the cars. She asked what kind of rift is the Library of Mysteries. Ikoma, looking at his phone, explained that, as the name suggests, this rift is a huge library, and all the monsters there use magical attacks. The boss level in this rift is 60. With such an enemy, you need to always be on your guard. Satsuki repeated excitedly, "Level 60, is he sure they can handle it?" Ikoma folded his hands and calmly replied that of course he was sure. Then he grinned and remembered that he had already prepared a winning strategy. After some time they arrived at the place. A small brown building towered in front of them. After a few more moments, Ikoma exclaimed in bewilderment, "Was their application not accepted?" "But why?" The administrator girl explained that this order came from the guild. She asks for forgiveness, but access to the Library of Mysteries is limited. They came from another unit and don't know anything. Recently, in their area, adventurers were dying one after another. If an adventurer tries to go through the rift in this area, then blame the guild leader. Therefore, now the issuance of passes to the fault in their area has become much stricter. Ikoma couldn't verify this, but if they ignored the rifts appearing, it would only increase and create even more chaos. Isn't it the job of B-rank adventurers to close the rifts to prevent a catastrophe? The woman looked at him with boredom, sighed and lazily replied, "If you check everything, then Ikenos Ikoma only recently received rank B, and his girlfriend was generally rank C. The information window confirmed that Ikenos Ikoma is level 44 and Kisaragi Satsuki is level 37. Then the woman added that there was no question of entering the rift. Suddenly someone came up to them from behind and asked if they also wanted to get into the Library of Mysteries. Ikoma turned and looking at the tall blonde asked who he was. The man introduced himself with a smile. He is the Dr. Jugo Seiji. The information window specified that he was level 43. Seiji then added that he, like Ikoma rank B, does not have many high-ranking adventurers in the area, but he also wants to clean up this rift. Then Ikoma thought, this is a good idea. If they gather a larger group with Seiji and his comrades, they should be allowed into the rift. He promised Satsuki that she would level up before they entered that rift. But if they had high-ranking adventurers with them, he wouldn't have to worry about Satsuki's safety. However, this guy looks too suspicious. Can he trust him? Suddenly Satsuki cried out joyfully that this was wonderful. They can all enter the rift together. And then she turned to Ikoma and asked, right. Upon hearing this, Jugo Seiji turned to Ikoma and said that he wanted a first-class adventurer like him to join the group. Then he fell silent and after a few seconds added that he wants to clear this portal. But the fact is that Satsuki will be much harder. After all the monsters use magic there, it will be useless there. Moreover, the more people there are, the harder it is to distribute the boss's loot. Kisaragi Satsuki lowered her eyes to the floor and answered with embarrassment that he was right. But Ikenos Ikoma sharply replied that he would never go without her. Come down, frowning, looked at him and asked if he thought that his stubbornness would not do any good. There are already 2 first-class adventurers in his party, and he intends to clean out the rift. Ikoma began to argue with him. The shaman class would not be superfluous for the group. This class is able to replenish the mana of allies with the help of its skills. For people who are very dependent on mana, such as a gravity master or a healer, such an ally is indispensable. Seiji listened to him carefully and then replied with a slight smile, so be it. He took out his phone and offered to exchange numbers. He will talk to the other group members and give them the final answer. If they come to a common decision, they will submit documents for a pass to the portal and meet at the entrance. With these words he waved them and left. After a while, Ikenos Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki sat on the bench with their heads bowed. Satsuki asked thoughtfully, this guy was very strange, going with him would definitely be a good idea. One gets the feeling that he despises her. Ikoma agreed, this guy is really nasty, but it may be useful to them. In any case, it's good that they said their conditions right away. He looks like a leader who doesn't like unnecessary conflicts. Either way, he would protect Satsuki if Seiji did something like that again. He sheepishly replied that she would be very grateful. At this moment, Ikenos Ikoma thought, in any case, they are not in a position to refuse such an opportunity. If there are more of them, then the chance of dropping a ring of wisdom will decrease, but this all does not matter if they cannot enter the rift. However, it will be easier for them to defeat the boss in a large group. Suddenly he remembered Jugo Seiji and concluded that the winning strategy was becoming even simpler. At this time it became cloudy and very dark outside. There was an inscription on the high fence that specified that this was a safe zone. Someone hit Scythe hard on the floor and asked, plans changed? Is that what Seiji is going to say? Since he is going to take unnecessary ballast, then he should not at least drag them into this. The information window clarified that this is Shinanabuki, she is level 40. Jugo Seiji asked with a bashful smile, but they have no other choice, right? It took him a lot of effort to get permission to enter the rift, and their group was short-staffed. Did he do the wrong thing? Shin asked with displeasure why they needed a support mage and a mage that could only be useful in close combat. They don't call their classes that way either. How will he explain this? Seiji laughed and noted that there were reasons for this. Besides, Ikoma's level is quite high and they need Satsuki for backup. At this time, Ikenos Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuka stood nearby and listened carefully to their conversation. Satsuki thought she was glad that they could still enter the rift, but everyone was so tense. Then she turned and asked Ikoma if he was sure. At this time, he looked closely at Shin and thought that Seiji would be the biggest problem, but no, he was wrong. Shinanabuki then turned to them and said that she would be straightforward. If they don't help, hoping that they will end up with at least some loot, she will kill them personally. With these words, she pointed her scythe directly at Ikoma and added, so they should act without their magic tricks. Did he understand everything? Ikoma asked again, does she want everything to be fair and everyone to get as much as they worked for? He agrees to this. After that, she turned around and asked the guy who was standing against the wall, what did Kasai think? He replied that he didn't care, if they could get through the rift thanks to them, then they could join. The information window clarified that this is Haru Kasai, he is level 45. Ikenos Ikoma watched all this and thought that he was already tired of standing still. Although everyone here is of a high level, they don't seem to fit together at all. There are huge privileges in cleaning up in the early days of a rift. It will be possible to sell information about the guild break. The emergence of a new fault is always a hot topic for discussion. Plus the fact that the very first adventurers who enter the rift are the first to receive rare items. But somehow I didn't think through who should be better collected into this rift. but they still have no choice. Dugo Side-Eye began to clap his hands and ate that although the group was created in a hurry, and they may have disagreements, however, adventurers of such high ranks rarely get together, and he is grateful to all of them for deciding to join. So, let's go to the Library of Mysteries. Ikoma reasoned that each of the adventurers they met had some kind of bad quality associated with them, be it greed, arrogance, or impudence. He hopes their trip to the rift will still go without problems. After a while, the information window announced that they had arrived at the Library of Mysteries. They all walked down the corridor together, relaxed. Jugo Seiji looked around and wondered, so this is what the inside of one of the B-rank elite rifts of the Library of Mysteries looks like. Somehow too simple. Faults of this rank are very rare. If they clean it up, they're just taking advantage of the opportunity. Ikeno's Ikoma and Kisaragi Satsuki looked at him in disbelief. Shin added, just like Seiji said, they only took them because they were short of people in the group, so they shouldn't be lazy. Satsuki looked at her with displeasure and thought, she is acting so important. Although Ikoma's level is higher than her level. Ikoma glared at her and apologized, but they had come a long way to explore this rift. They definitely won't leave empty-handed. Shinanabuki screamed in irritation, is he provoking her? But Ikoma calmly explained that he was simply expressing his position. He remembers their agreement. If he hasn't done anything, he won't get anything. And he agrees with this. Hearing this, Shin chuckled and turned around and said, since he understood, then okay. She doesn't need extra scenes with a showdown. Kisaragi Satsuki immediately approached Ikoma and asked him if he was sure that they would get at least something. It feels like they won't get the boss item they came for. Ikoma agreed. This also worries him, but they should focus on their future strategy. Rank B Rift Library of Mysteries is not a rift that can be easily cleared. It is only thanks to his knowledge from his past life that he has an idea of what they might encounter here. The rift device can be changed at the request of the rift boss. It is very difficult to predict what they will encounter for sure. At some point Jugo Seiji picks up a book and wonders what it is. He doesn't even know what language it is. Maybe this is the knowledge of a race unknown to them. Ikeno's Ikoma looks around the library and thinks that all the items in this rift, with the exception of those that fall from the boss or his minions, cannot be taken outside the rift. In the future, scientists will study faults from a cultural and artistic perspective. From these studies, he only understood that the cultural and technological aspects of the things found in the portals were very distorted. Scientists have never been able to find out from which family of languages the manuscripts from the rift came to them, and perhaps they will never be able to find out what is written there. The information window suggests that this may be a lost civilization, or this relates to the theory of multiverses. Ikoma still continues to think many theories have been put forward about this language and cultural remains. However, all these theories were based only on guesswork. The Ring of Wisdom in the Library of Mysteries is what can answer all the mysteries of the rifts, and he won't miss it for anything. Suddenly Seiji sees fireballs starting to fall on them from the ceiling. He immediately uses the shield skill and fireballs crash into it. At the same moment a monster appears in the library, looking at the book and laughing meanly. An information window notifies that this is a level 40 librarian. Then Kasai attacks it from behind and uses the deadly grab skill. The monster does not have time to understand anything and he uses the decapitation skill. The monster's head falls at Ikoma's feet. Seiji happily claps his hands and exclaims, as expected from Kasai, he is incredibly agile. But Haru Kasai asks him to stop this ostentatious flattery. Then he turns to Ikoma and Satsuki and orders them to at least collect items from their opponents so that they become at least somewhat useful. Shin walks by and mockingly asks if Ikoma heard that. This is how the work needs to be done. Satsuki glares at her and notes that they didn't do anything either. Shinanabuki immediately screams in irritation, what did she say? Her finest hour just hasn't come yet. Does she want to test the power of her scythe on herself? But Kisaragi Satsuki immediately sighs and asks for forgiveness. At this time, Ikeno's Ikoma looks at Shin and Kasai and thinks that they both quickly assess the situation and know how to use their skills correctly and effectively. That's pretty good, although it reminds him of something. This guy. Then he turns to Kasai, he's Haru Kasai, right? He turns around and rudely asks, is that so? So what? Satsuki sees this and wonders if Ikoma wants to retaliate for their insult. But Ikoma begins to reason, lethal capture first, followed by beheading. So his class is thief, right? Immediately after these words, Ikoma rejoices and feels kinship. Satsuki is perplexed, but Ikoma continues to explain, touching on purpose, he moved behind his back, since he understood that the librarian was going to hit in a straight line and then carried out a quick decapitation. If he wants more, then Ikoma can advise upgrading his stealth skill. Haru Kasai looks at him in bewilderment and asks what's wrong with him. But Ikoma happily continues, he advises mixing the thief class with the magical support class or learning the decoy skill. He thinks a lot can be achieved this way. But in response to this, Kasai sighs and then screams, he did not ask for advice. Ikeno's Ikoma thinks he doesn't understand the class he belongs to. Ikoma tries to explain that this is not the case. He just wants to give useful advice. Kasai continues to scream. If he tries to say something like that again, he will kill him. After this, Satsuki turns to Ikoma and asks why he decided to talk to this scary guy. Ikoma sheepishly explains that he is just partially familiar with his class. Then he thinks that thief will become a useless class in the future. If he does nothing, he will lose everything. He would not want Kasai to repeat his fate. Suddenly Shin turns to Ikoma with irritation. What can a fool like him even know about the thief class? Kasai is one of the best B-rank adventurers in their country, and what might Ikoma know that Kasai doesn't? Listening to her, Ikoma remembers that he was also the best adventurer of the thief class, but this no longer matters. After some time, Kasai runs his hand along the bookshelves. Seiji cheerfully announces that he heard that this rift is full of all sorts of useful items, but Kasai immediately tells him to shut up. Seiji joyfully exclaims in response that he is very strong. He's so glad he joined them. Suddenly Kasai hears something and turns to the side. Near one of the bookshelves he sees the silhouette of a rabbit. The information window explains that this is a level 45 rabbit sentry. Notes that this toy is much higher level than the librarian's. Ikoma also looks and wonders if the rabbit is a sentry. How did this even end up here? This is one of the rare bosses that killed many raids in its time. They won't be able to handle it so easily. He then suggests that everyone look for a workaround. The sentry rabbit will not attack them if they provoke it. But Kasai rudely replies that if he is scared, then he can leave. He can handle it himself. With these words he begins to walk towards the rabbit. Ikoma immediately yells at him to stop. He thinks that if Kasai activates the rabbit sentry skill, it will be very difficult for them to defeat this one. At this moment, Kasai approaches the rabbit, and it stares back attentively. He then takes out a dagger and begins to run to attack the rabbit sentry. It starts to run away from him. Ikoma shouts that if they run after it, they will walk straight into a trap. Kasai must stop, but he tries to attack the sentry rabbit, who is running right in front of him. But he doesn't succeed, and he exclaims in surprise, "This is fast. What type of monster is this?" He doesn't understand why there is a need for a monster that only dodges and doesn't attack. Then the rabbit sentry uses the bunny run skill. Touching, he looks after it and wonders, did it decide to escape using a skill? Very strange behavior pattern. Perhaps this is a rare boss. Then you can expect anything from it. Watching this, Ikoma thinks that they have already attracted the attention of the sentry rabbit. Pretending to be stupid will not work. We'll have to fight. He then shouts that the sentinel rabbit's main skill is speed. They must protect each other. If they let their guard down for even a second, they will die. Seiji asks with excitement what is he talking about. Then he thinks that the rabbit is level 45, but there are 5 of them, they can overcome it all together. But suddenly he realizes, although can it really manipulate space? At this moment, Kasai turns to Ikoma and exclaims that he is not going to listen to guys whose level is lower than him. He warned that if Ikoma gave him directions, he would kill him. Suddenly the rabbit sentry opens his watch and books begin to fall from the bookshelves. The information window specifies that the looking glass magic skill was used. Kasai sees this and wonders what is this. Eyes begin to appear on the books that fell on the floor and these books turn into monsters. The information window clarifies that this is a grimoire with levels 43 and 42. Seiji sees this and screams in horror, 4 opponents above level 40 in one place. The rabbit squeaks happily. Ikoma continues to yell at Kasai to retreat. He can't do anything with this monster, but Kasai turns around and continues to shout again that he told him that he was not going to listen to his orders. At this very moment one of the monsters approaches him and shoots a stream of fire. Then it comes straight towards Kasai's head, but he quickly turns around and attacks it, screaming for the monster to stay away from him. This book is very disgusting. Shinanabuki then yells at him to pay attention upwards and be careful. The sentry rabbit comes at him from above and opens his mouth wide, which is filled with many sharp teeth. Kasai sees this and is surprised. This rabbit was always running away, wasn't it? Things are bad. He could die. But Ikoma suddenly appears and attacks the rabbit sentry. He thinks it was close. In response, the rabbit smiles sweetly again and squeaks. Ikoma readies the clown blade, but abruptly kicks the rabbit. He mentally notes, as long as he can manipulate gravity, he won't lose to anyone in the air. The rabbit begins to look at him resentfully. Ikoma looks back and is indignant. Why is this offended? Rabbit is a fool. Kasai lands behind Ikoma and thinks it was dangerous. Just a little more and he could have died. This guy was able to anticipate the rabbit's sudden attack and saved his life. The rabbit sentry begins to run away again. Ikoma sees this and realizes that the rabbit will never attack directly. The tactics for this are terribly simple. Suddenly attack one target and then release. Then he turns to Seiji and shouts to him that he will stop the 3 grimoires, and they must deal with the 4th. Seiji responds by shouting that this is too reckless. He must stop. He understands that they did not show their best sides in the fight, and Kasai was also taken by surprise. But they are also experienced adventurers. Ikoma can trust them. But Ikenos Ikoma explains that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so they must do what they are asked to do. Jugo Seiji looks at him in fear but does not answer. After a few more moments, Ikoma gathers everyone around him and explains that the rabbit sentry is not only fast but also cunning. When faced with such an enemy, it is impossible to remain calm, especially if they do not have enough experience in clearing rifts. Haru Kasai lost all confidence in his abilities. Benshin begins to panic. As for the healer and shaman, they will not be able to help them if they do everything on their own. Suddenly Shinanabuki exclaims, "Fight 3 monsters of such a high level at the same time. Has he gone crazy?" Kisaragi Satsuki hears this and thinks that if Ikoma says so, then she is confident that they will cope. After that she shouts to everyone that they must gather. They need to protect Ikoma. At this moment one of the grimoires is heading towards him, but he dodges and it flies past. Ikoma notes that the monsters move quickly in the air, have a huge attack range and cause high magical damage. On top of that, you must not let your guard down, otherwise the rabbit can easily take him by surprise. His situation is now much more difficult than during the battle with the monsters in the city. He sighs and concludes that this is not a battle where he can make a mistake. He then concentrates and screams at the monsters to attack him. He will kill everyone. The rabbit also starts squeaking happily. Then 3 monsters begin to attack Ikenos Ikoma, but Jugo Seiji abruptly enters the battle and uses the shield skill. Monsters hit the shield. Shin then shouts that she shouldn't be underestimated either. With these words she attacks. After the attack, she thinks that high attack power, magic damage, and also free movement in the air are very important. She shouldn't forget about the rabbit. Shinanabuki gets up and starts shouting that in such a situation Ikoma decided to take the blow. He shouldn't be a fool. During this time, Ikoma fights against Grimoire. He attacks fiercely and uses the skill of reducing gravity. Then he begins to move quickly, jumping on monsters. Thus he rises up and uses the meteorite fall skill. Ikoma begins to quickly fall down and thrusts his blade into the monsters. The monsters die and the information window notifies that 2015 experience points have been received. But Ikoma is disappointed that he can only handle 1 monster. At this time also fights and uses the path skill. Shin and Seiji happily exclaim that this is great. They have already defeated 2 monsters. But suddenly the rabbit takes his watch and uses Alice's magic skill. Ikenos Ikoma sees this and notes that the rabbit sentry can only manipulate 4 monsters. Did it decide to summon 2 more monsters to replace the one that dropped? Satsuki screams that this will never end. Shin also sees this and wonders if the rabbit summoned 2 more. He shouldn't joke with her. She then turns to the monsters and screams for them to attack her. Ikoma sees this and orders her to work in tandem with Seiji and his shield. Shinanabuki starts to get angry and thinks that this fool thinks they are weak. She can handle these books herself. Then she swings and wants to use the circle turn skill, but suddenly she hears something. She realizes that this sound is exactly the same as when the rabbit tried to attack Kasai. She turns to the side and sees a rabbit sentry in front of her. It squeaks cheerfully. Shin looks at this and wonders if this is the sound a monster makes when attacking. At this moment Jugo Seiji shouts at her to run away, but suddenly one of the monsters attacks her and she falls to the ground. The monster grabs her with his teeth. Shin wonders, it grabbed her. Will she die? Suddenly she sees Ikenos Ikoma in front of her, who shouts that she will have to tear the monster off with the help of force. But Shinanabuki adds that it bit her hard, nothing can be done with force. Ikenos Ikoma is surprised at first, but then uses the gravity bomb skill. It falls directly on Shin and thanks to this, the monster flies to the side. Shin sits up slightly and realizes that her whole body hurts a lot, but Ikoma saved her. If it weren't for him, she would have died. Suddenly the grimoire appears in front of her again, but Ikoma attacks it as well. He then yells at Seiji to heal Shin now. He immediately replies that he understood everything. Kisaragi Satsuki watches everything that happens and realizes that their strike force can no longer fight. Of the rest, only Ikoma remained. At this rate, they will all die. But Ikoma replies that it's not over yet. Alice's magic consumes too much mana. If they kill the grimoire one by one, they will be able to defeat the rabbit. And the sentry rabbit is also well aware of this. They should be patient to fight it. Ikoma then continues to fight Grimoire. He notes that the monsters' bodies are quite strong and their mouths are protected by fangs. Then he will have to use the gravity bomb skill. He stabs his sword into one of the monsters and uses the skill. There is an explosion and the monster dies. Ikoma notes that it worked. An information window notifies that 808 experience points have been earned. Satsuki sees this and shouts joyfully that in this way he can defeat all the monsters. If so, then they will succeed. But Jugo Seiji exclaims that it is too dangerous. In addition, Ikoma became an ideal target for monsters. A rabbit appears behind Ikenos Ikoma and watches him closely. Ikoma notices this and asks if the rabbit decided to attack him. After that, he sharply uses the double gravity skill and quickly disappears from the rabbit sentry's field of vision. Ikoma finds himself in the air above this and thinks that even if he eliminates the remaining 2 monsters, this cannot be considered a final victory. Then he carefully looks down and realizes that the monsters and the rabbit have decided to use a surprise attack. They all cooperated, drove him into a corner, deciding to act together, but they also had blind spots. The monsters would not be able to use this technique against him, but if he chases the rabbit, the monsters will attack him from both sides. Ikoma notes that the rabbit is not stupid at all. Then he suddenly flies away from his place and begins to fly up to the rabbit from behind. He realizes he needs to act fast, so he immediately strikes with the blade. Ikoma swung his sword and the monster began to scream loudly, sharply dodging the blow. He realized that this creature had managed to evade and he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. He tried to put all his strength into speed, so he tried to hit horizontally. It would be more effective to hit vertically, but it is difficult to fight against a small and mobile monster. Suddenly the monster grabbed Kasai's fingers and started biting it, which caused his blood to spill and he screamed, "How terrible." At this moment, Seiji created a bright beam of light, like a barrier against monsters. Satsuki stood behind and realized that they could no longer hesitate, otherwise they would be completely sucked into the space through the looking glass. They need to overcome this as quickly as possible. The rabbit created a sound and Ikoma realized that there was no point in just chasing this creature because he attacks it and the monster manages to jump away and wins. At that moment, he created a gravity bomb, the rabbit used rabbit sprinting and began to run, jumping high. But suddenly he stopped and wondered, carefully examining the dark bright glow before his eyes. A moment later, the monster was attacked and fell to the ground, groaning heavily. Ikoma walked up to the rabbit and asked if he thought he could just dodge his bomb. Every high-speed skill has its own weakness. This creature's rabbit run has a short range, and at the end of the skill it becomes even more vulnerable. He just needed to time it right and deal damage not with a regular attack, but with a skill. The monster got angry, jumped up sharply and growled loudly at him, showing all his fangs. At this moment, Ikoma destroyed his opponent with one deft movement and the system window reports that 2404 experience points have been received. Level increased from 44 to 45. 4 skill points available. Many books flew into the air, which was very surprising to Satsuki and Seiji, who looked at the glowing books in bewilderment. Ikoma approached them and spoke. It was all over and they were able to leave the looking glass. Satsuki answered him with a joyful exclamation that this was very cool. Inabuki asked again in a trembling voice, "Is it all over?" Satsuki turned to her and at that moment Shin began to scream in anger that she was not crying. Can she hear her? She just got dust in her eyes. Did she understand that? Satsuki replied, that's not what she wanted to say. Seiji at that moment approached the Ikoma, extended his hand and thanked him, because without him they would not have defeated this monster so easily. He thought that he had assembled a sufficiently prepared group, but he was mistaken. 3 people were initially not enough to clear the rift. They saw a book with dark magic wafting around it. Seiji drew attention to this, pointed his finger and said this, but before he had time to finish, Ikoma took the book in his hands, opened the system window and said, this must be a rare item of the secret boss. The system window reports, Rabbit Sentinel Skills Guide, Rank B. Using skill points you can further learn the skills of the Rabbit Sentinel. This is just a guide to additional skills, depending on the character's class, this book may be useful to him. In the guild, management can sell it for 10 million yen. Seiji was beside himself with shock and asked again, 10 million. Even if they split the proceeds in half, it would be 2 million each. This is a very interesting idea. Satsuki stood behind him with a saddened look and he continued to talk, but he thinks that it is better for them to get out of this rift. He underestimated the library of mysteries and, moreover, spent all his mana and Shin suffered greatly in the fight. Ikoma realized that it would be the right decision, but he cannot allow anyone to take the Ring of Wisdom. After these thoughts, he said, the biggest problem in this rift is the rabbits. If they ignore it, then there shouldn't be any problems, and Shin's wounds can be healed with his healing skills. He doesn't need to worry about mana, there is one way to completely restore it. Seiji was surprised by this proposal and asked again, what is the method? Satsuki thought with bewilderment and wariness and said in a trembling voice, Ikoma, not this. She has painful memories associated with this. He said, librarians often walk alone and they have huge reserves of mana. This is an excellent target for pumping out mana. Right, Satsuki? She lowered her gaze with a feeling of shame and at that moment Seiji said that he himself did not mind, and Kasai added to his words that he also did not mind continuing. He carefully examined the Ikoma and thought, this guy is strong. With him they will clean out this rift. He can't miss this chance. Shin screamed at them in fear and asked the question, are they joking? Have they forgotten what just happened to them? Seiji replied, Shin was on the verge of death, he understands her fear, that's probably why she wants to leave. She shouted back at him not to say such nonsense, she was not afraid, was this clear to them? He replied, in that case, they will continue to protect this vault. Several people from the guild approached the entrance to the rift and were in the danger zone. The guard said he didn't even know that a special squad would come here. The other guy replied, this is a secret mission. He shouted that he was listening to them, they could move on. The guys came in and the girl asked the guy why all this caution. She examined the card carefully and dropped it to the ground. The guy answered her, after everything that happened with the faults in this area, such procedures are necessary, but thanks to her strength, Alice, she was able to calmly enter here. She answered, but she doesn't understand. What is the point of destroying objects from rifts without even knowing what power it has? He replied that he did not care about such details, their task was to fulfill the order as members of the Chimera Fang. It's time to dispel the illusion, it's a waste of mana. Alice yawned and said, Kike, how boring he is. This is the order of the head of the Chimera Fang, she must carry it out. They will need strength to fight against the rift boss. Kike is level 54 and Alice is level 57. They could just kill everyone who gets in their way. They'll still have a chance to have fun inside the rift and they don't have to worry about it. After some time, a huge book demon, which has a level of 43, roared loudly. Shin tensed and took a defensive position. Ikoma began to attack the monster and shouted to her, Shin, she should not stand like a pillar. He rushed to attack the monster and continued to swing his sword. Shin also made sudden movements and suddenly the monster grabbed his stomach and groaned. Ikoma thought, the special thing about the book demon is that it can stretch its limbs as it wishes. And you shouldn't look this creature in the eye. It just enjoys this human fear, pushing it to attack. For Shin, this is a particularly unpleasant opponent, given her weak psyche, which could be seen during the fight with the rabbit. Satsuki screamed a spell, a bullet of darkness, and then raised her staff, which was buried in bright light. Her face showed seriousness. She took a step towards the monster and hit the creature with her staff, causing a lot of blood to splash out. And she stopped and looked at the monster with an arrogant expression on her face. The system window reports that 980 experience points were obtained. Unlike Satsuki, who became much stronger, the battle against the sentry rabbit went to her advantage. She was able to increase her level, her skills became much more powerful and mobile. But Satsuki's skill greatly consumes her mana. However, this allows them to deal with enemies much faster on the way to the boss. She's doing great, there are 2 more left, but if she's tired. But before he could finish speaking, Satsuki turned around and asked to listen. She turned to Shin with a smile and asked, maybe she shouldn't get in the way of Ikoma. Shin at that moment was holding Ikoma's hand. She felt very ashamed and she sharply pulled her hand away and shouted that she had understood everything wrong. She was so scared because of this creature, he just fell into her hand and she grabbed him instinctively. She's not scared, not at all. Ikoma said, she just said that she was scared. She shouted back, she just slipped. Can he hear her? Isn't it out of fear? Satsuki quickly looked at her and she screamed, why was she looking at her like that? After that, she turned to the Ikoma and shouted words of gratitude to him for being there. He looked carefully into her eyes and thought, yes, she is honesty itself, Shin. And she shouted that she was using his help for the last time. At this moment, Seiji used his shield magic and began to defend himself. Bright sparks appeared in front of his face. Kasai also destroyed one of the monsters by piercing the creature with a dagger. Ikoma turned around and said that they managed without their help. Kasai again jumped up and attacked another monster, but suddenly Seiji got scared because of him and shouted to him to stop, because Ikoma asked not to kill the latter. He swung his sharp weapon, then stopped abruptly and said that he remembered. He approached the monster from the back and looked at it carefully. Ikoma watched what was happening and thought, the librarian has the largest reserve of mana of all the local monsters. With its help, Satsuki can easily transfer mana to them. But this guy out of the whole trio, even if he is a rude person, is a good person. He always came to the rescue and watched over everyone in the group from the shadows, covering their backs. After some time, the lone librarian found himself sitting against the wall. Satsuki pointed her hand at Seiji and used the mana transfer, causing them to glow a bright blue. He examined his body and spoke in delight that he could now use his full strength again. With such a useful skill, she can explore fault lines without leaving for even a few days. If they catch 2 more librarians, Satsuki and Ikoma will also be able to fully recover. Ikoma replied, they can easily restore Manhwa, but physical fatigue still accumulates. In addition, psychological exhaustion accumulates. Mana transfer is a useful skill, but it must be used wisely and only done when absolutely necessary. Seiji grinned and said, well, since he's talking about it, then anyway, thanks to them guys. Thanks to them, he is back in action. He walked up to Ikoma and hugged him with a smile on his face. They have almost reached the depth of the rift, so Ikoma will ask the others again, are they really ready to go after the boss of the Library of Mysteries? Kasai asked him again, looking around, already. Shin asked, shouting loudly, is he kidding? Does he still want to fight the boss? Ikoma asked her again, what is it? Was she scared? She screamed the answer, no, she's fine. Satsuki wondered if Ikoma could manipulate her so easily. Seiji lowered his gaze and thought. Initially he gathered this group to completely clear the rift, but they extracted so many precious resources, so it was not necessary to go further. Although his own greed plays in him, is it worth taking such risks and continuing his path to the boss? Ikoma answered. To be honest, at the entrance to the rift, with the help of one rare item, he learned everything he needed about the local boss. With this information, they can easily overcome this. Seiji asked him again, even so. After that, he thought with a serious face, clearing a rank B rift sounds very attractive. They will immediately become popular by clearing this rift among the first adventurers. Ikoma replied that for this information they would give him all the items that would drop from the boss. This is his original purpose, and everything they got from the rift on the way to the boss, they can take for themselves and divide among three. They shouted back at him, is he kidding? He turned to Satsuki and said that they had already discussed this plan with her and she was not against this turn of events. If this is not enough, he will be able to pay each of them extra. Seiji thought about it. He would like to get rare items from the boss, but they will get a book with the skills of the sentry rabbit. They will be able to divide this huge money among three. At that moment, Shin began to shout at him angrily that he should come to his senses. Seiji imagined huge money in his imagination and was pleased with it. Kasai spoke. Everyone except her had already agreed, so is she with them, Shin. She looked at him with hatred and screamed, touch, and he's there too. She tickled loudly and finally shouted, okay, she'll go with them, but let them just try to shirk the boss. Then they won't get anything, do they understand? Ikoma looked at her and thought with a serious look. She again took up her task. After some time, opposite the high windows there was a girl in a long dress with horns on her head. She had sharp claws. She was the boss of the rift of the Library of Mysteries. Her name is Ether and she has level 60. They approached the gate and Ikoma realized, so they approached the entrance to the main boss's room. He asks them to act as agreed earlier. The local boss is not as mobile and not very agile. The main thing is that they should not panic. By working together, everything will definitely work out. Seiji said in response with a smile on his face that according to Ikoma's plan, they will defeat this boss without any problems. After all, they are experienced B-rank adventurers. Shin got into the conversation and asked if they really believed in this. An item that allows you to find out everything about the boss of the rift is some kind of joke. That's impossible. Satsuki turned to her sharply and asked if she hadn't agreed to go with them to the boss in advance. She shouted, no, but this is just funny. He didn't even show them this item, but they believe him unconditionally. This is nonsense. He will finish them all off. Seiji replied that one of the rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths and trump cards to other people, and Ikoma helped them out more than once throughout their journey. He doesn't think his information about the boss is unreliable. Shin became angry and clenched her hands into fists. Kasai spoke in addition. Even if this guy is deceiving them, he is not going to leave when he has come such a long way to the boss. If she's shaking for her life like that, then she should go home. They cleared the way to the exit anyway. Ikoma spoke. The profession of tourists is full of dangers. If she is not ready to work for the boss, then he advises her to change her profession. Shin interrupted his statement and shouted, is he joking? She was just testing him. Did he understand? He said back to her, okay, Shin, she has nothing to worry about. They and Kasai will take the brunt of the damage, and Seiji and Satsuki will protect her in case of an unexpected attack. Shin continued to scream at him in rage. Did he decide to humiliate her in this way? Idiot. He answered with bewilderment, no, he just wanted to instill some confidence in her. Kasai looked at her and thought that he was worried about her, but it seemed in vain. She had always been like this, so he got used to her behavior. In any case, his goal remains the same. He came here to defeat the boss of the rift. If you completely trust this guy, he could die, so you need to be careful. Ikoma opened the system window and told the guys that before going into a fight with the boss, they need to distribute skill points. The system window reports that there are 29 skill points left. Gravity Magic level 23 costs 15 skill points, allows you to control gravitational magic. He reached out to the table and thought that it would be much more useful to raise the gravity control to level 4, but to defeat the boss of the rift it would be much more effective to pump up gravity magic. The system window reports, gravity magic has been upgraded to level 3, they will spend 15 skill points. He learned gravity magic, he got a new ability, now he's ready. The system window reports gravity magic, allows you to destroy a target using gravity magic. Gravity magic, cut, bullet, blow. Now he is ready to fight the boss. He opened the gate and the whole group gradually began to enter inside. Ikoma looked up, the ceilings were very high, and everything around was lit up with magical light. The monster girl turned to them, and the system window reported that this was the main boss of the Library of Mysteries Rift, Ether level 60. Shin asked the guys again, so this scary girl is the local boss. Kasai answered her, as Ikoma said, this monster is clearly not mobile. Kasai started to run and the Ikoma shouted to him to act according to the plan. They walked towards the monster together and the system window reported that it was using thunderclaps. Suddenly everything lit up with a bright light from the thunderstorm and Ikoma thought, as expected, she would start using lightning magic. His information from the past timeline was confirmed. Thunder magic has a small radius of action, but its power is enormous, so they are suitable for the first stage with Kasai. He is fast and thanks to the magic of gravity, and due to his class as a thief, Kasai moves as fast as he does. Ether will not be able to remove them using only thunder magic, and due to the mastery of agility, she is not able to hit them. Their main task is to hit her after she uses her skill and then, but before he had time to think this thought through, Satsuki raised her staff into the air and shouted, "Bullet of Darkness." Shin also used a spell and screamed in a whirlwind of blades. Ether closed her eyes, sparks sparkling from her body. Suddenly she removed her hands from her eyes. Satsuki stood opposite her without moving. Ether quietly spoke to her so that she would not dare to do anything. Satsuki looked at her questioningly and wondered if she could talk. Ikoma realized how terrible it was she was targeting her. If so, she will now try to attack with long-range magic. He sharply shouted to Satsuki and Shin to go closer to Seiji. Kasai should do it too. Kasai abruptly began to run with the thought that it was not in his rules to obey this kid, but this time, so be it, he will do it. At the same moment, the ether raised her hands and used the fire wave spell. Ikoma also turned away from her and started to run in an unknown direction. Shin screamed with a frightened expression on her face, asking where should they run now. Ikoma lowered his gaze and thought, if evasion fails, then they will face the attack directly. A smile appeared on his face. The guys stood in a circle. Seiji was in front of everyone and shouted to the rest of the guys to hide behind him, after which he created a shield and directed his magical powers towards the fiery wave, which was already approaching them closely. Seiji said, the boss's mass skills can be easily dispelled by holy magic. Just like Ikoma said, they must rely on him and he will protect them from the magic of the ether. When she finishes her attack, they must be ready to attack. Ether is not able to move quickly, but she has many powerful spells in her arsenal, so you can come up with many strategies against her in which she will not be able to respond to her opponent. Ikoma shouted, guys, he will cover them, so they must attack again. Ether lowered her gaze, standing among the remaining clot of dust. Shin took the weapon in her hands and shouted with a smile on her face, go ahead. Kasai looked at her in bewilderment and thought, he must admit that the kid is not bad, but he would prefer to get rid of a couple of people with the help of this boss. He looked at Ikoma's back and said in his thoughts, Ikenos Ikoma, an incredibly capable guy. If you get rid of him, the whole group will fall apart. Ikoma found himself directly opposite the monster. The ether extended her hands towards him and created a bright magical light in these hands, which in a moment illuminated the entire area and headed into the sky. It was the sword of Zeus. After that, she lowered her hands towards Ikoma and channeled her magical powers, due to which a bright light began to penetrate everywhere. And Ikoma closed his eyes, after which he sharply waved his sword in front of the ether and said that she was too slow. As expected, close combat is not her thing. What happened? She decided to save her ranged attacks for last. Shin suddenly said with hope in her eyes, this boss can be easily destroyed even by two people attacking her in close combat. How cool is this? This boss is completely wrong. She suggests getting it over with quickly and moving out of here. Satsuki looked at her and thought she was acting too confident for the person who was most afraid of this boss. Seiji also thought about it. To be honest, he partially agreed with her, because the Ikoma strategy was too simple to defeat the Rift boss, but in a real battle his tactics work with amazing accuracy. Exploit the enemy's weaknesses by attacking him from close range and retreat during mass skills without taking much risk. Moreover, the Ikom's skills and heroism allowed them to believe in him, acting with precision according to his plan. His self-confidence and fearlessness really raise many questions. Expressiveness, calmness, and precision in his movements reveal him as an experienced adventurer who has survived many battles. At this moment, Etha again directed her magical powers in his direction and used the stone boat. Ikoma was among several pillars and thought that they would have to change their battle tactics slightly, otherwise they would not get close to her. The stone rook limits the actions of the Satsuki, thereby protecting itself from long-range attacks. But at the same time, it will be more difficult for them to get close to her from the Kasai. If they come out of cover, she will immediately try to attack them with magic. After these thoughts, he sharply turned to his team and shouted to them to hide behind a stone column. Seiji shouted back, okay. At that moment, everything behind the pillar began to glow with a bright magical light. Kasai was watching what was happening from the corner and suddenly the ether noticed something, made a sharp movement, and Shin shouted with a smile, she would have built an entire fortress so that no one would get her. Is that all she can do, you disgusting puppet? Ikoma ran with the thought that Shin was able to choose the optimal position for cover. Shin was behind one of the closest pillars to the monster and he realized that in this way he could. But he did not think his thought through until he rushed to run towards the monster and shouted, Shin, let her forgive him. She was dumbfounded, perplexed by his statements, and he suddenly jumps up, pushes off her body with his legs and jumps to the top of the column, and Shin falls to the ground. She shouted at him in anger. What was he doing? Is she a springboard for him? She looked at him from below, but at that moment he had already jumped from the column directly onto the monster's head and thought the ether was closely watching them, waiting for them to come out of cover in attempts to attack her. However, if you use reduced gravity and attack it from above, then it will definitely not have time to react. He moved closer and closer to her and shouted, directing magical powers at her body, a meteorite falling. A bright ray of light pierced her body. She was very surprised by this and was dumbfounded. Shin shouted, asking the question, did it work? Ikoma looked up and realized that this was not the end. She had a high defense rate, which was more than he expected. The system window reports, Ether level 60, has health 42 out of 302, mana 226 out of 358. Kasai was near the nearest pillar and looked at Ikoma from the back, thinking that if he did nothing, this fight would end too quickly. Ika knows Ikoma, he's too good. But how can he evade his attack? His eyes lit up with a magical color. The ether raised her hands into the air and created a bright magical ball above her head. Ikoma noticed this and thought, she is going to use Elemental Blast. This is a mass effect spell that consumes a huge amount of mana. After such a powerful spell, she will be more defenseless and he will be able to get close to her for the final blow. If she was really going to use Elemental Blast, he needed to act quickly. He ran sharply in her direction, continuing to think that fortunately the guys would be able to hide from such a massive attack behind the columns. Everything would end in one precise blow. He got even closer to her, after which he swung his sword sharply and dodged one of the attacks. Kasai noticed this and wondered if he had blocked his attack. What a perfect reaction. Ikoma looked in his direction with a menacing look and he made a movement with his hand and apologized to him, saying that he was aiming at the boss. Ikoma thought, this guy, he doesn't even have any doubts that he was aiming at him. But he doesn't have time to deal with it anyway. He shouted sharply, Ether is preparing for a powerful attack. Everyone must hide behind the columns. Ether used the spell of elemental explosions. Kasai saw it and wondered with a scared expression, what is it? It's a joke. Everything was illuminated with a bright magical light. The guys were beside themselves with surprise. Ikoma realized that this was an elementary explosion. This spell launches a hail of magic bullets at enemies until the monster runs out of mana, but if you bypass all of its attacks, delivering the decisive blow, you will finally receive the coveted Ring of Wisdom. He began to run, dodging all the magic rays. When he got closer and looked at the monster from below, he thought, the boss has little health left, but he can't get close to her. She does everything she can to get him closer to her. While he was getting closer to the boss, Kasai watched him from behind the column and thought, he is certainly strong, but not strong enough to get close to the boss. He will wait behind the column. It would be much safer to wait until the boss had completely depleted his mana and then. But before she had time to think about this thought, suddenly stones from a collapsing column began to fall above his head. He began to run away from this place and thought with fear, did the boss just destroy the column? How powerful are this creature's attacks? Kasai continued to think, even if he constantly dodges her attacks, he won't be able to hide for long. This idiot put them all in danger, now they have nowhere to run. Ikoma at that moment, being at a short distance from the boss, was thinking that if he hesitates, then her magic could hurt Satsuki and everyone else. They don't have time, they need to forge it right now. He made a sharp jerk, jumped up, and moved to another place. Shin saw this and shouted at him, he's getting too close to the monster. He kept getting closer and she kept screaming and wondering what he was even thinking about. This is complete madness. Satsuki looked at him thoughtfully and thought about him with a sad expression on her face. Suddenly she grabbed the staff in her hands and shouted, guys, they should also get closer to the boss. Shin asked her again in horror, what did she say? The Rift boss would not be able to attack them with physical attacks. It would be much safer to get close to this creature than to stand aside, and Ikoma realized this. Shin continued to scream that this was crazy, and Seiji replied that it wasn't. After all, they are one team and must help their comrade. They have relied on him for too long, now they must help him and do everything possible to cover his back. The whole team rushed to run to his aid. Ether continued to use her magical powers and illuminate the entire area. The team stopped abruptly in front of the approaching bright light and Seiji thought with fear that they would not be able to dodge such an attack. He sharply shouted to everyone to go back and used his shield powers, trying to protect the girls. But suddenly he realized that he would not be able to hold back such magic for long, after which he shouted at them to leave here now. Satsuki thanked him for such a noble action. A moment later, there was a bright explosion. Seiji fell to the ground, narrowed his eyes, after which he tried to get up and wondered how long it had been since he had risked his life for others. He'll cover them, so killing the boss will be on him, Ikoma. It seems he was able to repel her attack and he hopes that Shin and Satsuki manage to escape. Now is the best moment. Thanks to Seiji they will be able to repel her attack and before she finds a new target, they need to act. Ikoma spread his arms and shouted, "Hypergravity." The system window reports that hypergravity is gravity magic that increases the force of the target's gravitational pressure. Suddenly the space lit up with a purple light and he continued to think, watching the actions of the monster. Elemental burst requires you to hold your hands above your head to aim at your opponent. Under the influence of hypergravity, this will be extremely difficult to do. Now she won't be able to attack them. Ether silently continued to perform her actions and Satsuki realized that he had deprived the boss of his ability to cast spells. It's time. She used the shadow binding spell. Shadow hands rose up not far from this creature, and Ikoma realized that it seemed that she was not going to give up so easily. But she could not be allowed to restore mana, otherwise they would not be able to defeat her. Suddenly Shin broke free and began to run sharply, shouting, "How can she do this, puppet?" She made a sharp movement with her hand and shouted, "Moon cut." At that moment, there was a bright flash of light and the monster's bone broke, causing it to start falling, screaming loudly. Everyone around watched what was happening in bewilderment, and suddenly one of the ether's hands came off. Many fragments fell from the sky and Ikoma shouted, "Well done, Satsuki and Shin." Suddenly, a bright purple flash of light appeared above the body of the ether. This was created thanks to the magical powers of Ikoma, who used his sword to achieve this result. Ether smiled, many fragments continued to fall from the sky, and Ikoma straightened his back and looked at the monster with a proud expression on his face. Suddenly the system window informs him that 11,016 experience points have been received. Level increased from 45 to 49. Gained 16 skill points. Satsuki was delighted and said in an enthusiastic voice that they managed to do it. Seiji said, placing his hand on his chest, "That's a great job, Ikoma. This is how they defeated the next boss of the rift. Now he will finally be able to find out all the secrets of the appearance of rifts because he obtained an item that was lost in the first timeline, the Ring of Wisdom." Kasai looked at him enviously. Ikoma continued to rejoice, sitting near the shattered earth. They had finally defeated the boss of the Library of Mysteries rift. He took the ring in his hands and said that they got what they came for. The system window reports, Ring of Wisdom, rank B, summoning the Great Witch from the Library of Mysteries. Satsuki approached him and asked a question. That is, this ring can give an answer about the origin of the rifts in their world. He replied, he thinks so. She continued to say, if that's the case, then she thinks they should take this ring to the special forces. Ikoma replied that he did not think this was a good idea. And there are 3 good reasons for this. The first reason is that in the past times of the line, this ring went to the head of the special forces, but for unknown reasons it was lost. After what happened in the past times of the line, he cannot trust them with the wisdom ring. The second reason, only a high-ranking adventurer can unlock the true power of the ring. He is a former S-rank adventurer. He will be able to unleash the full potential of this ring. Well, the third reason is that no adventurer in his right mind would refuse a rare item obtained with blood and sweat. He clutched the ring in his hand in a state of delight. Satsuki looked at him and thought that she had not seen him so happy for a long time. Then she decided to ask the question, what exactly does this ring do? But before she could finish speaking, someone called Ikoma. It was Seiji who came closer to him and said loudly that thanks to him they defeated the ether. He was immensely grateful to him for his heroism, but it seems the ether still hurt him a little. Let him allow his wounds to be treated as gratitude. He is a doctor after all. Ikoma said in response that he tried not to fall under her direct attacks and yet she did not cause him much damage, but he would be grateful for the help. Seiji stood up from the Ikoma's back and directed his magical powers at him. He sat on the ground and waited for recovery. Seiji leaned his staff against it and thought, this is the first time he has been so lucky. He met an adventurer with such outstanding abilities. He recalled how he shouted, the 2 of them should run away, he will cover them. After these memories, he smiled and realized that he always only cared about exploring the portals and not about his allies. But in this campaign he was inspired by his heroism and he is grateful to fate for meeting such a good guy like him. Ikoma. Shin sat down on the ground and said in a trembling voice, at some point she thought that it would all be the end for them. Going through portals was still exhausting. Kasai looked into the distance and thought that he had come here for rare items with the boss of the portal and did not intend to give it to such a simple guy. He grabbed the dagger in his hands and decided that he wasn't going to beat around the bush anymore. The battle turned out to be very intense. After victory, adventurers relaxed and let down their guard. A better moment could not be imagined for this. He rushed to attack the Ikoma and reflected that thanks to his thief class skills, he could move silently, and his class boasted a high attack speed. He would not even have time to blink before it would blow off his head. Kasai jumped sharply into the air, swinging a knife at Ikoma, and suddenly Ikoma was dumbfounded, and Kasai used a shadow grab. Ikoma turned around sharply and opened his eyes, after which he intercepted the dagger of the attacking Kasai and stopped his attack. Kasai did not expect such a turn of events and asked how he could even notice it. He took advantage of the double gravity, directed his powers towards the Kasai and began to pursue it. Kasai jumped into the distance and began coughing loudly. Seiji saw this and shouted, "Kasai, Ikoma, what are they doing here?" Ikoma replied that he betrayed them. During the boss fight he already tried to kill him. Kasai reflected that he knew he would have to deal with him eventually, but he didn't think he would try to attack him again at the rift. Ikoma turned to the Kasai with a menacing look and said he almost did not participate in the battle, so he has enough strength, but he still has little left to fight him. Moreover, 4 against 1. He got scared and thought, "Stop." Kasai showed him his hand, on which the ring and bracelet shone, and asked him not to worry about him like that, because he had already obtained what belonged to him by right, this ring of wisdom and the guardian bracelet. Ikoma suddenly realized that he didn't want to kill him. His goal was always only rare items. Seiji wondered in bewilderment, did Kasai steal a rare item from Ikoma, a guardian bracelet? This bracelet itself is valuable, but inside this item they stored all the loot they collected along the way in the rift. The girls began to be indignant and shout at him, "What is he doing? He should come here." Shin screamed that she would take revenge on him for this, the freak. Why are they all standing? They need to catch up with him now. Kasai shouted back, except for Ikem, all these guys are just non-entities. He knows that his class also relies on speed, but can he overcome him? He's a high-ranking thief. Ikoma and Satsuki looked at him with sad expressions. Ikoma realized that it was hard for him to admit it, but the speed in this timeline was no match for him. He could not even think that a B-rank adventurer would engage in banal theft from his comrades, but he was wrong. His whole life was built on blackmail and intrigue, and from the very beginning of his career he had a bad reputation. Nobody wanted to deal with him. He went to another area for new rifts, but everyone there knew him, not only because of his bad reputation, but also because of his strength. Then he thought that his career was over, but soon he met the stupid and greedy leader of the group, as well as a stupid guy with useful information on the boss of the rift. At this moment, Seiji fell to his knees with a sad expression on his face and said in a trembling voice, "He stole all their things, all 10 million yen. Ikoma apologized to him and said that this all happened because of his carelessness. He needs to catch him and hand him over to the special forces. Although he did not kill anyone, he stole all their loot, and it will be difficult to prove this, because legally they have not secured the division of loot from the monsters of the rift in any way. All this is based on an ordinary oral agreement, and the special forces may not be able to help them." He grabbed his head and continued to think that, on top of everything else, he needed to return the Ring of Wisdom at all costs. At that moment he heard someone's voices. Someone said, "Oh my god, is the battle over already?" They were late because he was too slow. Kike. Satsuki wondered if these were still adventurers. Suddenly one of them started shouting to them, "Guys, this guy is a criminal, he is dangerous, they must run." Kasai was already right in front of Kike and Alice's faces, which made him angry and told them not to stand in his way. Pathetic people. Alice told Kika that this work was created especially for him. He grabbed the weapon, and the Kasai realized that it would be worse for them, because he is a high-ranking adventurer of rank B, and it would be funny if the guys defeated him. But at the same time, Kike dealt a strong blow to him in the stomach, and he flew to the side with a frightened expression on his face and realized that his opponent was really fast and also a strong man. He smashed the wall into which he had stuck with a crash and continued to sit near it, looking up to the side. Everyone around him looked at him in fear, and Ikoma thought they incapacitated him with one precise blow. These guys, who are they? Wait, he's already seen this white uniform somewhere. Are these two really the same guys? Alice approaches Kasai lying on the floor and is surprised. What a weakling he is, he fell with one blow. So it's not interesting at all. Shin sees this with irritation and thinks, is this some kind of joke? He is one of the most popular B-rank adventurers, but he fell from one blow. At this moment Alice gets up and holding the ring in her hands exclaims, "What a beautiful thing." She wants to take it away. She then turns to Kikayo and asks if she can do this, right? Surely she can do this. She can take this ring, right? At this time, Kyogoku Kikayo looks at the information window and explains that this is what they came here for. This is the Ring of Wisdom. Alice exclaims in disbelief, and they have to destroy it. But maybe she will still take it. Nobody will know about this, but he sternly replies that she is on duty right now. If she does not follow the orders of the leadership, he will kill her here and now. Seiji then approaches them and explains that Kasai is a criminal and they are very grateful that he saved them. But isn't it too cruel to do this to him? Alice thinks for a moment and then grins. They got it all wrong. They came here to kill every single one of them. They were ordered to destroy every adventurer who entered this rift, with no exceptions. Hearing this, Shin and Satsuki exclaim in horror, "What?" At this time, Ikeno's Ikoma carefully watches what is happening and thinks he has no doubts about the uniforms and skills of these guys. After that he asks them, they are from the Chimera Fang, right? Alice turns and with a sly smile asks, amazingly, does anyone know about them? This is the first time she meets an adventurer who has heard of them. Satsuki plaintively asks him if he knows who these people are. Shin immediately exclaims, Chimera Fang is an internet rumor, isn't it? Ikoma explains that they are an underground organization that reports directly to the government, doing all the dirty work regarding the rifts for them. It's called Chimera Fang. In the future they will cooperate with governments of other countries. Their influence will grow throughout the world. It will be known as the strongest underground organization with first-class soldiers. Even in the first timeline, rumors about the Chimera Fang were considered an ordinary internet story, which, naturally, no one believed. But he met such chimeras only once in one of the faults. They may not be so famous and strong yet, but meeting them now is the worst outcome for all of them. With these words, he grabs his clown blade, carefully looks ahead and thinks that these guys are not the type to reveal their existence to ordinary people. If they appeared in front of them, then no doubt they are going to get rid of them. Suddenly, Kikayo and Alice Yumikawa grab their weapons and begin to attack. Shin exclaims in horror that these guys really want to kill them. They need to retreat now. Seiji hears this and confidently shouts that there are 4 of them. They can defeat them with numbers. They need to cover each other and attack blind spots using the strategies they developed in the battle against Etha. At this moment, Ikeno Zaikoma watches them and thinks that looking at them from the outside, it is obvious that they are no match for them. They need to retreat or they will all die. At this very moment, while Kyogoku Kikayo is focused on the attack, Alice happily asks who should she kill first. Can she play with that swordsman? She would love to do this, but he replies that they did not come here to have fun. Alice Yumikawa thinks she came all this way to learn all the secrets of the rifts that the wisdom ring can answer. She can't let them take it away. Satsuki then watches as Ikeno Zaikoma runs to attack. She exclaims in horror, "Ikoma." He begins to attack Alice and shouts that he can handle her alone. And at this time they have to deal with the other guy. Satsuki, Shun, and Seiji get together, and Seiji thinks, even though this is crazy, he won't be able to get the ring back any other way. He then asks if the 3 of them should fight when Ikoma fights alone. This is the best decision in this situation. He then turns to Satsuki and tells her not to forget that they are just a support class, and they cannot be the main attacking element. Against melee opponents, they cannot cope alone. Unlike Ikam, who fights one-on-one with melee opponents, having greater power and combat experience, they must rely on Shin. Ikeno Zaikoma has decided to fight alone, but the 3 of them must make every effort to defeat their enemy. Also, she must not forget that their opponent knocked out Kasai with 1 blow. Considering Ikam's level and skill, they should focus all their efforts on this guy. But suddenly Kikayo says that he realized that they are underestimating Alice. She's actually stronger than him. Jugo Seiji asks in bewilderment, "What?" At this time, Ikeno Zaikoma fiercely fights with Alice. She exclaims sarcastically that she hasn't had so much fun in a long time. She is very grateful to him. Ikoma grits his teeth and thinks, even though he's good at dodging her thanks to magic and gravity, he's almost at his limit. And she doesn't look tired at this time. This only proves their gigantic gap in level. Alice continues to happily say that she can tell in secret that Kyogoku Kikayo is level 54 and her level is 57. The information window also notifies that Alice Yumikawa is level 57. She continues to ask, embittered, his level doesn't even reach 50th. And how is he going to defeat her with such a difference in levels? With these words, she furiously swings her sword, but Ikeno Zaikoma manages to dodge. He seriously replies that he thought her level was much higher. She stands opposite him, puts her hands behind her back and answers with a smile. He becomes impudent. She says that since her birth she was forced to earn levels as if she were insane. This is the life of the Fang of the Amura soldiers. They are obliged to raise levels every day without rest. Many cannot withstand such pressure and are quickly disposed of. And after everything she's been through, some boy will show off his level by standing behind his comrades and poking opponents with his pathetic knife. But Ikeno Zaikoma immediately replied that he did not quite understand her outrage. Judging by her fighting style and weapons, she also belongs to the class that operates from the shadows, relying on speed. While they may not take all the damage like adventurers with higher defenses and powerful weapons do, they are much more mobile than most and are rightfully responsible for dealing more damage. Then he adds with a smile that they are the same as her, or did she decide to rely on her impression, thereby asserting that she is not so strong. Alice looks at him in bewilderment. Ikoma narrows his eyes and thinks, without finding out what she is really capable of, he cannot defeat her, so he will have to provoke her. Suddenly Seiji hears this and turns to him and asks what he is doing. But Alice laughs evilly and exclaims that Ikoma is very interesting. But we need to get down to business. He will get what he deserves. Using the Phantom Blade Whirlwind skill, Alice smilingly says that she will make him bite his nasty tongue. After these words, she attacks Ikam. He understands this to be an attack aimed at causing multiple magical damage to a single target. Simply put, her class is one of the rare and problematic classes. Alice concentrates her strength with her hand and then with a bloodthirsty smile screams for him to dance with her. But Ikeno Zaikoma manages to dodge the attack by jumping up. Alice watches him and thinks that he moves easily and quickly. His skills allow him to be quite agile and strong at the right time. And besides, this guy dodges her knives so easily. It is very interesting. She then tells him that Ikoma was stronger than she expected. She can't wait to see his look, full of despair and horror. At that very moment, Ikoma stabs her with his blade, but she blocks it with her knife. He thinks with horror that their gap in level is too great. It's still holding up thanks to gravitational magic, but it won't always be like that. If he doubled his gravity, he would only waste mana. They are not equal even in the amount of this. He will not be able to attack her directly at this rate. And right now, he can't rely on the support of Satsuki and the others. At this time, Satsuki and Shin attack Kikayo. Ikoma looks closely at Alice and says this is not all she is capable of. She needs to stop playing with him and show her what she's really worth. At this moment, he thinks that if he provokes her into a larger attack, her mana should quickly dry up. Although it is risky, he has no choice. He then adds that these knife tricks are just a distraction and not her true strength. She must show him what the illusionist class can do. Alice smiles and grins in response, and he is good. He is apparently very knowledgeable about the classes, although she had never met a person of her own class. Illusionists are a fighting class that is capable of turning any, even the most disgusting, fantasy into reality. Then she agrees, so be it. Since he wants to face her in a serious fight, then this will happen. Immediately after this, she begins to use the skill Phantom Blade Whirlwind Reflection of Being. Ikoma sees this and remembers that the reflection of existence can multiply the illusion many times over, increasing the radius and number of knives used. Not a single monster, not a single person, has yet been able to evade this attack. Alice Yumikawa directs her attack at him and asks with a grin how does he feel. But Ikenos Ikoma avoids the blow by jumping high again. She looks at him and notes that it wasn't bad. But this is not enough. At this point, Ikoma reasons that being reflect can be easily combined with other magical attacks. Thus it leaves opponents stupefied. But the worst thing about this spell is that it causes genuine fear of the unknown of what awaits the victim of this spell. But he is ready to look fear straight in the eye. Having decided this, he headed straight towards Alice with his eyes wide open. He thinks this is the way to do it. Alice watched as Ikenos Ikoma moved straight towards her without blinking and exclaimed, "What is this?" At this time he thought that illusions are not so terrible if he is able to find the gap between light and shadow. Alice stood in a stupor and was perplexed. This is impossible. It can't be that he wasn't afraid of the possibility of losing his head. But then how did he get out of this illusion? Was he just lucky? Ikoma approaches and kicks away the stone bullets flying at him. The bullet begins to move towards Alice, and she tries to shield herself from it with her hands. Suddenly she looks in front of her and doesn't understand where Ikoma has gone. At this moment he is behind her. Alice turns around and realizes that this kid is not just lucky, this kid has both knowledge and experience, and she has never fought such a dangerous adventurer. She's fought high-level criminals and scary monsters, but this guy is on a completely different level. Who is he anyway? Suddenly Ikoma swings his blade and hits Alice's ear. She just grins and says that she thinks she underestimated him. For the first time she meets a person who has broken free from illusions and has not succumbed to fear. Is he even human? Ikenos Ikoma looks at the clown blade and replies, he got away. But he would also like to finish the fight with her with one precise blow. At that very moment a drop of blood falls on the floor and he adds, but that would be too easy, right? Alice clicks and grabs her ear, from which blood is dripping. She sees this and opens her mouth in surprise. Then she starts laughing hard and loudly and shouts that this is very cool. This is very cool. For the first time she feels this trembling feeling, the feeling of fear of death. He could really kill her. As a thank you she will show him one trump card. She actually doesn't like using this skill. This causes enemies to die within a second, which is very boring. With these words, she covers her face with her hands and asks, Ikoma is much tougher, right? She then uses the Shadow Doppelganger's skill, sees this and understands that she still decided to use this skill. The strongest skill is an illusionist. An illusionist using this skill is able to create 3 exact copies of himself. If Ikoma is distracted for even a second, he will simply become their personal toy. 2 of her doubles appear next to Alice, looking at him with sly smiles. He reasons that shadow doubles are tangible illusions, capable of performing magical attacks at their discretion. This skill allows the illusionist to produce several identical copies. The more copies the illusionist produces, the stronger that person becomes. Alice's doubles surround Ikoma and begin to attack. He tries so hard to defend himself and repel their attacks, but he looks around and thinks with excitement that because of this spell he can't even attack her normally. Suddenly Alice falls on top of him and they ask mockingly, isn't he having fun with them? Why doesn't he even try to attack them? She strikes Ikenos Ikoma and wounds his arm. Ikoma tries to dodge again and thinks that the shadow doubles can be defeated, but not with his low level. The doubles continue to smile and ask cheerfully, and who can still fight? Right? Come on, he has to show what he can do. Ikoma at this moment sees the Ring of Wisdom and realizes that he still has to take this ring. At this time, Kikayo towers over Shin, Descend, and Satsuki. Sodi looks at him intently and thinks, even though Kasai chose from the game, they still have an advantage in numbers. If this guy tries to attack one of them, the other 2 will attack him. He is aware of this, so he moves more carefully. By taking advantage of them, they will be able to defeat him. He then yells at the girls to start now. Shin then swings her scythe and uses the circle/slash skill. Satsuki also uses the dark bullet skill. Kikayo responds to this with the fire dragon fang skill. Seiji sees this and wonders what it is. Kyogoku Kikayo points his spear at them, from which a fiery dragon bursts out. Shin tries to cover himself from Satsuki with his hand, and Jugo Seiji dodges the attack. Then Kisaragi Satsuki sits down on the ground with Shin and Abuki, and they hug and try to hide from the attack. She thanks Shin. When the attack dissipates, then he gets up on the beach and irritably asks what this freak just did. Seiji also wonders what kind of power this is. If they had not dodged, then there would have been no trace of the body left. Kikayo is reasoning at this time. He hoped that he could gain time and Alice would come and deal with these three, but she still acts like a child and again drags out a meaningless fight. Then he stands in front of them, strikes with his spear and menacingly says, "Enough." He was tired of babysitting them. He uses the Path of the Blood Guard skill and his eyes glow red. Orders them to surrender. Shin looks back and doesn't understand what's wrong with him. He became like a monster. Path of the Blood Guard is a skill that is available to all melee classes. The essence of the skill is that all the mana goes into strengthening the muscles of the body, making it stronger, and the body is much more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Against such a skill, no matter how many people stand in the way of the carrier, no one can stop such a person. Kikayo begins to attack Satsuki and Shin and Abuki. He thinks that this skill consumes a lot of mana, but he also thinks that he can deal with them before the mana runs out. At that very moment another Seiji runs up to them, and when Kikayo brings his spear closer to them, he covers them with his hand. He shouts that Kikayo Kyokagu is moving much faster. He then begins to use his shield skill, but Kikayo suddenly grabs him and throws him aside. Shin attacks him and shouts that she will make him regret this now, but Kikayo also blocks her blow with his hand. She wonders how this happened. She hit him right in the hand, but it felt like she hit a pile of metal. Then he throws it back. He screams in horror. Seiji wonders what kind of power he has that cannot be overcome by either magic or the spy's scythe. Is he really human? Ikoma is fighting that girl one-on-one right now, but this guy said he was much weaker, which means things are bad. At this moment, Alice laughs loudly and screams at Ikoma to finally hit her. He must show her. Show now. He must show her the real fear of death. Hears this and wonders if Alice decided to use shadow doubles. Does this mean the guy will get very tired very soon, or does he still have a trump card? At this time, Satsuki helps Shin and Abuki up. She looks menacingly at Kikayo and exclaims, "Things are very bad." Satsuki also looks angrily and thinks that he is too strong, but they should distract him. Otherwise, these two will definitely be defeated by Ikoma. But it's not right. AI was always using her as bait to distract the enemy. But the Koma also proved to her that she could stand on the same level as him, that she was capable of more. And after all she's been through, she needs to play bait for the enemy again. Well, I do not. If she does this, she won't be able to look Ikenos Ikoma in the eyes. She then decisively turns to Shin and Seiji and asks them to listen. They haven't lost yet. 3 against 1, they will definitely be able to defeat him. After that they stand together and are decisively ready to attack. Kikayo looks at them and wonders, do they still want to fight? What stupidity. And yet, knowing their colossal difference in strength, they still want to go to their death. But Seiji, Satsuki and Shin do not answer anything, but just stare at him. Jugo Seiji muses, even though his technique increases the wearer's physical capabilities, they have no choice but to fight. Well, how can they approach him? He literally throws them around like soft toys. All of them don't have much mana left after the boss fight, so there's no way to drag out this fight. At this moment, Satsuki closes her eyes and thinks. At such moments she thinks about what Ikoma would do in her place. It is absolutely impossible to prolong the battle, but due to their difference in level and low amount of mana, they can easily lose. If you engage in battle, you need to neutralize the enemy with one precise blow. But how can they neutralize such a strong enemy? Then she opens her eyes and suddenly thinks, they can't defeat him, but what if they can weaken him? At this time, Kikayo runs towards them with all his might. Seiji yells that he's running straight at them again. Even in his normal state he was a monster, but with this skill he is a real titan. What should they do? Satsuki shouts that they can rely on her. With her skills, they can stop him. She then asks Shin to hit him on the right side. Shin replies, last time her punches didn't work. And decides, why on the right side? Legs Kisaragi Satsuki does not answer, but turns to Seiji and asks him if he can cast magic similar to the Blood Guard skill on Shin and Abuki. He seriously replies that he can do it. He is willing to take risks, but Shin immediately approaches him and asks with irritation what he's even thinking about. Jugo Seiji sternly replies that she must at least once believe in her comrades. Otherwise, they will not be able to defeat them. He entrusts his life to Satsuki. Shin cannot believe this and says in bewilderment that they are mocking her. At this time, Kisaragi Satsuki raises his staff up, then points it at Kikayo and uses the Shadow Fetter's skill. Kikayo notices that long black threads begin to surround him. He seems to be stuck in a viscous swamp. He also tries to cope with it and thinks that it is very good for weaklings. At that moment he attacks him and thinks that it is impossible to stop this monster with their powers, but they have no choice. She then uses the moon slash skill, but breaks free of her bonds and knocks the scythe out of Shin's hands. She immediately screams in horror that she thought so. Because of them fools, she lost her weapon. Seiji at this time uses the shield skill and thinks that in this way he will be able to attack Kyogoku Kikayo, running ahead. He then immediately starts running at him screaming loudly, but Kikayo notices this and wonders if they could really hope this childish trick would work on him. Suddenly the shadow bonds pick up Shin's weapon and throw it straight at him. He sees it and doesn't understand what it is. Then he raises his hand up to shield his hand from the scythe flying at him, but this hurts his fingers. He is about to use the shield strike skill, but suddenly Seiji attacks him from behind and Kikayo drops your weapon on the floor. With one hand he tries to destroy the shield of Jugo Seiji, but suddenly he sees Satsuki in front of him, who is holding his spear. She screams and throws his weapon to the side, after which Seiji approaches her and reasons that Satsuki realized that Kikayo would not be able to use his skill without a weapon. Now he simply won't be able to attack them. This girl thought through the plan down to every detail. It turned out to be where many of them decided. Now it's clear what she learned from fighting on the side and being in a coma. At this time, Kisaragi Satsuki is closely watching Kikayo and thinks that they are not able to defeat him, but they manage to disarm him. And how will he fight them now? Kyogoku Kikayo carefully examines his hand and thinks that Satsuki delayed him with skills, and even used others for this dirty trick. But no, it's his own fault for not appreciating her. At this time, Shinanabuki takes his weapon, stands next to Satsuki and Seiji and asks Kikayo what happened to him. Did he lose his toy? And how will he fight them now? But in response to this, Kyogoku Kikayo swings and hits the ground with all his might. He looks at them menacingly and thinks, did they really think that he couldn't kill them with his bare hands? Meanwhile, Ikoma, Alice and her counterparts continue to fight. One of the Alices notices that Ikoma has slowed down too much. He seriously replies that he has already understood that she is trying in every way to save Mama, but at this rate she will not defeat him. When Alice hesitates to speak, in this case, if he is not going to amuse her, she will simply kill him. Another Alice asks joyfully, but what will he do? It must be resolved soon. Is he already tired? Ikion's Ikoma looks at them and reasons that the weak point of an illusionist is merciless costs. It would not be in her interests to prolong the battle. However, he must find the bearer among the copy, and then they will disappear. But if he hits each one by one, his strength will quickly dry up. On the other hand, he will not be able to find the main body so easily, because the clones will interfere with him. Such options inevitably lead him to death. After a few moments he smiles slyly. At this time, Satsuki points his staff forward and uses the dark bullet skill. She looks at Kikayo and thinks that this man, even after losing his weapon, does not think of retreating. He manages to attack Seiji. Shin tries to damage him, but all this does not work. She sighs in despair and looking at him thinks, how can this man fight 3 opponents with his bare hands? Jugo Seiji at this moment also thinks, as expected, Kikayo will not be able to use his skills without weapons to their full potential. Although he is not in the most advantageous position, he does not even think about retreating. Kyogoku Kikayo at this time thinks that these 3 are not such weaklings as they seem. But the strongest of them is that dark-haired guy. Alice has been fiddling with him for too long. Now he is not able to help her, they simply won't let him get too close to this guy. But he is obliged to fulfill the mission given to him, even if he has to put his life on the line. At this time, the fight between Alice and Ikeno's Ikoma continues. She approaches him and uses the Infernal Blade's skill. One of the blades flies straight at Ikoma and wounds him in the collarbone. He realizes with irritation that he failed to dodge. Alice and her doubles irritably think how stubborn Ikoma is, but he couldn't stand against her for long. Then one of Alice shouts to him with gratitude, he made her laugh. Then 2 Alices try to attack him, but Ikeno's Ikoma manages to deflect their blow. Suddenly another Alice flies up to him from the side and, brandishing a knife, says that it's time for them to say goodbye. She had fun, but he rises sharply and holds back her blow. He holds her hand tightly. Alice grins, like this, did he set himself up on purpose to catch her? But Ikoma explains that she needs to concentrate for the final blow. Therefore, the clones will not bear the blows last, she will be the one to do it. The clones look at him in bewilderment. Ikoma continues, he had to actually let his guard down to catch her. Alice again mockingly says that it is very cool that he caught her, but does he really think that this is enough to defeat her? With these words, she points the knife that she had in her other hand directly at Ikoma, but he first holds it back with his blade. Then Alice shouts at him not to be arrogant. With these words, she kicks him, causing Ikeno's Ikoma to fall to the ground. Alice looks at him and adds that he let her catch him, knowing full well that she needs concentration since her class is too dependent on mana. Not bad, but what now? As if this made his task much easier, Ikoma calmly replies that this is all he could do in this situation. He is well aware that due to the difference in levels, he cannot defeat her. So he decided to take a risk, and thanks to this step, he took what was rightfully his. With these words, he raises his hand, on one of the fingers of which there was a ring of wisdom. Alice looks upset and thinks that this is the same ring. Did he want to find the main body just for this? Then she replies with a smile that he deceived her after all. Ikenos Ikoma looks back and thinks with a smile that, after all, the experience of the thief class was useful to him. The Ring of Wisdom is a unique item that drops from the main boss of the Ether Rift. This ring is rank B and summons the Grand Witch from the Library of Mysteries. He then explains to her that her skill in shadowing her doppelgangers is incredible, but even that has weaknesses, and with her class skills, he couldn't defeat her so easily. But now, it wasn't in vain that he saved mana for their fight, right? Alice looked at him in shock and did not understand. It seemed to her that his mana was almost zero, which is why he did not use his skills. But he was saving it up to use the wisdom ring. If he planned from the very beginning to take the ring from her, then from when? Did he understand how her shadow double's skill works? She remembered how he shouted that she should stop playing with him and show what she was really worth. Alice continues to reason, but this is complete nonsense. He deliberately forced her to use a dangerous one from the very beginning in order to catch her. Suddenly she asks with a smile, what is so special that this ring can do against her? Ikoma recalls that he spent many hours researching the phenomenon of the ring back in his previous life. If everything is as reported, then no problems should arise. He then raises his palm up and shouts for the Grand Witch of the Library of Mysteries to finally appear. Immediately after this, a large glowing ball appears, which turns into smoke and then contracts, and the witch descends towards them. She opens her eyes and then smiles shyly. Alice sees this and is perplexed. Does this ring summon a magical creature? Ikenos Ikoma says with a smile, now he can defeat her. Alice thinks that you can get a lot of rare things in the rifts. She herself had seen these things many times. Summoned creatures are not that rare, most often they are useless and waste mana. But this guy was saving it up specifically to use this ring. What was he even thinking? Then she asks him if he means by this that he deliberately exposed himself to attack, saved mana, and all this for the sake of summoning this rag doll. He must be completely desperate. But Ikoma seriously replies that in order to dispel her illusion, the first thing was to take the ring from her. And now, he will be able to fight her at full strength. Freezes, and then smiles bloodthirstily and answers, that sounds great. He must show her what this doll can do against her. With these words, she and her doubles begin to attack Ikoma. But he knows that this doll is a mini version of the real Ether, and therefore, she is able to use all the spells that the original Ether knew. In exchange for his mana, he will be able to use all of her skills as he wishes. Then he points his hand at the doll and shouts for Ether to start. She starts using the Fire Wave skill. Alice sees this and exclaims in horror, a mass spell. But she has nowhere to run. At that moment, a stream of fire falls on her, but she covers herself with her hands and thinks that this magic did not cause too much damage. But her doubles cannot withstand this attack and begin to disappear. Alice sees this and realizes that this skill was enough to dispel her illusions. At this time, Ikenos Ikoma is in a coma and looks at the Ether and argues that Fire War is not the most powerful spell, but it uses too much mana. Using the magic of summoned creatures can result in fatal exhaustion of mana. There are many aspects to using summons that must be observed in order to conserve mana. You won't be able to use the power of Ether thoughtlessly, but the doubles are weak against massive attacks. To save yourself from a fiery wave, you need magical protective spells, which an illusionist usually does not possess. Realizing this, Ikoma smiles slyly. Ether also smiles shyly, closing his eyes. He then turns to Alice and says that she must have also spent a lot of mana summoning the shadow doppelgangers. But now they will fight one-on-one. Alice looks at him and wonders with irritation, did he summon this doll just to destroy its clones? From the very beginning, his moves seemed absurd to her, but now will she really have to lose to a boy whose level is much lower than hers? Ikoma prepares for battle with a serious look. But Alice starts laughing again and exclaims, this is amazing, he's just something. No one has ever gone so far with her in battle. Her heart is trying to jump out of her chest. After all, no one else has been able to drive her into a corner like he did. However, she still has something to surprise him with. With these words, she begins to use the illusory kaleidoscope skill. Then she smiles bloodthirstily and invites Ikoma to have some fun one last time. Ikenos Ikoma is surrounded by red daggers. Alice reasons that illusory kaleidoscope is a magical skill that uses magical and physical attacks. But this skill again consumes too much mana. Ikoma has already shown that illusions are not particularly scary to him, but dodging such a spell requires enormous concentration. Especially this time she won't take her eyes off him. This time he will not leave her alive. At this time he looks around and realizes that it will not be possible to completely avoid the attack. But there is still one way. Suddenly Alice approaches him and shouts that he's caught. But when she reaches the place, she is surprised that there is no one. Where did he disappear to? At this time, Ikoma is on the ceiling and uses the gravity reduction skill. Alice notices this and looks up. Ikenos Ikoma approaches her and uses the meteorite fall skill. He tries to attack her with his blade, but she blocks the attack with her knife and thinks that a guy like him just can't defeat her. But at that very moment, Ikoma manages to break her knife in half and throw her against the wall. He then announces that their fight is over. She has to ask him, but she's not the only one who didn't show her trump cards until the very end. At this time, Shin strikes Kikayo, but understands no matter how much she strikes him, he absolutely doesn't care. Seiji also watches this and wonders, are they not doing any damage to him at all? No, it's not that simple. The Path of the Bloody Guard skill makes the wearer more resistant to enemy attacks, also increasing his physical power. It seems that he is already in great pain and is at the limit, but until he stops using his skill, they will not be able to defeat him. He then approaches Shin and tells her not to panic. They will continue to stick to their plans until he is completely exhausted. At this time, Kyogoku Kikayo also thinks that everything is going exactly according to plan. He needs to hold out a little longer, and when Alice deals with that kid, she will kill these three in an instant. Then their mission will be completed. Kisaragi Satsuki also sadly notes that at this rate, Ikoma will not be able to help them. At that very moment, an explosion is heard behind them. They turn around and see that Ikenos Ikoma has appeared in front of them. Satsuki exclaims joyfully that he won. Kikayo wonders how this is even possible. How could Alice lose to him? He remembers that 4 years ago, the Chimera Fang were a group of social outcasts that were incapable of anything other than fighting to the death. Kikayo and the man walk into the room. Here he met her, a warrior who does not lose to anyone. And now can it be said that she lost to an adventurer who was lower than her in level? Who is he anyway? Ikenos Ikoma towers over Alice and says that she is too dangerous. He doesn't want to face her in the future, she should forgive him. Kikayo watches this and thinks that if he cannot defeat them, then he must at least do what he is still capable of. Seiji notices this and shouts that he is going to attack. Everyone should step back, he will protect them. But Kyogoku Kikayo runs sharply past him straight at Ikoma, who at that moment swings his blade over Alice. He then attacks, but suddenly Kikayo appears in front of him, who is protected by Alice. Seiji sees this and wonders if this guy was running towards them, not Ikoma. At this moment, Ikenos Ikoma turns sharply, swings at Kikayo, but is immediately picked up by Alice. Ikoma asks in bewilderment, is he going to retreat? Kyogoku Kikayo replies that only this time, but he remembered them all, and the next time they meet again, it will be the last day of their lives. Ikoma doesn't react to this and immediately asks, someone hired them to kill them, right? Who is this? But Kikayo does not answer, but turns to Alice and says that they are leaving. Alice uses Mirage Illusionist magic and says goodbye to Ikoma with a smile. She also adds that she had fun and is very grateful to him. With these words they disappear. Ikoma stares after them and then falls to her knees and wonders, did she use magic to retreat? To be honest, he himself was at his limit. If they attacked him, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for long. He was lucky that they decided to retreat differently. At this moment, Kisaragi Satsuki approaches him and asks for his forgiveness. Seiji adds that Kikayo ran towards him so suddenly that he didn't even have time to cast the shield skill on Ikoma. But Ikenos Ikoma calmly replies that everything is fine, they all fought well. Then he reasoned, the guys thought that he was fighting the toughest opponent. But throughout the entire fight he was only thinking about how to finish it quickly and help them. But they couldn't even disarm Kikayo, the guys showed everything they were capable of. And without them, he definitely wouldn't have managed it. Chimera Fang will soon emerge from the shadows, and they will be labeled as losers, soldiers who could not cope with simple adventurers. This incident could seriously affect their reputation, and after 10 years they will not be able to become the most influential shadow group as they were in the past times of the line. This time no one was hurt, but will such security await them in the future? And yet, he was able to obtain the most important item, the key to solving the origin of cracks in the Ring of Wisdom. This item is very important. This was confirmed when it appeared, but now everything has fallen into place. In the past times of the line, this item was lost, although it was in the possession of the head of the unit. And this time, the Chimera Fang did not invade the Rift territory. Could it be that this time, the Chimera Fang's order was given by the head of the Special Forces? Suddenly someone shouts to them. They look up and see that Kasai has woken up and invites them to leave here. Will they do him a favor and get him out of here? Shin immediately screams that he is a freak. Does he still have the nerve to ask them for something? He must be silent. Seiji asks if he wants to get out of here. But what about the offer to send him to the next world? He will gladly do it. Then he asks Shin and Abuki to calm down. Kasai did something bad, but it's not worth killing him. As he thought, Kasai is unable to even stand. They will hand him over to the Special Forces as a criminal who attempted to take their prey. At this time, Kikayo is carried by Alice on her shoulder, and she says that she had a wonderful fight and was already close to finally finding peace. Now Mom will scold them. Is Kyogoku Kikayo sure it was a good idea to escape? If he hadn't protected her, he could have pounced on this kid and killed him in one blow. Will he have problems now? But Kikayo replies that Ikoma was not worth her life, although they lost this time, but they will meet with him again. Next time, they will ask the former rank adventurer for help in eliminating him. Alice thinks that she would not want this nasty man to kill her Ikoma.